Students pray to gods and Buddhas just to awaken some kind of talent. But I reached the absolute pinnacle. That very night, I awakened a SSS rank summoning skill. As the name suggests, after killing a monster, I can summon a duplicate of it. As the talent level increases, the number of duplicates I can summon can stack infinitely. I'll be able to build a monster army to work for me. If the entire army consists of bosses in the future, wouldn't I be invincible? Just awakening an S-rank talent is enough to get you into a top university, become a local powerhouse, and change your fate with a $1 million salary. But 3 hours ago, I was still worrying about my tuition. It's been 10 years since I traveled from Earth to this world. Fortunately, after crossing over, I met the Zhang couple, who treated me as their own son. That's how I had a happy childhood. But this world is extremely dangerous. Demon dens are rampant all over the globe. Conventional weapons are completely useless against the monsters. First, Mother Zhang died a tragic death in the jaws of a monster. Then, before Father Zhang passed away, his final words were for me to take good care of my only sister. When a massive monster descended, the Zhang couple died tragically right before my sisters and my eyes. At that moment, I swore that I would spend my life destroying every last demon den. Later, humans discovered that strengthening themselves in the demon dens would also strengthen their real-world selves. During the rise of the demon realm, various countries established demon realm expert associations. While fighting monsters, they actually achieved groundbreaking success. The association then divided talents into 7 ranks, starting from D rank and going up. The highest, SSS rank, only exists in legends. The association also categorized human strength into 5 tiers, from 1 to 5. Only Tier 5 experts can kill the monsters in the upper levels of the beast caves. Today is my 18th birthday. The moment I enter the demon realm to awaken my talent, I stared at the countdown on my watch, knowing this was the moment that could change my fate. As the watch emitted a brilliant electric light, the portal to the demon realm opened for the first time. The first thing I saw was a guide fairy. Since it's my first time entering, I had to choose a name and an outfit. I had already prepared a strategy for this. I chose the ID Rakshasa and asked for a masked outfit. After all, the demon realm is dangerous, and I need to hide my true identity. As the smoke cleared, the outfit was automatically equipped. Next was the most important part, the talent awakening. By placing my hand on the crystal ball, the rank of my talent would be revealed. My biggest hope was to awaken at Tier 5, so I could at least provide for my sister and myself. However, the moment I touched it, the crystal ball emitted an unprecedented golden glow, until the light grew so bright that it swallowed the entire space. When the glow vanished, the guiding elf fell silent. Come on, say something. What's the result? It wasn't that the elf was intentionally slowing down her speech, but because she couldn't believe it either. Congratulations, you've awakened the 3S rank talent skill, summoning. I burst into tears. Only 3S rank. When I finally snapped out of it, I was stunned. And they can even be admitted to Qingbei Martial Arts School without an exam. With a 3S rank talent, isn't this like a salted fish leaping over the dragon gate? The sky is the limit. However, what's even more insane is the effect of the summoning skill. It can actually create a copy after killing a monster. At the current talent level 1, I can summon 10 copies, and the number of summons will expand infinitely. Building a monster army will be a piece of cake for me. If every one of my summons is boss level, then that would be a truly terrifying existence. I kept telling myself to stay calm. I hurriedly opened my attribute panel. As it turned out, the overall evaluation was just novice rookie. Fortunately, my attribute points are at a normal person's level. My overall rating is novice rookie. Luckily, my stats are at a normal human level, though my mental strength is slightly higher. Could it be because I'm a transmigrator? The guide spirit wished me luck and gradually faded away. That's when I truly entered the first floor of the demon realm. There were hundreds or even thousands of newcomers arriving on the same day. The instructors from the Demon Realm Management Bureau were responsible for explaining the basics of the realm. Some awakened S-rank talents and immediately became the center of attention. Others awakened the trashiest D-rank talents, kneeling on the ground and cursing the unfairness of fate. With a loud shout from the instructor, everyone began to line up in an orderly fashion. Listen up, everyone. The Demon Realm is not a virtual game. If you die here, you're really dead. Of course, this isn't some lawless wasteland, but scammers and criminals are everywhere, so don't trust anyone too easily. Where you are now is called the altar. This is the only place where you can teleport back to the real world. Then, it was my turn. First, register your talent rank, then go choose your weapon and class. Since people in the demon realm are treacherous, I put on a mask and lied, claiming I had the trashiest D-rank talent. The players lining up behind me immediately looked at me with contempt, muttering, "Look, another lowlife." In the end, I chose a hardwood longbow as my starting weapon. The instructor gave me a stern warning, telling me that only the cautious survive long in the demon realm. Once all the newcomers had collected their gear and left, the two instructors spoke with disappointment. Each batch is worse than the last. There are only 3 people with A-rank talent or higher. The other new players couldn't wait to rush off the altar, foolishly planning to go on a killing spree. Meanwhile, I stayed at the training grounds to practice my archery. I had already planned out how to exploit the system to capture my first summon, Beige. But after firing dozens of arrows, I missed almost every single one. I need to raise my archery proficiency first, otherwise I won't even be able to pull off the trick with Beige. After all, there won't be any room for trial and error in a real fight. After tens of thousands of shots, my archery improved significantly. My final arrow flew straight into the bullseye. A notification popped up. Archery mastery has reached level 4, with accuracy at 80%. I know that even with an unprecedented talent, I have to work harder than the most mediocre person. That is the true path of a genius. That should be enough. Time to head out. First, I need to fill all 10 of my summon slots. The beginner's guide to the demon realm mentions that there are 3 types of monsters on the first floor. The violent rabbit is fast, but its defense is weak. Lava turtles have high defense and health, but they are slow. As for the first floor's boss, the shadow wolf, it's not only fast and powerful, but it also has a skill called Shadow Tear. After 5 consecutive hits on a target, it triggers a bleeding effect. However, the lava turtle that spawned at the forest entrance scared the new players half to death. Just as the lava turtle was about to trample the newbies, a flying arrow interrupted its fun. I shouted, hey, you lava turtle, why don't you play with me instead?" I instantly maxed out the lava turtle's aggro. The next second, I turned around and ran for my life toward the altar, because the stone pillars there can attack any monsters that get close. So, I decided to use a bug in the altar's barrier magic to capture my first summon. Just as I expected, the lightning strike didn't kill the lava turtle instantly, but left it with very low health. I finished it off with a double shot from my bow. Unexpectedly, after the lava turtle vanished, it dropped a low-grade spirit demon soul orb. This way, I not only got loot, but also met the condition for a personal kill. Attribute values will increase. Mid-grade increases them by 0.1 points. High-grade by 1 point. And low-grade by 0.01 points. And this low-grade spirit demon soul orb actually, it can only increase the spirit attribute by 0.01 points. But it costs $1,000. Right now, the most important thing is, I need to make sure my summoning technique works properly. As I clicked the summon button, the lava turtle that just died miraculously came back to life. I could feel a new connection forming between us. Is this my summoned beast? Even though it's a magic beast, it'll be completely loyal to me. And for some reason, I feel strangely close to this guy. Meanwhile, the screams of new players echoed through the forest. A violent rabbit faced 3 new players, but it wasn't afraid at all. Unfortunately, behind the 3 new players, a lava turtle happened to be passing by. Caught in a pincer attack, they were doomed. But then, the lava turtle suddenly stopped upon hearing a command. Seeing the player named Rakshasa on the turtle's back, the 3 of them were instantly filled with envy. But they forgot about the crisis right in front of them. The violent rabbit dashed behind them at incredible speed, striking again and punching one man's face into a pulp. The other 2 pulled out their weapons, ready to fight for their lives. Then, the half-health violent rabbit retreated 10 meters, and immediately let out a fierce roar. This meant the violent rabbit had entered berserk mode. Of course, the odds were high for a 3-on-1 fight. But because of that roar, this violent rabbit actually summoned 2 of its own kind. The tables turned, and the 3 of them were mentally defeated before their bodies even gave out. Not far away, I was taking a peaceful stroll, when I suddenly smelled the scent of a new summon. Meanwhile, the 3 newcomers were fighting for their lives, sprinting toward the altar. The speed born from their sheer terror was actually faster than the violent rabbits. Just as I was wondering what was happening, I looked back. There wasn't just 1 fierce violent rabbit, but 3. I was scared out of my wits. Because the lava turtle was too slow, it was quickly swarmed by the violent rabbits. The lava turtle quickly used tail attack, and a sudden swing of its tail hammer triggered a critical hit. The damage it dealt was actually 10 times that of my arrows. It seems choosing the lava turtle as my first summon was a very wise decision. But because of that, the lava turtle pulled all the aggro from the 3 violent rabbits. Damn, I need to find a way to distract them, otherwise, no matter how much HP the lava turtle has, it'll be worn down by the attack stun. Eventually, the lava turtle was worn down to half health, triggering its berserk state. A sudden swing of its tail increased its damage by 50%. This created an opening for me to barely finish off one of the violent rabbits. Then, the second violent rabbit was knocked into the air, and I fired 3 rapid arrows into its vitals to finish it off. However, the third violent rabbit. It punched the lava turtle right in the head, dealing massive critical damage. A strong killing intent suddenly flashed in my eyes. How dare you touch my first summon? I'll make you pay? I fired 3 arrows at once, landing a critical hit, but I couldn't kill it in one blow. At the critical moment, the low HP lava turtle suddenly hit level 2, doubling its health and fully restoring its status. Then, with a powerful tail strike, the violent rabbit was killed instantly. Of course, kills made by my summons are counted as my own. The 3 rabbits dropped 3 spirit magic soul orbs. A pop-up appeared, asking if I wanted to summon 3 violent rabbit clones. I shouted with a flourish, "Rise," and summoned the 3 clones. Their stats were exactly the same as when they were alive. Now, 4 of my 10 summon slots are filled. Maybe taking on the first floor boss won't be a problem after all. The next day, all new players on the first floor received an urgent notice to gather at the altar. To help the newcomers face the first floor boss, the homeroom teacher invited a powerful female expert from the 5th floor. She had a graceful, pure figure. Her perfect, voluptuous curves were intoxicating. Her eyes shone like emeralds, brilliant and solemn. The crowd below began to whisper. She's Senior Liu, who was sent to Qingdao Martial Arts School after awakening an S-rank talent last year. Liu Yueying warned the newcomers. The Shadow Wolf might only be a first-floor boss, but it's not to be underestimated. Now, everyone join the party I've created. If you act on your own, you'll be responsible for the consequences. I opened Liu Yueying's character attributes. Skills. The key information was hidden. Comprehensive evaluation, skilled swordsman. I was curious. ID. Country C247-5101. HP Vitality. I wondered who was stronger, this woman or my summons. Actually, what I cared about most was whether I could use this opportunity to recruit the Shadow Wolf into my summoning team. Under Liu Yueying's lead, we began clearing the first floor of the Demon Realm. My classmates were as relaxed as if they were on a picnic. Because as long as a monster dared to appear, Liu Yueying could insta-kill them all by herself using her S-rank talent. Stop dazing off and keep moving. The strength Liu Yueying displayed clearly ruined my plans. Trying to steal the boss from under her nose would be impossible unless something unexpected happened. Eventually, we reached the Shadow Wolf's territory and immediately heard a long, drawn-out roar. This meant the first-floor boss of the Demon Realm was about to spawn. Liu Yueying warned everyone to retreat immediately, as the boss's spawn point was right ahead. Suddenly, a sharp claw stepped out from the void. A chilling killing intent emanated from the portal. The boss, Shadow Wolf, had an expression of endless majesty in its eyes. A spreading mist followed, blocking everyone's vision. But Liu Yueying remained incredibly calm within the mist. The Shadow Wolf has a speed boost in the mist. It is almost impossible for new players to track its movements. Fear of the unknown is often what kills people most easily. Once the Shadow Wolf entered a blind spot and lunged viciously at Liu Yueying, her combat skills truly shone. After quickly closing the distance to dodge the boss's bite, Liu Yueying immediately swung her longsword. The outcome of a battle is often decided in an instant. The rapier in her hand was as smooth as a blade waltz. And the skill that instantly killed the Shadow Wolf was Liu Yueying's S-rank talent skill, Light Slash. The new players in the front row were treated to quite a show. I silently opened the description for the talent skill, Light Slash. Level 4 Light Slash deals 20 consecutive slashes to the target. S-rank Light Slash deals 3 consecutive slashes to the target. After the Shadow Wolf's corpse vanished into smoke, the large number of magic soul orbs dropped from the kill were naturally claimed by Liu Yueying. Since the other new players were part of the team and helped kill the Shadow Wolf, they received the key to the second layer of the Demon Realm. Afterward, Liu Yueying immediately opened the team channel to let her teammates waiting on the 5th floor know she was safe, just as she was preparing to return to the 5th floor of the Demon Realm to farm the boss. The teleportation array where the Shadow Wolf spawned suddenly reappeared behind her. The aura coming from it was several times colder than before. This is a sign that a boss is spawning. It hasn't even been an hour yet. In the blink of an eye, the murderous intent became incredibly dense. Liu Yueying already knew what was happening. As expected, an elite boss had spawned. This elite Shadow Wolf was 5 times stronger than a normal one. She shouted for all the students to flee immediately. "You'll only be a burden to me if you stay here." As I prepared to run, I looked back. Can this senior really handle this alone? In truth, Lu Yueying wasn't sure either. But she was the only one there capable of fighting the Shadow Wolf. She just wanted to buy time for the freshman to escape first. The Shadow Wolf's attack patterns were almost identical, but its stats were several times higher. When Lu Yueying used Light Slash, the damage was half of what it had been against the normal boss. Just how high is this elite boss's defense? Once the elite Shadow Wolf landed, it quickly turned, launching a 5-hit Shadow Rip combo. Lu Yueying wasn't fast enough, and she was hit with the troublesome bleed effect. If the bleeding isn't stopped, it will drain 1% of her HP every 10 seconds. But as I was running away, I felt like I could take a gamble. Elite bosses are so rare. If I could tame it, I might be able to breeze through the second floor of the demon cave. After some maneuvering, Lu Yueying's stamina hit its limit. But the Shadow Wolf had only lost half its health. Just as Lu Yueying dodged the next clash and seized the moment to release Heart of Light, a stinging pain in her body left her unable to stand steady. A pop-up suddenly warned that the bleeding was too severe for her to activate the skill. Dying in the demon cave means actually dying. In Lu Yueying's dull, lifeless eyes, she could only see her own inevitable death. Until the second strike, Shadow Tear, slammed into her. She lost the ability to resist and could only watch helplessly as the Shadow Wolf's jaws closed in. Was this really the end for Lu Yueying, the future heir of the Lu family? Suddenly, 3 arrows whistled through the air, interrupting the Shadow Wolf's attack. That was me. Through my efforts to provoke it, I finally managed to draw the boss's aggro. Isn't this guy the rookie with the ID Rakshasa? An archer actually daring to draw aggro? He's insane. You idiot, you're going to get yourself killed. I knew my life was on the line. But high risk brings high reward. I had to lure the Shadow Wolf to an open area. That way, it would be more advantageous for my summoned beast. Then, just as the elite Shadow Wolf's bite was about to land, I instantly activated my summoning spell. 3 violent rabbits and a lava turtle appeared in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Lu Yueying was exhausted from excessive blood loss. She quickly stopped the bleeding, hoping that backup wouldn't arrive too late. Then, a spell echoed. A staff emitted a surge of life energy. A green healing spell enveloped Lu Yueying's entire body. Little princess, are you recovered? The teammates from the 5th floor of the demon realm followed closely behind. The little princess was just faster than us. We're all here, Dragon King scolded. Yueying, you're absolutely crazy. There's no way you could take on an elite monster by yourself. Gu Shun asked curiously. By the way, where's the elite boss? Lu Yueying was shocked upon hearing this. The elite boss was lured away by a newbie. We have to go support him immediately. The team members' hearts sank. Perhaps by the time they arrived, they'd only be collecting a corpse. But I didn't give up. I used the tankiest lava turtle to soak up the damage, while the other violent rabbits acted as a diversion, attacking the boss from 3 different directions. This limited its movement and prevented it from using its speed advantage. Then, I had the slow lava turtle use tailbone attack as the main offensive. After this combo landed perfectly, the damage was comparable to Lu Yueying's Light Slash. But I still underestimated the elite Shadow Wolf's defense. Unexpectedly, the Shadow Wolf suddenly counterattacked. It used the skill Shadow Tear. All 4 of my summons were hit without exception. I, providing cover fire from the back, panicked. This damage is way too high. Then, one of the violent rabbits suddenly leveled up to level 2. Not only was its status fully restored, but it also turned the tide of the battle. Following the previous tactic, I had the lava turtle tank the damage while the violent rabbit attacked relentlessly. After a series of attacks, 2 of the level 1 violent rabbits couldn't withstand the damage and both died. I panicked. If I didn't kill it soon, I'd probably be splattered with blood myself. But the level 2 violent rabbit used its speed to distract the elite boss. Just then, the lava turtle's tailbone launched a final heavy blow, luckily slamming right into the Shadow Wolf's fragile spine. Finally, the elite Shadow Wolf was worn down and killed. Fortunately, the 2 surviving summons still had a sliver of health left. Of course, the materials dropped by an elite monster were quite generous. 4 high-grade magic soul orbs, a C-rank crescent necklace that adds 0.5 to mental strength, and a C-rank wolf bone blade, which I'll sell later to pay for my sister's treatment. I gently patted the violent rabbit that turned the tide. No pain, no gain. Rise, my elite Shadow Wolf. But this time, the summoning circle emitted an unprecedented glow. I opened the attribute panel to take a look. With these insane stats, it's absolutely invincible in the first layer of the demon realm. But it's getting late, so it's time to head back to reality. After all, I have early morning reading tomorrow. Shortly after, Lu Yueying and her team arrived at the site of my battle. The traces of the fight were very obvious. Dragon King searched the area 4 times, but couldn't find any ID named Rakshasa. Lu Yueying was filled with guilt. Tomorrow, I'll go to the school to find teacher Lu Wei. Rakshasa must be one of his students. If he really met with an accident, I'll take full responsibility. After returning to reality, I started counting the gains from my first trip to the demon realm. I had 61 low-grade demon soul spheres and 25 mid-grade ones. I'll sell the other things I don't need on the auction site for some cash. I'll try using a strength demon soul sphere first. According to the guide, attributes increased by demon soul spheres also manifest in reality. It looks like I'll have to test my strength at the school gym tomorrow. The next day, I was woken up by the smell of food. My sister's complexion was getting worse. I knew I had to quickly raise enough money for the artificial kidney rental. When I checked the auction site again, all the demon soul spheres from last night were snapped up. After transaction fees, I cleared 198,000. I'll farm some more demon soul spheres the next time I go to the demon realm. That should be enough for my sister's rental fees. However, when my sister brought in breakfast, seeing that I had returned late last night, she thought my awakened talent might not be ideal, so she tried to comfort me. Brother, I can find a way to pay for the artificial kidney rental. Please don't go back to the demon realm, it's too dangerous. I was completely confused. The rental for an artificial kidney costs hundreds of thousands. How could this little girl get that kind of money? Seeing that she wouldn't say, I said goodbye. You're young, just focus on your studies. I'll find a way to handle the rental fees. When I returned to school, the classroom was buzzing with excitement because of last night's awakening. As soon as I entered, I heard G.C. complaining to Zhang Ze. Bro, I awakened the trashiest D rank. I'm destined to be an ordinary person for the rest of my life. What talent did you awaken? Zhang Ze shyly scratched his head. I awakened a B rank talent. G.C. immediately exploded. Damn it, we agreed to be losers together. But you became a genius. Just then, a senior student walked into the class with the homeroom teacher. Judging by her curves, I immediately recognized her as Lu Yueying. The students started teasing. Senior Lu is even prettier in person than she is in the demon realm. It turns out Lu Yueying came here to find the person who saved her life last night. Hearing this, I decided to stay quiet. After all, exposing my demon realm identity in reality with my 3S-rank talent would only bring trouble. In the end, Lu Yueying left in disappointment. But she knew that Luosha wasn't dead, because not a single student in the class was missing. The chubby guy sitting next to me spoke up. I know who that person is. I was startled. I was wrapped up tight. How the hell did you recognize me? It turns out the chubby guy had only seen the Savior's demon realm ID. Everyone was running away at the time, except for one person with the ID Luosha, who ran back. Sweating profusely, I said, maybe they were just panicking and ran in the wrong direction. The chubby guy blushed. Anyway, I've got a date with 2 girls to hunt monsters in the demon realm tonight. Want to join? Hearing that I was going to work again, the chubby guy asked sympathetically, does your sister need money again? If you can't figure it out, find me in the demon realm. My ID is Handsome Fatty. As the bell rang, I went to the school's martial arts hall to test my strength, and also to work as a cleaner. I immediately heard the suck-ups in the hall flattering someone. Brother How, your punching power has actually reached 507 pounds. That's 7 pounds higher than the Qing University admission line. And you even awakened an A-rank talent last night. Zheng Hao sighed humbly. There are plenty of experts far better than me. Goddess Yueying is the true elite. I'd be happy if I were even half as good as her. However, I looked at the punch force counter. 507 gene. He really is impressive. Then, I threw a punch with my right fist. The counter actually stopped at 497 gene. I used to max out at 390 gene. Using the Demon Soul Orb last night only increased my strength attribute by 1 point. Could it really increase this much in reality? Just then, I received a text from my sister. Brother, I'm going to a classmate's house to study tonight. You'll have to make your own dinner. I could tell immediately that she was lying. What is this girl hiding from me? Whatever, gathering the rent is more important. Once I entered the first floor of the demon realm again, the first thing I did was open the summoning panel to admire the 10 slots of the level 1 summoning skill. There were 7 left. For safety, I decided to fill all 10 slots before heading to the second floor. So, I found a secluded spot to activate the summoning skill. Come forth, my little babies. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of immense wealth the elite Shadow Wolves would bring me on the first floor of the demon realm. Others had worn down a rare elite boss to half health, only for this archer to swoop in and steal the kill. All because he possesses an SSS-Rank summoning skill. I can resurrect any boss I kill in a 1-to-1 ratio. Even though my summoning art only works on magic beasts, At least they aren't as deceitful as humans. To raise the astronomical cost for my sister's artificial kidney, I listed all the demon soul spheres I earned from the first floor on the auction site. The next day, after fees, I had 198,000 left. So, I entered the demon realm once more, ready to make a killing. I found a secluded spot to activate my summoning art. The elite boss Shadow Wolf I snatched earlier made its appearance. Its attack power is over 300. My next task was to fill the 7 empty slots in my summoning list. Before heading to the second floor of the demon realm, I already had a plan for those empty slots. Suddenly, a lava turtle scurried out. With 1,500 defense, the Shadow Wolf wasn't intimidated at all. It used Shadow Tear for a 5-hit combo, but the target was dead by the third strike. Only an hour passed, and I had already used 7 lava turtles and 2 violent rabbits to get my summon army ready for action. Just as I was preparing to head to the second floor, I spotted a player with the ID Handsome Fatty fleeing frantically with 2 girls. I remembered that my deskmate Wang Yang's ID was Handsome Fatty. So, Wang Yang was in the demon realm showing off his wealth to some girls. That's how he ended up being targeted by criminals in the demon realm. These criminals often use virtual identities to kidnap children of the wealthy and demand astronomical ransoms from their families. To impress the girls, Wang Yang bragged about his luxury home and cars, which accidentally played right into the criminals' hands. The enemy used their talent skill, Muddy Swamp, which completely immobilized Wang Yang. With a sharp iron axe pressed against his throat, he was too terrified to fight back. But Wang Yang was stubborn and refused to give up his family's phone number. "Kid, everyone is stubborn at first," the criminal sneered, but after losing a hand, they usually become quite cooperative. Taking them by surprise, I fired a fast-flying arrow that struck the enemy's wrist with precision. The criminal began cursing in a rage. I immediately revealed my ID, Luo Sha, and shouted, "You heartless scum, come and fight me if you have the guts." The criminals maxed out their agility and chased after me desperately. I secretly sighed in relief that Wang Yang was still trapped in the swamp and couldn't move. As long as I could lure these pieces of trash to the canyon ahead, none of them would be able to escape. Since the only exit was right behind me, the criminals looked cunning. "Kid, just wait and see how I squeeze your family dry," I asked in confusion. "Does anyone on the outside know if people are killed in the demon realm?" The criminal laughed and said, "I'm a seasoned pro. As long as there's no one around, word won't get out." "That's good, thanks." After saying that, I pressed my hand on the ground. "Come on out, babies. It's time to welcome our guests." 10 summoning circles tightly surrounded the criminals. Instantly, 7 lava turtles and 2 violent rabbits appeared. The criminals thought they had stumbled upon a mob spawn point. Little did they know, their lives were now in my hands. But in the next second, a black mist surged, instantly blinding the criminals. A pair of eyes in the mist stared intensely, filled with murderous intent. An elite-level boss, the Shadow Wolf, made its entrance. "How is this possible? How could an elite-level boss spawn here?" I said sternly. "It's time for you to face judgment. After all, you said no one would know if someone died here." The criminals were terrified and began to flee like startled birds. They could smell death closing in. At this moment, the Shadow Wolf was like a demon descended to earth. With its fangs and claws capable of shredding anything, it would deliver a brutal judgment to these habitual kidnappers and extortionists. Whenever a player tried to escape the circle, they were knocked back by a wall of lava turtles. The violent rabbits acted as guards, blocking their last hope of escape. They brought this on themselves. As for the soul orbs and equipment you'll drop, I'll be more than happy to take them all. As it turned out, there was a rare berserk charm among the loot. It can put a summoned beast into a berserk state for 100 seconds. Not bad. This might come in handy at a critical moment. Just as I was heading toward the portal to the second floor of the demon cave, I was stopped by my desk mate, Wang Yang. "Hero Rakshasa, I knew you were still alive. You saw an injustice and stepped in to help. Can I give you $1 million to show my gratitude?" I thought to myself, what the hell? Since when was Fatty Wong this rich? If transferring money wouldn't expose my identity, I'd definitely try to negotiate with him. Forget it, maybe we'll meet again. Stop showing off your wealth. At that moment, Wang Yang swore that Rakshasa would be his idol from now on. Shortly after, I teleported to the altar on the second floor of the demon realm. I didn't expect it to be a crypt. And here, power leveling for B-rank awakeners starts at 100,000. Forget it, I'll just rely on my summoned beasts to clear this. According to the Demon Realm Guide, the first floor of the Demon Realm has 3 types of monsters. The first is the Vampire Bat. Its attack isn't high, but it has a lifesteal effect. The second is the Poison Spider. The webs it spits can restrict a player's movement. However, the The boss, the heaven-swallowing frog, is not only massive and tough, but its vibration skill can also stun all players in range. It seems this second floor of the demon realm is much stronger than the first. The next second, I immediately experienced the power of those webs. If I didn't have a bit more mental strength than others. Otherwise, I might have died a miserable death today. To be safe, I used my summoning spell. I summoned 2 violent rabbits to test the waters first. But the moment the web trapped the rabbits, the poison spider immediately followed up with a venom attack. The poison debuff wasn't a one-time hit, but a continuous drain on health. The violent rabbits simply couldn't handle it. So I ordered my other summons to attack at once. That's how I finally took down the poison spider. I thought trading 2 level 2 violent rabbits for 1 poison spider was a total loss. But when I summoned the poison spider, I discovered that its basic attributes were higher than those of a violent rabbit and lava turtle combined. I had only killed 2 poison spiders so far. I thought there were few monsters on this floor, but then 2 blood-sucking bats suddenly leaped out. Luckily, I was fast enough with my summoning to bring out my shadow wolf and lava turtle right in front of me. It turns out the monsters here aren't scarce, they were just all hiding. Then, a chaotic brawl broke out between the beasts. During the fight, I noticed that when a blood-sucking bat was nearly defeated, it could fully heal itself with just 1 bite. It looked like I'd have to focus fire on one at a time to take them down. When I summoned the poison spider to join the fray, I discovered a new combat tactic. The poison spider's poison debuff was the perfect way to counter the bat's lifesteal. Finally, my poison spider teamed up with the shadow wolf and lava turtle to kill both vampire bats in front of me. However, after that series of battles, I had to sacrifice several small monsters. I need to save my powerful monsters for the boss. Rise, vampire bats. A second later, 2 vampire bats emerged from the summoning circle with the same attributes they had in life. Now, I have the resources needed to take down the second floor boss, the sky-swallowing frog. But when I reached the boss's spawn point, I found it packed with people. Since when did the boss become their property? Doesn't the Demon Realm Bureau do anything about this? I saw a group of people holding a wooden sign, guarding the entrance to the boss room. Everyone shut the hell up. The sky-swallowing frog has been reserved for our boss. Hand over 10 demon soul orbs. If you want to go in and team up with him. I started calculating my next move. If I sneak in and steal the boss, then summon it myself. It would be a case of thieves robbing thieves. No one would care. The Lord-level boss that an A-rank genius barely crippled with 100 punches was killed by a rookie archer with a single well-timed arrow. More importantly, the hundreds of demon soul orbs dropped by the boss can only be picked up by the killer. While I made a fortune from this, it drew the wrath of the A-rank genius, the money-making superhuman. Unexpectedly, the Lord-level boss, the heaven-swallowing frog, miraculously came back to life the next second. It turns out I awakened a 3S level summoning skill. As long as I kill a magic beast, I can summon a perfect 1-to-1 replica. So, just as I was preparing to solo the boss with my monster army, I found that the entrance to the boss room had been blocked. This was because money-grabbing Superman had set some unfair terms. Anyone wanting to clear the second-floor Demon Realm boss had to hand over 10 demon soul orbs to him. Being the scheming person I am, I decided to take a risk for a bigger reward. First, I lied and said I had 10 gold bars at home. Then, I made him a deal. If he helped me clear the floor and get the key to the 3rd level of the Demon Realm, I'd give him those 10 gold bars after logging off. This way, I didn't even have to hand over any demon soul orbs and was led straight into the boss room. Inside, there sat a man as massive as a mountain. Money-grabbing Superman's eyes were filled with a violent aura. However, the Demon Realm's evaluation of him was skilled fighter. I remembered that Liu Yueying's evaluation was skilled swordsman. Players with this skilled prefix likely had enough strength to reach the 5th floor of the Demon Realm. But once I stepped into the boss spawn area, I was completely shocked. The Demon Realm guide mentioned that the heaven-swallowing frog was huge, but I never expected it to be as tall as a building. Money-grabbing Superman took off his shirt, revealing his ripped muscles. I'm pulling the mob, stay back. In an instant, money-making Superman activated his A-rank talent skill, Flame Punch. This skill can land 10 punches in a single second. With a 50% chance of a critical hit, this move stripped the sky-swallowing frog of a third of its health. The sky-swallowing frog spat out a massive fireball. But it was hard to hit because the wind-up was too long. Soon, the 1-minute cooldown ended, and money-making Superman unleashed Flame Punch once again. I knew there was no point in waiting for the sky-swallowing frog to be low on health. So I waited for money-making Superman's talent skill to end. Once the frog's health dropped to a third, I was confident I could kill it. I immediately got into position. To successfully draw aggro, I had to hit the sky-swallowing frog's vital point. With a sudden release of my arrow, I immediately blinded the frog's eye. This caused the sky-swallowing frog to instantly trigger its vibration skill, blasting money-making Superman away. A thug nearby shouted, "Quick, stop him. Otherwise, if the boss is killed, he'll get all the loot." But facing the sky-swallowing frog with a third of its health left, money-making Superman remained unusually calm. This kid is just a rookie. I want to see how he plans to steal this boss. Of course, I had a trump card, but first, I needed to lure the boss a bit further away. The thug sneered. A rookie archer soloing a boss. He's just asking for death. Blame his own greed. The next moment, I activated my SSS-Rank summoning skill. I summoned vampire bats, lava turtles, and poison spiders. With this, I actually had a chance to take the boss for myself. The thugs were completely shocked. The others were stunned. How could monsters from a demon cave appear here? Quantian Superman's eyes widened in rage. Summoning? I've never seen a talent skill like this before. Under the fierce assault of the bats and spiders, the sky-swallowing frog entered a weakened state. I didn't even need to summon the Shadow Wolf. With just 3 arrows, I landed the final blow. A notification popped up. Lord-level boss Sky-Swallowing Frog has been defeated. But the real prize was what the frog dropped. Hundreds of demon soul orbs. For an ordinary person, this would be a massive fortune. But just as I finished picking up all the orbs, Quantian Superman and his lackeys surrounded me. "Kid, hand over all the loot. Otherwise, you're not leaving this cave alive." I wasn't afraid at all. After all, I still had 3 trump cards up my sleeve. Just as Quantian Superman was about to kill me and take the loot, a disciplinary officer with the ID, Tianwang Huihui, stepped forward from the crowd. I knew very well that disciplinary officers from the Magic Realm Bureau work undercover. Their rank might be low, but they hold a lot of power. Lao San warned money-making Superman that if the inspector reported them, they'd all be finished, so it would be better to just silence them. At money-making Superman's command, all the thugs in the boss room surrounded me and Tianwang Huihui. Tianwang Huihui pulled out a magic staff. "Don't worry, brother Rakshasa, I'll protect you. You're incredibly talented with a bright future, and I can even introduce you to my boss." Then, Tianwang Huihui cast an ice spell. Frost Beam not only dealt massive magic damage, but also froze them in place for 10 seconds. Money-making Superman, who also possessed an A-rank talent, knew that such abilities usually had a 60-second cooldown. On his order, Lao San suddenly whipped out his drum hammer. But despite being a mage, Tianwang Huihui displayed the reflexes of a warrior. He followed up with a powerful kick, shockingly knocking the weapon right out of Lao San's hand. "You really think I'm just some 4-eyed nerd? I'm a graduate of Tongchuan Martial Arts University." Hearing that more inspectors were on their way, money-making Superman decided to step in himself. Meanwhile, although Lao San had lost his weapon, he still had his talent skill, which happened to be a rare support ability. A golden light enveloped money-making Superman, filling him with confidence. As he faced Tianwang Huihui's frost beam, money-grabbing Superman didn't even dodge, letting the beam hit him directly. It turns out the third brother's B-rank talent is magic resistance, which ignores 100% of magic damage for 10 seconds. Just as the flame punch was about to land, Tianwang Huihui told me to run. Money-grabbing Superman sneered, "Run? None of you are getting away." The moment the flame punch was launched, a lava turtle from the first floor of the demon realm suddenly appeared, using its body to block the attack even at the cost of its life. Then, a poison spider hidden on the turtle's back quietly cast web bind on money-grabbing Superman. I took a step forward and said, "Inspector, I'll leave the rest to them." I activated my summoning spell with both hands, shouting, "Come forth, my 2 trump cards." The elite boss Shadow Wolf, and the recently deceased boss, the Heaven-Swallowing Frog. This rookie just took out a single talisman, yet it made the A-rank genius tremble with fear. That's because this Berserk talisman can double the user's combat power. But instead of using it myself, I placed the talisman on my summoned beast. To kill the A-rank awakened, money-grabbing Superman, I had no choice but to reveal my 2 trump cards. First, I summoned the elite boss from the first floor of the demon realm, the Shadow Wolf. Then, I used my summoning spell again to resurrect the fallen Lord-level boss, the Heaven-Swallowing Frog. Everyone thought I could only summon small mobs. But they didn't expect my awakened talent to be this broken. Money-grabbing Superman frowned, realizing there was no way out. He gritted his teeth and decided to take on both bosses alone. With a command from me, the Sky-Swallowing Frog and the Shadow Wolf attacked at once. Using his fighting skills, money-grabbing Superman perfectly dodged the Shadow Wolf's shredding attack. He then unleashed an A-rank talent skill on the Sky-Swallowing Frog, landing 10 punches in a single second, and wiping out a third of its health. Money-grabbing Superman used a familiar tactic, utilizing his agile movement to dodge the sky-swallowing frog's great fireball, which had a long wind-up. Then, he waited for his blazing punch talent skill to finish cooling down. Once again, he landed 10 punches in a second, knocking the frog's health down by another third. For money-grabbing Superman, it was simply like killing the sky-swallowing frog all over again. I sighed to myself, realizing this guy really is a monster. Old Third sneered. Kid, it doesn't matter if you summon them 100 more times. My boss has killed the sky-swallowing frog more times than I can count. So I decided to use my final trump card and pulled a talisman from my robe. The Demon Realm's disciplinary committee suddenly felt a chill. I threw the berserk talisman at the Shadow Wolf and shouted, "Time for a massacre. These people are way too noisy." Once the berserk talisman merged into the Shadow Wolf's body, a surge of crimson energy erupted from within it, and its crimson pupils looked as if they wanted to tear everything apart. Every single hair on the Shadow Wolf's body seemed to announce that this was its home turf. Moneymaker Superman had spent his whole life scamming people, but he had never felt such despair. The brothers who scammed alongside him also smelled death. The ferocious Shadow Wolf stared at him, drooling. Trembling with fear, Moneymaker Superman turned and bolted. But in the next second, his pupils shrank in terror. Because at my command, the Shadow Wolf instantly leaped to his side, and those void-tearing claws stopped right before his eyes. At this moment, the Shadow Wolf's skill, Shadow Tear, was actually twice as strong as before. Where it could previously only perform 5 consecutive slashes, it now completed 10 hits in the blink of an eye. Not only that, the damage of each slash was also doubled. As long as a player's health hit the execution threshold, the Shadow Wolf could one-shot them. Moneymaker Superman's eyes were full of disbelief before his end. You see, dying in the Demon Realm means you actually die in the real world. A pop-up notification appeared, stating that Moneymaker Superman had been defeated. The other underlings who were barely clinging to life were eventually judged by the Shadow Wolf's fangs. It seems they'll all become food for the Shadow Wolf. After the crisis was resolved, the Discipline Inspection Commission wasn't happy. This person with the ID Rakshasa has a truly terrifying innate skill. A time bomb like this must be kept under state control. Just then, a group of people arrived at the boss entrance. It turned out to be reinforcements from the Demon Realm Bureau. Meanwhile, I was only thinking about the money. I stared intently at the gear dropped by money-grabbing Superman and his crew. These spoils are worth at least $1 million. Then, a talisman among the loot caught my attention. What is this invitation for? A pop-up appeared, Death Realm Invitation. It's a one-time pass to enter the Death Realm. But I searched the Demon Realm guide and found no mention of the Death Realm anywhere. Whatever, I'll just absorb all these high-grade demon soul spheres first. I instantly gained a boost of +2 to speed and +1 to strength. Then, the hastily arriving Tian Wang Hui Hui. To my surprise, Tian Wang Hui Hui hurried over and extended an invitation. "Brother Luosha, would you be interested in serving our country?" I politely declined, saying I have no such plans at the moment. After a moment of thought, Tian Wang Hui Hui wrote down his real-life phone number. "If you ever change your mind, give me a call anytime." After I accepted the number, the portal to the 3rd level of the realm opened up. Suddenly, Tian Wang Hui Hui interrupted my departure. "Brother Luosha, no matter how strong you become in the future, I hope you remember that the blood of Daxia flows through your veins. Never do anything that betrays our country and people." I waved my hand. Rest assured, I am extremely proud to be born in Daxia. With that, I walked towards the teleportation array leading to the 3rd level. The altar here is actually located inside a primeval forest. Starting from this level, the number of players has noticeably decreased. The realm guidebooks are also much less detailed now. They only note that a large number of goblins live on the 3rd level, including sword and shield goblins and stone-throwing goblins. Yet there is no record of the boss whatsoever. It seems the 3rd level onwards features humanoid monsters instead of mere beasts and insects. Checking the time, 8 hours have passed since my second entry into the realm. It is about time to head back. When I returned to reality, I found the house pitch dark. "Zhang Feng, are you asleep?" I opened my sister's bedroom door to check, only to find the room completely empty. She said she was going to Zhang Ponpon's place to study. Why is she still not back? When I checked my phone, I was stunned. 15 missed calls made me feel a sudden sense of dread. I called back, and sure enough, something happened to my sister. "Zhang Ze, you finally answered. Your sister Zhang Feng got into trouble at Yunding nightclub. You need to come fast. To save money." I maxed out my agility and sprinted all the way to the club entrance. The security guard barked, "Kid, poorly dressed guests are not allowed here." I was furious at this moment. To help share the rental cost of the artificial kidney and keep me from working so hard. She lied to me just to come to a place like this to work. Get the hell out of my way. With that, I unleashed the speed and power I gained in the demon realm and violently rushed into the club. Whoever dares to touch my sister Zhang Feng will die a miserable death on the street. Inside the club, a balding old man shouted loudly. Little girl, we asked you to have a drink with young Master Chen. Why won't you listen? Is the money not enough? Is 10,000 not enough for you to accompany him for a drink? With that, a card was thrown at my sister Zhang Feng's feet. You are working here, why pretend to be innocent? Hilarious. Zhang Pampan politely stepped in front of Zhang Feng. Sir, my friend really cannot drink. Why not let me keep Chenhua company instead? Let me keep young Master Chen company instead. The bald man immediately slapped Zhang Pampan flying. Then he pointed at Zhang Feng's face and cursed. I am telling you, if you do not drink with young Master Chen tonight, you are not walking out of this door. At this moment, I stormed into the club in anger. I pushed my way right up to the crowd in a few strides. I dropped a harsh threat saying, touch my sister, and I will make sure you do not even have a whole corpse left. Yet when I walked up to the bald man, I did not make a move. Instead, I bent down and picked up the bank card with $10,000 on the ground. The old man threw down $10,000 to make my sister drink. Yet seeing this, the money-loving brother did not get angry. The old man thought the lower-class person would compromise for money. His face immediately filled with mockery. So he pointed at my sister and cursed, you are working here as a hostess. Why pretend to be pure? It is hilarious. As a result, I threw the card away with force, thinking a single card is enough to buy my sister. You must be dreaming. Just as the golden card was about to slice the old man apart, a dark figure instantly rushed in front of the old man, catching the golden card firmly in his hand. Young Master Chen's action gave the old man some confidence. Get him, all of you, and break this kid's legs for me. Yet at this moment, the club owner stepped forward. The female boss Zhang Ze was as pretty as a flower, yet spoke the wildest words. I was wondering who it was, so it is Boss Wu Tianqing. Give me some face and let today's matter go. Seeing Wu Tianqing barking like a dog, Sister Zhang just smiled faintly. She said Boss Wu is welcome to visit Tianfeng. But if you try to bully people from our city of Tianfeng, then get the hell back to Jiangbei. Wu Tianqing pointed at my sister Zhang Feng and said, I am taking this person with me today. Sister Zhang quickly jumped behind the old man. Unexpectedly, a figure moved even faster than her. Using power from the demon realm, Master Chen blasted Sister Zhang away with a single punch. Master Chen is Jiangbei's only S-rank talent. In the past decade, even Sister Zhang did not dare to offend him. Wu Tianqing instantly wore a smug expression. The bodyguards immediately closed in on my sister Zhang Feng. Suddenly, a figure moving like a blur knocked out the bodyguards in less than half a second. Master Chen looked at the person in front of him with interest. I stepped in to protect my sister and shouted, Who the hell dares to touch my sister? Master Chen asked with sudden interest. Are you also an adventurer from the demon realm? Sister Zhang was even more shocked. Little brother, what is your agility stat? How can you be this fast? Master Chen's agility is as high as 1,000 points, leaving ordinary people far behind. This guy's agility is definitely not low. Little brother, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Chen Feng, a senior high student at Longhu in Jiangbei. What is your name? I am Zhang Ze from Class 3 of Tianfeng City 5th High School. Any advice? Realizing they are from the same year, Chen Feng feels his hands itching and says, Since that is the case, why do not we spar a bit? Zhang Ze takes his sister and prepares to leave, saying, I am afraid you might die if I make a move. A flying wine bottle pisses me off. Are you sure you want to fight me? Chen Feng says with overconfidence. No one is leaving without my permission. Sister Zhang warns me. This Chen Feng has a strength of at least 800 Jin. You must be careful. I say gently. Xiaofeng, wait over there for a moment. Brother will go home after dealing with him. It turns out Chen Feng had already toured all of Jiangbei before starting trouble, and found not a single peer who could fight. But the Zhang Ze in front of him is different, worthy of him going all out with 1,000 kilograms of force. Of course, I am not stupid, knowing how to use the advantage of my speed to try and counter his strength with my agility. As a result, my punch with 800 kilograms of force only pushed Chen Feng back by a single step. What a pity, Zhang Ze. Your punching power is still too weak. What Chen Feng does not know is that these attacks are just feints, all preparing for the real killing blow. After all, I did not even use my full speed just now. You are nothing more than a brute with brute force. Just as Chen Feng wonders just how high my agility really is. A punch with 800 Jin of force has already numbed and crippled Chen Feng's elbow. This completely opened the eyes of the three girls, as my seemingly gentle self turned out to be hiding true strength. You cannot even lift your arm anymore, can you? Chen Feng left with a bitter defeat and spat out some harsh words. In the National Martial Arts exams 3 months from now, I will definitely enter Tsinghua Martial Arts School. By then, I will make you beg for mercy. I could not help but laugh. What a coincidence, we might even become schoolmates. Just come straight to Tsinghua Martial Arts School to find me then. A few short sentences completely wrecked Chen Feng's pride. He had no choice but to slink away from the club. Just as I was about to take my sister home, the boss lady Zhang Ze asked us to stay. Little brother, if you do not mind, come upstairs with me for a chat. Let us speak from the heart. As soon as the siblings reached the second floor, the boss lady brought out an appetizer. This check for 500,000 is a token of my appreciation. You have to know that the rental fee for my sister's artificial kidney is just 50,000 a year. Combined with the spoils from the magic domain earlier, I would not have to worry about the rent for my sister's artificial kidney for the next 2 years. Zhang Ze decided to be completely frank. Little brother Zhang Ze, you saw it today as well. I have bad blood with Wu Tianxing and his Sky Star group. That is why he sent Chen Feng to cause trouble at my place. This money is mainly to thank you for stepping in. I finally understood what was going on. In that case, if Wu Tianxing comes again, Sister Jiang, just call me if you need anything. If there's nothing else, I'll take my sister home. Once we left the club, my sister immediately apologized to me. Brother, I was wrong, but Sister Jiang is nice and pays a high salary. I scolded her, telling her that no matter how high the pay is, she's not allowed to work there. Seeing me angry, my sister actually smiled. Brother, you were so cool when you were fighting today. Cool, just go home and sleep. You still have school tomorrow. Then, as soon as school ended the next day, my desk mate, Wang Yang, rushed toward me in tears. My best friend, I almost didn't make it back to see you. If it weren't for the great Rakshasa saving me, I would have been killed. The great Rakshasa is the idol I'll worship for the rest of my life. What Wang Yang didn't know was that Rakshasa had been right in front of him all along. Just then, a senior named Zheng Hao blocked my path. Student Zhang Ze, are you the one who cleans the martial arts gym after school? Is it you? I then remembered that when I was testing my punching power at the gym, I forgot to reset the machine. Could my strength have made this guy feel threatened? I had no choice but to admit it. Yes, I'm the one who cleans. But Zheng Hao asked excitedly, did you see who was using the power machine back then? I managed to dodge the suspicion. Sorry, I didn't see anyone. Then, I hurriedly left. Looking at my hurriedly leaving figure, Zheng Hao wonders if I am the one who left those test scores at the martial arts hall. He silently thinks that he must never let me succeed. After all, for entering the Qingdao Martial Arts School, the 5th high school only has a single spot. After school, I arrive home and hear an urgent news broadcast on television, saying a fugitive is on the loose in our Tianfeng city. So I remind her, Xiaofeng, I am heading into the magic domain to cultivate. Do not go out lately, as the city is not peaceful. Finally, I return to the 3rd layer of the magic domain. I open the summoned creature list, but I cannot feel happy. Although I now have the elite boss, Shadow Wolf, and the Lord Boss Sky Swallowing Toad, my minor monsters suffered heavy casualties. There are 5 gaps in my team that must be filled today. The guide for the 3rd layer is no longer detailed and does not explain the strengths and weaknesses of the monsters. It is only known that monsters on the 3rd layer are mainly goblins, divided into ranged and melee types. But I still need actual combat to figure out their true strength. Just then, cries for help echo from the woods. A single melee goblin and a ranged goblin are enough to terrify a 3-person team without a fight, because a normal attack from just the melee blade and shield goblin can shatter a warrior shield in a single strike, while the ranged stone-throwing goblin, with fast attack speed and high damage, 3 melee class players, were actually being chased around by a single sword and shield goblin. Clearly boss monsters from the 1st or 2nd demonic realm. They were summoned up to the 3rd floor instead. That is because I possess an SSS grade summoning skill. As long as I kill a monster, I can create a 1-to-1 perfect summons. In order to capture a new goblin summon, I summoned 2 boss monsters to help me fight. However, as the demonic realm floors get higher and higher, the spawn monsters are not only gradually looking more human, they are even developing intelligence. It turns out I had just witnessed this exact scene by accident. The sword and shield goblin chopped the tank shield to pieces in 1 strike. The catapult goblin has high attack speed and damage, and combined they were actually chasing 3 warriors away. This is what triggered my urgent desire to capture the goblins. So I had the swallowing frog catch them off guard and use the skill Grand Fireball. This unexpectedly hit the sword and shield goblin. Then I summoned the lava turtle to block the path. Who would have thought the sword and shield goblin actually knew how to use its shield to parry? Do monsters on the third floor and beyond really have intelligence now? Unexpectedly, the catapult goblin quickly seized the opening to launch a throw. With just 3 normal attacks, the high health and high defense lava turtle was defeated. I immediately had the swallowing frog use grand fireball for a sneak attack, targeting the catapult goblin. The next instant, the flames trigger a critical hit. In one breath, it takes away 450 health points from the stone-throwing goblin. Yet it still only leaves him at low health. Immediately after, I summon the shadow wolf to press the attack. To my surprise, as soon as it appears, the stone-throwing goblin turns around and runs away righteously. My mind crashes. How can this monster be so cunning? So I summon the level 3 violent rabbit to chase after him. I want to see which of you two runs faster. Then I lead the sky-swallowing frog and the shadow wolf to face the stubbornly resisting sword and shield goblin. The giant fireball combined with shadow rip finally takes down the sword and shield goblin. I immediately trigger the SSS grade summoning skill. Stand up, I am looking forward to seeing how powerful your attributes are. Sure enough, the summoned sword and shield goblin looks identical to when he was alive. As a result, the attributes shown on the profile are almost catching up to the ordinary shadow wolf. Truly worthy of a third-floor monster. Just as I am wondering why the violent rabbit has not returned yet, a pop-up notification says the violent rabbit has died. The next second, a bunch of footsteps comes from behind me. It turns out that the stone-throwing goblin who ran away earlier not only healed his wounds, but also brought hundreds of goblins charging back. Stunned in shock, I immediately put away my summoned beasts and sprint toward the altar at top speed. Because right now, hundreds and thousands of goblins chasing behind me and trying to kill me. At this moment, the thrower goblins blocked the path. Because I had already escaped into the altar, I originally thought I could rely on the altar to capture a few goblins for fun. The result obviously did not work out. Unexpectedly, before leaving, the thrower goblin actually gave me the middle finger to mock me, before reluctantly retreating with its brothers. Uninformed players would think I stole a goblin's wife. Afterward, I started thinking that as long as I do not let the goblin escape, it should not attract reinforcements to encircle me. My pupils suddenly constricted. How could I have forgotten about this summoned beast? So I quietly followed behind 2 goblins. Sure enough, the goblins team up in pairs, consisting of 1 melee and 1 ranged. Come on, it is time to execute the new tactic. I first summoned the lava giant and the blade and shield goblins as tanks to draw damage. The thrower goblins will be handled by the shadow wolf and the heaven-swallowing toad for a powerful sneak attack. After dealing with the blade and shield goblin, the thrower goblin will definitely be reduced to low health. Naturally, when it reaches low health, it will definitely run back to call for help. This is when my secret weapon needs to make its appearance. Come forth, poison spider, and use web bind. Trying to break free from this web is going to be a single stone-throwing goblin is not enough. I lead all my summoned beasts to surround it and taunt it. You like running away and calling for backup so much. And you even had the nerve to flip me off. Brothers, do not use your skills. Just use basic attacks to toy with it until it dies. After I summon the dead stone-throwing goblin, I am surprised to find something. Its attack power is almost comparable to an elite shadow wolf. No wonder it could kill my lava turtle in just a few hits. I must summon a few more of these powerful monsters. Then I lead all my summoned beasts and ambush 3 goblin groups using the same tactic. The poisonous spider always plays a huge role in the end. As the last goblin dies, I finally fill up my quota of 10 summons. That includes 2 bosses, 1 poisonous spider, and 7 goblins, all ready to go. Now I can finally go and check out what the 3rd floor boss looks like. When I arrive at the stronghold of the 3rd floor boss, I find many small tents guarding the main tent. Trying to solo them alone is indeed difficult. Meanwhile, a player named Kiss of Death nearby claims to be an S-rank awakened being and is calling upon 100 newcomers to raid the boss for free. I could tell immediately that he was a scammer. The Demon Realm Bureau didn't have time to manage things, which gave them the chance to swindle people. Just as I felt pity for these poor souls, Death's Kiss approached me. Hey there, little archer, interested in joining us? It's completely free. Any gear dropped by monsters belongs to the person who killed them. I politely declined and chose to go solo. Little did I know, that decision would save my life. I chose the second corner of the mountain fortress, where the defenses were weakest. Then, I summoned all 10 of my summons. Come on, babies, carve me a path. Under the cover of my summons, I easily made it to the vicinity of the tents. Then, relying on the sky-swallowing frog's area of effect attacks. I made a killing. I was surprised that the drop rate for demon soul orbs in the third layer of the demon realm was so high. According to the map, the boss's main tent was just ahead. But then, I heard over a dozen cries for help coming from inside. It turned out the goblin commander inside was on a rampage. The players inside were screaming for help. They looked absolutely miserable. But in the end, they couldn't escape their gruesome fate. The last 10 survivors were completely surrounded by goblins. That's when I realized. They were the 100-man party from earlier. How are there only a few of them left? And where did that S-Rank Awakened leader go? Right then, the goblin boss wiped out the rest of the party. The entire tent is filled with the mocking laughter. Then I finally figure it out. That so-called Kiss of Death was not an S-Rank Awakener at all. They just brought the newbies here to die, planning to come back later to pick up the magic soul spheres and gear dropped by the newcomers. Even for lower-grade magic soul spheres, those are still resources those beginners traded their lives for. Pity that these spoils of war are about to go into my pocket first. Right at this moment, a dagger flies in from out of nowhere, instantly interrupting my looting. Could that Kiss of Death still be nearby? The commotion caused by the dagger only makes the boss furious. Audacious intruders. Get them. The thief used the excuse of free leveling for 100 players, while actually tricking the newbies into the boss room to die. The gear and resources those beginners traded their lives for were all dropped in the boss room because of their deaths. And this scene happened to be witnessed by me. Thinking no one else was around, I assumed the purple robe thief would only come back later to loot. So ignoring the risk of being discovered by the boss, I intended to pocket the dropped loot first. Unexpectedly, a sudden dagger. Could that purple robe thief still be nearby? The commotion caused by the dagger instead infuriated the boss. You reckless intruder. Get him, minions. I quickly cast my summon skill. Who does not have goblin minions? Number 1, number 2, number 3, block him for me. As for the boss, the goblin chieftain, I figure I can try to take it down. So I draw my bow. And then summon a venom spider. I follow up with webbind. This combo helps provide cover. Finally, I summon number 4 and number 5, 2 shield and sword goblins, to launch a surprise attack. Instead, the goblin chieftain flies into a rage. Insects, you are all just insects. Caught in the goblin chieftain's whirlwind/skill. Number 4 and number 5 go down in a single hit. So I summon the heaven-swallowing frog and 2 throwing goblins. All ranged monsters, focus fire on the boss with me. The next second, an overwhelming barrage rains down on the goblin chieftain. I thought it would at least drain half its health. Yet the goblin boss actually uses dual blades to parry. That cuts down the damage by more than half. I instantly panic. Aside from the fireballs of the heaven-swallowing frog, which deal magic damage, the other physical attacks barely do any damage. Also, the throwing goblins in front have not finished summoning yet, and my own shield and sword goblins are low on health. I am caught in a dilemma. I have lost so many minions. Do I have to retreat now? The next second, a dagger carrying death aura suddenly appears. It hits me with a backstab and pierces my chest. I quickly distance myself from the dagger. How is a bastard like you in the boss tent? Has this guy been hiding here the whole time without me noticing? Death Kiss says while licking blood from his blade. You survived my backstab. It seems your stats are pretty good. My innate skill is stealth. As long as I do not attack or take damage, I can remain invisible. Because of you, I was unable to pick up the magic soul orb. Since that is the case, go ahead and die. Right now, I am attacked from both front and back. Even my last melee goblin is killed by the boss, leaving me at low health and on the verge of death. Yet at this moment, I think of a plan that achieves 2 goals at once. I catch him off guard by summoning a poisonous spider. Then I launch a web restraint at Death Kiss. At such close range, the hit rate of the spider web is 100%. Yet Death Kiss, who is restrained, speaks arrogantly. Kid, do you think binding me means you can run away? The boss aggro is not on me. I wear a wicked smile. I do not plan on running. I want to loot your corpse. At my command. All my summoned beasts are recalled. This way, the boss aggro will relock onto someone else. As long as I quickly run out of the boss field of vision, its aggro will naturally fall onto the nearest Kiss of Death. By the time Kiss of Death realizes he has been set up, the 2 giant cleavers of the boss are already coming down. Who would have thought that halfway through the swing, the boss aggro target simply vanishes into thin air? It turns out Kiss of Death has activated stealth. He swears that once he gets out of this, he will tear Rakshasa to pieces. Yet, just as the boss is dumbfounded, I show up again. The invisible Kiss of Death panics. What is this kid coming back for? I grinned broadly. I knew you would turn invisible. Why not let me help you out? With swords drawn and bows bent, I fiercely fire an arrow straight toward the crotch of the boss, which precisely hits the heart of Kiss of Death. This immediately forces him out of his stealth state, just as Kiss of Death wonders how his position was exposed. The goblin chieftain feels a shiver through its body. Why has this intruder shown up again? It only knows that it must swing its sword. Desperately swing its sword at the intruder. Fortunately, the binding of the web restraint is lifted at the same time. Kiss of Death just needs to hold on for another 5 seconds to activate stealth again. But history repeats itself. The spider web bind landed on Death's Kiss. Screw you. I'll kill you, I said smugly. I don't even need to see you. I only need to watch my web. Besides, don't you love watching newbies get slaughtered by the boss? I'm just treating you the way you treated them. Why aren't you happy about it? Sword through the heart. I knocked Death's Kiss out of stealth again. At that moment, the boss's twin blades were like a guillotine, ending Death's Kiss's lifetime of evil. Before dying, Death's Kiss left a final word. I won't let you off easy, even in death. In the end, his soul was shattered. He died under the blade of the goblin commander. Death in the demon realm means death in reality. He brought this on himself and deserves no pity. Then, I used my summoning spell to release all my remaining summons. Now it's time to deploy the new tactic to take down the boss. Among the loot dropped by Death's Kiss, there were dozens of demon soul orbs and a pair of A-rank silk gloves. They provide a 50-point damage bonus when equipped. I tried firing a sword strike, but found that even with the 50 extra attack points, I still couldn't break through the boss's terrifying physical defense. It was truly awkward. At that moment, the boss flew into a rage and unleashed the whirlwind slash. The terrifying blade light instantly dealt 231 damage. An AoE physical critical hit. This took out 2 sword and shield goblins. Just as the goblin commander's slash was about to land on me, the venom spider's web binding hit the boss's ankle perfectly, causing the slash to miss me by a hair. The venom spider followed up with another web, trapping the goblin commander for 10 seconds. And for the next 10 seconds, all my ranged summons attacked with everything they had. The goblin commander's twin blades were no match for so many attackers. I slowly began to smile in victory. Finally, under the magic fire damage of the sky-swallowing frog, the goblin commander's health was worn down to a sliver. With only 9% health left, one more wave of attacks would be enough to win. But at that moment, the boss broke free from the web. However, the attack had already reached him. The fireball grew larger and larger in the boss's eyes. There was no escape, until a thunderous explosion rang out. The goblin commander's health bar was finally emptied by my summons. After overcoming many difficulties, I finally soloed the 3rd floor of the demon realm using my SSS-Rank summoning skill. Suddenly, the boss's throne split open. I didn't expect the portal to the 4th floor of the demon realm to be right here. Plus, killing the boss dropped a massive amount of demon soul orbs. As expected of a boss, it even dropped high-tier demon soul orbs. With that, I activated my summoning skill. Stop playing dead and get up. The 3rd floor boss, the goblin chieftain. Its physical stats were indeed identical to when it was alive. Of course, facing me. It dared not show any more anger. Every single cell in its body was showing absolute respect and submission to me. I patted the goblin chieftain on the head. From now on, you are my underling too. In that case, among my summon list, I had now gathered 3 bosses. The Shadow Wolf had the lowest stats right now, but it was still an elite monster. Once it leveled up, its stats might even surpass the sky-swallowing toad. I should fill the remaining 5 slots with goblins later. For now, I had better hurry to the 4th floor of the demon realm, though I could always try filling all my summon slots with goblin chieftains. That way, I might become ridiculously overpowered in the lower floors. Yet just as I was preparing to enter the portal to the 4th floor, 5 assassins suddenly appeared behind me and told me to drop my weapons and surrender immediately. I will say this again, drop your weapons and surrender. All 5 assassins had Demon Realm Bureau badges on their chests. Could these people be mistaking me for Kiss of Death? The pineapple-headed guy shouted angrily. Where did you take all the adventurers who joined your team? We received reports that someone was using free leveling as an excuse to scam newbies. They have committed crimes 3 times this year and caused hundreds of casualties. After killing the final boss, the man resurrected and summoned it. I already have 3 boss-type summoned creatures like this. My ultimate dream is to build a monster legion made entirely of bosses. If players were not required to pass through the portal to the 4th layer of the demon realm within 1 hour, I would have stayed on the 3rd layer to fill my remaining 6 summon slots completely with goblin commanders. Of course, I can always come back and fill them when I have time in the future. After all, the monsters on the fourth layer are definitely stronger. Just as I was preparing to enter the portal to the fourth layer, I was blocked by a group of agents from the Demon Realm Bureau. Kid, confess honestly. Where did you take all those 100 adventurers? I was just about to put my hands behind my head and cooperate with the investigation, when one of the agents firmly asserted that I was not a criminal. Brother Rakshasa, what a coincidence to meet you here. It turned out to be Skynet, who used to be in the Discipline Inspection Committee. Because I helped deal with the cash-grabbing Superman back then. He got a special promotion to Section Chief. All thanks to Brother Rakshasa. Skynet explained to his brothers. First of all, the criminal's ID is Kiss of Death. I know this brother. And his ID is Rakshasa. Then I recounted the entire process of what I witnessed firsthand. Everyone was extremely shocked. The talent skill of Death Kiss actually allowed him to turn invisible. No wonder he dared to act so lawlessly. He used free leveling services as a front to prey on newcomers. He committed crimes 3 times within this year alone, causing hundreds of casualties. His sins are unforgivable, and we must bring him to justice. As a result, I told them that they would probably never see him again, because I had already executed him on the spot. The others completely lost their minds upon hearing this. He was an S-Rank awakener who had roamed the demon realm for years. His title was Skilled Assassin, so I immediately opened my kill list. The words Death Kiss stood out particularly clearly, and a kill list could not be faked. And after today, the name Rakshasa would also become a hot topic in the Demon Realm administration. I smiled and said, it was just a small favor, and I will head to the 4th floor of the Demon Realm now. The portal is about to expire. As a result, Netherworld's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Brother Rakshasa, there is one more thing you need to understand. Death Kiss is part of a dark organization in the Demon Realm world. The organization hypocritically calls itself Dawn, but behind the scenes they are utterly evil. Our Demon Realm Bureau has never made any progress against them, and now you have killed one of their people. They will definitely target and stop you. For your own safety, you should join the Magic Realm Bureau. I walked toward the portal and politely refused. Joining the Bureau is out of the question. I will be careful with the Dawn organization. Tian Wang clenched his fists in frustration. This guy actually rejected me twice. Just you wait. I will make you join the Magic Realm Bureau one day. However, after I arrived at the 4th layer of the Magic Realm, I found that there were hundreds of players inside the altar. This sight was quite unusual. A passerby protested nearby. Why does the Magic Realm Bureau have to seal off the altar? Who is going to take responsibility if my boss finds me for not clearing the monsters? I looked annoyed. The officer outside emphasized once more. I already told you a dead zone has spawned on the 4th layer. You will die out there without even knowing how it happened. Players nearby began to complain. Just admit that you want to monopolize the monsters on the 4th layer. When I heard the words dead zone, they sounded very familiar. I started searching through my items. Right, it was the item dropped when I killed the cash grab Superman last time. It is the dead zone invitation letter. This thing is the ticket to enter the dead zone. At this moment, the officer outside the barrier explained. A dead zone has spawned on the 4th layer. Everyone might not know much about it yet, because there are no records of it in the Magic Realm Guide. The so-called dead zone is essentially a small independent space, filled with countless monsters, and the species are completely different from those in the regular realm. They can appear randomly in any floor of the Demon Realm, although it has appeared on the 4th floor this time. The difficulty inside is probably higher than even the 10th floor, which is why we try to stop everyone from entering. At this moment, a stubborn guy at the altar refuses to believe it, and starts talking big. In response, the FBI opens a small exit in the barrier. You can go out if you want, but at your own risk. The loudmouth cannot swallow his pride, so he cheerfully rushes out of the barrier. Do you really think I am scared? The monsters on the 4th floor are all mine, huh? Just as the FBI asks if anyone else wants to apply to go outside. A horrifying cry for help suddenly echoes from behind. They mutated. The monsters behind mutated. The loudmouth kneels on the ground in utter panic. His mind is completely shattered, and he is so terrified he wets himself. The FBI advises everyone not to log into the 4th floor of the Demon Realm for 3 days, and wait until the dead zone completely disappears before coming back to farm. Seeing the lesson of the loudmouth, most players quickly click the logout button. I was no exception, as right now in the 22nd Demon Realm, a knight fearlessly drew his sword, while standing right in front of a mob called the Six-Eyed Heavenly Sea. He stomped forward fiercely and unleashed Draw Slash, one of the weakest warrior skills. The Six-Eyed Heavenly Sea wanted to swing its scythe, but was already killed by him. The knight handled the movement with ease, and even though it was just a mob, it dropped a purple high-level demon soul ball. At that moment, the knight received an urgent message. Kiss of Death was successfully killed by Rakshasa, daring to touch my Dawn people. Rakshasa is a really interesting guy. A giant zombie boss spawned in the 22nd Demon Realm. Even though I was the only person here, I was still completely unfazed. After I went offline and returned to reality, Zhang Pampan used my sister Zhang phone to get in touch with me, saying there was a high-risk and high-reward job if I wanted to do it. I just needed to go to a designated location to meet. After Zhang Pampan led me to a warehouse. It looked like just a temporary stronghold. Cousin Lu Kai, this is Zhang Ze that I mentioned to you. Lu Kai smiled in welcome, hearing from Pampan that your skills are pretty good. Are you interested in joining our team? I was left completely dumbfounded. I still do not know what your job is. We are heading to the Fallen Zone, and I look completely shocked upon hearing that. Recently, many cities have been invaded by monsters from the Demon Realm. Although cities have fallen and people had to evacuate, there are countless riches left inside the Fallen Zones. Things like antiques, gold, and calligraphy or paintings. Many wealthy people love calligraphy and paintings, so they post tasks to hire people to retrieve them. The payment offered is also sky high. We gather together for the sake of money. As the ancients said, great wealth comes from extreme danger. At this moment, the Honest Thai gang invites me. Kid, you should just come with us. This is a rooster raised for 2.5 years. Throwing it out at a critical moment can save your life. That is because monsters in the demon cave love to gnaw on corpses. If anyone is targeted by a monster, they throw out the pre-prepared rooster carcass and seize the chance to escape. As it turns out, I accepted a 3 million adventure task to form a team and go treasure hunting in the Fallen Zone. The Fallen Zone refers to cities occupied by the demon cave. Because the beast cave descended so suddenly, countless treasures were left behind in the city with no time to be taken away. Examples include antique calligraphy, paintings, diamonds, and gold. Wealthy people often want to collect certain artworks, so they post tasks to have people retrieve them. The rewards given are exceptionally high. For the rental fee of my sister's artificial kidney, I decide to seek wealth and danger, and head to the neighboring Fallen Zone together with Lu Kai and the others. Their target this time is a piece of calligraphy from the 5 Dynasties period. The item is inside the Jiangdong Museum. Before going, I absorbed most of the magic soul spheres. I hoped this upgrade would help me prepare for any emergencies. My strength had reached 14 points. My summoning skill was SSS-Rank, and my agility reached 15 points. If I encountered monsters from the demon cave, my physical stats should give me a fighting chance. Cities that turned into Fallen Zones usually had towering city walls built around them. They were classified as forbidden zones for humans. After we scaled the city walls, we were shocked by the devastated city before our eyes. Lu Kai patted my shoulder. Since you are Pompon's friend, you need to stay close to me. Just like that, the 5 of us arrived in this uninhabited city. The journey was smooth, and we did not encounter any monsters. However, Lao Ba suggested to Lu Kai that they kick me out after this job was done. After all, dragging along dead weight was too much trouble. According to the map, the ruins in front of us were the Jiangbei Museum. The entrance had long been blocked by rubble. Fortunately, there was a local from Jiangbei in the team. He knew this place very well. He relied on his memory to find the safe entrance location. Lao Ba cracked his knuckles, seemingly ready to unleash the immense power he gained from the demon domain. With a deafening crash, he smashed the rubble at the entrance away with a single punch. Lu Kai introduced him by saying, Lao Ba has 12 points of strength, making him our strongest fighter. I thought to myself in disdain. Mind you, as an archer, I already have 15 points of strength. At this moment, they failed to notice that out of the original 5-person team, only 4 were now entering the museum. I assumed monsters liked lurking in dark corners. But when everyone arrived at the calligraphy and antique exhibition hall, they found not a single monster here. Boating on the Spring River doesn't seem to be this one. Then I asked, is this the poem dedicated to Prince Wangjun? Lu Kai took out his phone to check against it. Looks like this is it. A cool 3 million was right there before our eyes. After putting it into my inventory, just as everyone was planning to grab a few more famous paintings to take back, I was surprised to discover that my teammate Tai Gang had suddenly vanished. Lu Kai immediately ordered everyone to retreat from the museum, saying, it is too dangerous here, let us quit while we are ahead. What they did not know was that a pair of eyes on the ceiling at this moment was glowing with a crimson light. Hearing a slight sound, I turned my head, only for a loud noise to suddenly burst from the ceiling. Lu Kai's pupils shrank in terror. We are done for. We actually ran into a monster. And it is a tier 2 monster. Because among everyone present, not a single person is at the tier 1 human level. Old Ba rushed to the very front. Yet in a single exchange, Old Ba's hands were completely crippled. His strength of 12 points facing the monster was as fragile as an egg. The monster grew more ferocious, baring its bloody fangs. Its furious roar felt like a death sentence for the humans about to die. My mind shook violently. I quickly pulled the prepared dead chicken out of my bag and hurled it toward the monster, hoping to save everyone's lives. It only barely managed to distract the Tier 2 monster. Everyone still had no time to escape, so Ah Huang drew his pistol. Old Ba pulled the pin on a grenade. They were already prepared to sacrifice themselves. Lu Kai, our families are in your hands now. Lu Kai covered his face in deep regret, but his strength was too weak and he had no choice. He dragged me along to flee desperately, only praying this kid would not throw his life away here. Yet when they escaped out of the museum, they saw an even more terrifying sight. There was more than one Tier 2 monster here. There are a full 4 of them surrounding the museum. Lu Kai immediately decides to let me take the paintings and escape. Brother Zhang Ze, I trust you. Take the paintings and go sell them for money. Zhang Panpan will be in your care from now on. With that, Lu Kai pulls out an S686 shotgun. He naively thinks he can turn the Tier 2 monster into a sieve. As a result, the shotgun shells cannot even pierce the monster's fat. He immediately leaps forward, dodging the Tier 2 monster's heavy fist attack. After landing, he quickly thinks of another way. Then he slides into the monster's blind spot. With a click, he pulls the pin of a grenade and quickly throws it at the back of the monster's head. The brilliant flash of fire seems to spark hope for survival. Yet when the fire clears, what he sees is the Tier 2 monster's face filled with fangs. Lu Kai turns his head in confidence only to find the grenade did no damage. The next second, he is grabbed by the monster's hand and tossed aside like garbage. Tossed aside. With a loud boom, he is deeply embedded in the wall and unable to move. It is too late for Lu Kai to regret, because at this moment, the monster's sharp claws are already descending toward his body. Facing death so close at hand, I finally make a move, right as the monster's claws swing down. Relying on my 15 points of agility, I instantly flash in front of Lu Kai and clench my fist. I slammed my fist hard into the beast, which was 10 times my size. The moment my fist met its claw, a deafening sound rang out. My 15 points of strength attribute were enough to let me unleash a ton of force. Lu Kai looked completely shocked. Brother Zhang, your strength attribute is seriously this strong. Still, this Tier 2 beast is capable of fighting on. I rub my wrist. Even though my hand is fine for now, going toe-to-toe with a beast is not a good idea in the long run. If all 4 Tier 2 beasts attack us at once, we do not stand a single chance. Lu Kai explained, do not worry, monsters in the magic cave have a quirk. They will not interfere with each other's hunts, unless the beast actively gives up. However, just as I decided to use my speed to circle around the beast, a delicate foot suddenly stepped onto me. A female agent with a rose tattoo on her arm appeared out of nowhere, fair skin tinged with a faint blush, her leather outfit perfectly outlining her curvy figure. The after images left by her rapid movement made it hard to look away. Yet her slender body could unleash over 2 tons of force. Her superb footwork allowed her to dodge with absolute ease, and the Tier 2 beast's body, underneath her long and powerful legs, was like a fragile walnut shell. Smashed to bits, the girl shouted to me. Kid, take your friend and come with me. I blushed, unable to say a word. Meanwhile, an off-road vehicle drove up. The girl held off the monsters on her own, giving me time to get in the car. After kicking away the last monster, the girl jumped back into the vehicle. Go? Get out of here at full speed. The off-road vehicle accelerated to its limit, successfully speeding away from the monster horde. I looked out the window toward the rear. The monsters were relentlessly pursuing us. The driver warned, Boss, if we lead this many monsters to the city walls, it'll be trouble if they attack Tianfeng City. The girl thought for a moment. She understood the risk, but how could she lure the monsters away? Then she looked at me. I've got an idea. Kid, stop looking. If you don't want to die, come help me. With that, the female agent opened the sunroof and pulled out a mysterious package. She knelt on the passenger seat and tossed the bag to me. The graceful figure she revealed, while doing so, left the old man and the youth in the back seat speechless. Kid, get up and get to work. Don't think I'm saving you for free. Her graceful figure fills my mind with endless fantasies. Then she tosses me a bag of flashbangs. Right after that, she pushes open the sunroof. We throw all the ammo at the monsters chasing us. The blinding light from the explosions gives us a huge sense of security. Back then, in order to earn 3 million, I followed a team to the museum in the Fallen Zone. In the end, 2 teammates died to cover us, and our loyal companion Tai Gang went missing. Luckily, the female agent rescued us in the nick of time. That is how the 2 of us got a chance to survive. As the driver asks why I would come to this dangerous zone to hang out, Liu Kai quickly interrupts me. We did not do anything. We just came here to visit graves. We just had bad luck and ran into monsters. The female agent, who has spent years in the fallen zone, obviously does not believe it, but she chooses not to expose us. This is because she appreciates me. Kid, you were very sharp when you fought those monsters just now. I appreciate you, but listen to me, Zhang Ze. Do not come to the fallen zone to scavenge again. Unless you are a powerhouse from the demon realm. Coming here will only get you killed and broke. Left speechless by her words, I cannot find a single thing to retort. After the female agent drops them off at the city wall, I help the heavily injured Liu Kai back to Tianfeng City. However, because of the earlier fight with the monsters, the famous painting we took from the museum has fallen out somewhere. After checking Liu Kai into the hospital, just as I was about to head home, I accidentally bumped into a man carrying a scroll box. The man was wrapped up tightly, but his build looked just like my missing partner from the fallen zone. I turned my head to look at him, and my psychic power told me this guy was none other than Tai Gang. Yet I never would have imagined that the honest and reliable fatty would be the traitor who sold out our team. I was very curious what this guy was planning to do with that scroll box, until Tai Gang walked into an empty alley and quietly took out his phone to make a call. Boss, have you arrived? At this moment, I finally understood the truth. This guy was actually willing to get his brothers of over a dozen years killed, just to monopolize the massive reward. Just then, a bald man with a scar walked into the alley, along with a wealthy upper-class boss. Fatty, did you bring what I wanted? Tai Gang took out the scroll box with a despicable look. This is the ode to Prince Wangjun you wanted. The big boss opened the scroll and examined it closely. It is indeed a genuine piece. Fatty, you are truly ruthless. To swallow 3 million all by yourself. You even backstabbed your brothers of over a decade. The scar-faced bodyguard beside them opened the safety case he brought. 3 million in cash was lying quietly inside. Fatty Gang immediately pocketed the money. You have to be ruthless to get ahead in this world. The next second, a click sounded as the gun was cocked. The bodyguard pointed it at the back of Tai Gang's head, sending a chill down his spine. Boss, what is the meaning of this? In the next instant, just let the bullet pierce right through his brow. You certainly have a way with words. You have to be ruthless to survive in this world. With that, the boss took the 3 million back. Looking at the dead Gang Pang, he wore a triumphant smirk. I despise despicable scumbags like him. Betraying your teammates deserves death. He then grabbed the famous painting and the cash, striding away. Seeing this scene, I almost spat out my soy milk. Without figuring out the bodyguard's true strength, I didn't dare to act rashly. Entering the demon realm to grow stronger is my top priority right now. Therefore, I hurried back home. Seeing my sister's sweet smile, my heart finally found a little bit of comfort. Right at that moment, the neighbor pushed open his door. Isn't this scarred face the exact same bodyguard who just killed Tai Gang? Hello there, young man. You must be Zhang Feng's older brother, right? Recognizing who he was, my heart skipped a beat. Hello, mister. How come I don't remember anyone living here before? The scarred man reached out his hand and smiled. I only moved here not long ago. Why don't you come over to my place for dinner tonight? Zhang Feng was just about to agree, when I stopped her and forced a smile saying, Mister, I am exhausted today. Let me buy some good food and treat you next time. With that, I pushed my sister and hurried back home. However, the fugitive's sharp instincts made him sense that something was wrong. He thought these siblings could not be left alive. I returned home, feeling extremely panicked. This scarred neighbor was definitely not simple. I decided to go out and investigate. I told Zhang Feng to stay inside and not go out. Then I jumped onto the neighbor's balcony, only to find that white lime powder was sprinkled everywhere. Good thing I had 15 points in agility, so avoiding it was quite easy. The key was that an ordinary person could not possibly set this up so cautiously, unless this scarred uncle had something shameful to hide. So I searched under the bed and found a cardboard box. Inside the box lay a Magic Realm Powerhouse certificate. The crucial part was that this uncle's name was Huang Hanfei, and he was actually a first-tier Magic Realm powerhouse. A few days ago, the news reported that a fugitive had entered Tianfeng City. The fugitive's name was precisely Huang Hanfei. I was so scared that I gritted my teeth. This danger level had completely gone off the charts. However, at that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. I was completely done for because I had no time to retreat. Then a dark figure rushed in. Kid, come out on your own. I know you are here, which made me panic. If I got exposed, I would have no choice but to fight for my life. At this point, Huang Hanfei unhurriedly pulled out a loaded shotgun. My heartbeat reached its absolute peak. Ironically, my watch was only 3 seconds away from hitting 8 o'clock sharp. It is over, everything is over. Because I had stupidly set an alarm for 8 o'clock. This was the daily opening time of the demon realm. Hearing the ringtone, red light flashed in the uncle's eyes. Kid, now I know where you are. The next instant, Huang Hanfei pulled the trigger fiercely. Kid, go to hell. Just as the bullet was about to hit me, I frowned and asked. My watch suddenly emitted a violent flash of electricity. The teleportation energy lit up the entire room. Huang Hanfei kicked the bedboard away. Damn it, this brat is so lucky. Right before the bullet could hit him, he happened to be teleported to the demon realm. However, Huang Hanfei wore an even more evil and mocking smile. Kid, I will wait right here for you to come back. I want to see how long you can hide in the demon realm. Teleporting into the demon realm, I knew very well that I could only stay here for 12 hours at most. So during these 12 hours, how should I maximize my strength? A boy sneaked under his neighbor's bed in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, the watch alarm was not turned off and rang loudly. His heartbeat accelerated rapidly. The next second, a bullet pierced through the bedboard and shot toward his cheek. At that critical moment, my watch flashed with a blinding light, instantly illuminating the entire room. When the scarred man put away his gun, kicked aside the bedboard, and picked up the blank bullet from the floor, he muttered to himself, "This brat is lucky. Did he just catch the 8 o'clock transfer to the demon realm?" The scarred man smirked craftily. Kid, I will be right here waiting for you to come back. Transported into the demon realm, I felt a bit flustered. I knew very well that I had to get stronger within 12 hours. Otherwise, I would definitely be riddled with bullets when I went back. So I opened the demon realm floor selection interface and decisively chose the 4th floor. Yet when I was teleported to the altar, I found out that this place was still packed with people. The dead zone not only had not disappeared, but the time seemed to have been slightly extended. If I cannot kill monsters, how am I supposed to get stronger? At this moment, I overheard a conversation between nearby players. To lift the dead zone, someone has to kill the ultimate boss inside. That is why elite players from various countries are gathered here now. Although the rewards in the dead zone world are extremely generous, novices are just walking into their deaths. To enter the dead zone, one must have an invitation letter. As luck would have it, I happen to have one in my inventory. At this point, I have no way out. Entering the dead realm is my only path to grow stronger. Since the first 3 floors of the demon realm are already cleared, going back to farm monsters yields no rewards. The 4th floor is locked down by the demon realm bureau, preventing me from leaving. And in reality, a powerful expert is waiting to kill me. So my choice is decisive. The invitation is a one-time item. Using it initiates the teleportation to the dead realm. As the 3-second countdown ends, I am instantly enveloped by an aura of death. The dead realm is another world independent of reality and the demon caves. Legend says it might be one of the sources of the demon caves. As long as you have the invitation, even people from different countries can be transported to this very place. Suddenly, a delicate hand presses down on my shoulder. I did not expect to meet an acquaintance here. Lu Yueing looks even better than when we last met. Luosha, why did you come to the dead realm? You have no idea how long I have been searching for you. You saved my life on the 1st floor of the demon realm, and I wanted to repay the favor, but I could not find you anywhere. A warrior carrying a giant sword nearby sizes me up. Truly a hero out of a youth. Seeing Lu Yueing calms my mood significantly. At least in this extremely dangerous dead realm, I now have some reliance. He waved his hand and said, "It was just a small favor, and nothing worth mentioning. Turns out the greatsword warrior named Fury Chase is Lu Yueing's 6th uncle, the one behind him with the ID. Midsummer Night's Dream is her cousin Xiaotian. Uncle Lu seems quite appreciative of me. Even though you are around Yueing's age, you actually dare to explore the dead zone alone. This place is nothing like the demon realm, filled not only with terrifying monsters, but also many foreign adventurers. They often start brutal fights over monster loot drops." Uncle Lu introduces himself. "I am an elite rank adventurer. Brother Rakshasa, why not team up with us? And consider it returning a favor to Yueing." I am stunned upon hearing this. According to the Demon Realm Manual, player strength goes from novice rookie, then skilled, followed by elite. After that is powerful, and transcendent is still not the human limit. Only top-tier titles are the known end of the Demon Realm. With backing handed right to me, there is no reason for me to refuse. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Since it is my first time in the dead zone, I will be troubling you for guidance. Seeing Rakshasa join the party, Lu Yueying's lips curve into a smile without her realizing it. Next, Uncle Lu had everyone take turns sharing their innate skills to make coordination easier. Just then, a magical beast darted out. Uncle Lu found a chance to show off his skills. His innate skill is Repel, which can be applied to any weapon to knock targets back 10 steps and paralyze them for 30 seconds. As for the younger brother, Midsummer Night's Dream, his innate skill is Illusion, which creates an illusion of any target that lasts for an hour. It works on both humans and beasts, though illusions lack combat capability. Lu Yueying asked, "My skill is Light Slash, which you have seen before. So Rakshasa, what is your innate skill?" My gaze grew vigilant. Anyway, people will find out sooner or later, so I might as well say it now. The next second, a summoning array formed beneath my feet, and the mana surging in my hand turned into a small whirlpool. After a blinding flash of blue light, a blade and shield goblin from the 3rd floor was summoned directly into the dead zone. I said, "My innate skill is summoning, which lets me summon killed monsters to fight for me." However, I kept a few details hidden. Uncle Lu nodded slightly. This little fellow has an interesting innate skill. Even though he summons demonic beasts, they unconditionally obey his commands. A skill like this is unheard of. I just wonder what his summoning limit is. Uncle Six interrupts the chatter, telling everyone they need to rush into the village immediately, otherwise the boss inside will be snatched away and their losses will be huge. What I want to know most is how the loot dropped by monsters in the Dead Realm compares to those in the Demon Realm. Uncle Six explains as they travel. The Dead Realm is quite like an independent dungeon, dropping attribute-free soul orbs and even high-level equipment. With good luck, rare items sold on the auction network can fetch millions. Uncle Six mainly brought Yueying and Xiaotian here to broaden their horizons. Not long after entering the village, everyone hears intense explosions ahead, and the ones fighting are actually humans. Yet these humans have bone spurs growing out of their bodies. Uncle Six is well-informed and recognizes them as village natives who are likely controlled by something. But finding the boss in the village is their top priority right now. After entering the village, Uncle Six slowly realizes that almost every building here is identical, as if it were a natural labyrinth, making it impossible to tell the direction. I have a sharp eye and recognize the previous mark. It seems we have been here before. It looks like we have been going around in circles the whole time. The next second, my pupils shrink. Yueying, get away from there. The team gathers back to back. Because I hear the roar of a monster. Villagers turn into zombies and rush out of the houses, and the footsteps sound like more than 5. As everyone looks around, the number of zombie villagers instantly multiplies by 5. Uncle Lu immediately starts arranging the formation. I will guard the front. Yueying, you must protect our rear. Xiaotian and the Rakshasa brothers stay in the middle. We will fight as we move. Keep the formation and do not let the zombie villagers scatter us. With the roar of the zombie village chief, the zombie villagers approaching just now. Charge at the team from all directions one by one. I activate my skill, but instead of calling out the boss, I summon a throwing goblin and a sword and shield goblin. Xiaotian behind me holds an orb and trembles all over from fear. What surprises me is that the monsters in the dead zone actually have such high attack and defense, and even powerful goblins are killed by them in one hit. Just as the zombie villager rushed over swinging its spiked club, Uncle Lu proved worthy of his title as an excellent swordsman, cutting the monster cleanly in half with a single sword strike. Uncle Lu thought to himself. He originally thought this Rakshasa would be quite strong since he could rescue Yueying. But now it seems his strength is just average. Right after Uncle Lu killed the last zombie villager, thunderclouds suddenly filled the sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as a python descended from the heavens, instantly throwing Uncle Lu into a paralyzed state. We meet again, people of Great Xia. The mysterious doctor from Country M spoke fluent Chinese. The next moment, the staff in the hands of the mysterious doctor turned scarlet, and the lightning carried a fierce and menacing aura. Paralyzed, Uncle Lu was unable to move, and could only take the critical hit of the red lightning head-on. With a loud explosion, it burst out with dazzling flames. This kind of power belongs to at least an elite-tier player. The series of lethal moves left Uncle Lu almost entirely burned. Sorry, Yueying, for dragging you and Rakshasa into my grudge with them. They were clearly bosses from the first 3 floors of the Demon Realm. Yet they were summoned into the Dead Realm. All because the ultimate boss spawned here. The Death Butcher, and I must defeat him within an hour. Uncle Lu was ambushed with thunder by an awakened being from Country M. He was caught in the paralyzed and rigid state of the thunder. He managed to withstand the strongest magic of the mysterious doctor. It was the flame of thunder and fire. Uncle Lu was burned all over. He decided to use his final trump card. Because the enemies at this moment were not just one. They were 3 elite foreign players. The female elf class was an archer, yet she could shoot homing arrows. The big guy Harrison was the tank of the team. His attack power was the strongest here. To protect Lu Yueying and Xiao Tian behind him, Uncle Lu took out his final trump card, the activation potion. Taking this potion can allow players to enter the activation state. It grants immunity to any negative buff effects for 30 seconds. But the trade-off is that the damage taken by the player will increase by 20%. Lu Yueying knew very well that once Uncle Lu used the activation potion, it meant they had to fight for their lives. It seemed the current situation had become extremely dire. Then Uncle Lu shouted, "Yueying, take them and retreat immediately. Stop talking nonsense, I will definitely stop them." Right at this moment, the female archer pulled her bowstring to the limit and locked onto all 3 of them, firing 3 arrows at once. The 3 arrows not only could turn corners, they would also aim and pursue their targets until the kill before their kinetic energy ran out. Immediately after, Lu Yueying activated her S-Rank Light Slash. Although she cut down 2 arrows, she failed to dodge the 3rd in time. Fortunately, it did not hit a vital spot. Otherwise, it would have dealt massive critical damage. She endured the sharp pain and pulled out the arrow. The only way to turn the tables now is to kill the final boss inside the dead zone. Once the dead zone is lifted, the Americans will naturally be sent back. I checked my summoned beast list. I only had the bosses from the first 3 floors and 2 goblin minions left as my trump cards. I learned from Lu Yueying that the reason Uncle Lu made enemies with foreign awakeners is because the dead zone has opened over 100 times in the past few decades. The rewards inside often make people rich overnight. His feud with foreign awakeners is mostly due to conflicts of interest. Right at this moment, Lu Yueying heard a strange noise. When the 3 of them looked back simultaneously, a zombie covered in bloodstains appeared from the center of the village. It had a huge build, holding a sickle in its left hand and a chopper in its right. It must be the final boss of this dead zone, the Butcher of Death. Novice Xiao Tian was almost scared to pee. We just escaped the tiger's den, and we do not even get a moment to breathe. Now we have the Butcher of Death guarding the front, and elite foreign adventurers hunting us from behind. Yet calm old me took out a crossbow at this moment. Since that is the case, we will take down the boss of this dead zone ourselves. Naturally, I have a surefire way to win. First, we need to prevent the foreign adventurers from interfering while we kill the boss. However, I gave this heavy responsibility to the most useless mage, Xiao Tian. I smiled and said that Xiao Tian's illusion spell is actually the key to our victory. Xiao Tian looked confused. Are you sure you are not just comforting me? Meanwhile, on the side of the foreign adventurers, Uncle Six suddenly disappeared. I never expected that wrathful wind still had a random teleportation scroll to use. This item costs at least tens of thousands of dollars on the platform. Dr. Mystery smiled while clearing monsters. Do not feel bad. That guy only had 10% health left when he escaped. Perhaps he just teleported straight into some monster spawn point and got beaten to death by beasts in 2 hits. Just then, a terrifying aura of death spread toward the 3 of them. The boss, Death Butcher, spawned right in front of them. Why did we run into the boss directly? The rules of the dead zone are always this chaotic. But that is fine. The greatest treasure of this dead zone is now laid out vividly right before us. I heard that killing a dead zone boss is guaranteed to drop S-grade equipment. However, the next moment, the female elf unleashed a barrage of arrows. Just as the arrows pierced the boss, they failed to deal even a fraction of damage. Dr. Mystery immediately launched a burst magic attack. Is it immune to physical attacks? Then let us see how my brilliant magic fares. However, when the magic hit the Death Butcher, it simply passed right through the boss and still failed to cause any damage at all. Dr. Mystery wore a look of utter astonishment. Could this be the boss skill voidization, capable of nullifying all physical and magical damage? This kind of skill is practically unheard of. Yet every movement of the foreign adventurers was revealed clearly within the magic orb. Odaku said impatiently, "You two need to hurry up. My illusion can only hold out for an hour." The next moment I decided to stop holding back and instantly cast summoning skill. The bosses from levels 1 to 3 of the demon realm took the stage. Of course, this was still not the limit of my summoning capacity. Yet it left Lu Yueying staring in absolute shock. You can actually summon bosses too. Just then my elite Shadow Wolf suddenly advanced to level 2. It seemed we gained another shred of certainty for defeating the Death Butcher. To take down the Death Butcher as quickly as possible, I ordered all the bosses to strike together. Shadow Wolf and Goblin Chieftain, you two take the lead. Because upgrading made the Shadow Wolf at least twice as fast. Right? Use your speed to pin him down. Yet the moment Shadow Tear landed, the Death Butcher spoke in human language. Do you feel my aura of death? The next second, the Death Butcher caught an opening and dealt a critical slash of 380 damage. The Shadow Wolf's first probe. Prove to me just how terrifying. The bosses spawned in the dead zone are for someone like me now. And this guy can even talk, meaning its intelligence is quite high. At this moment, Lu Yueying joined the battle. I summoned the Poison Spider and cast Webbind. This surprise attack left the Death Butcher unable to move. The moment Lu Yueying leaped up, she immediately activated her talent skill, Light Slash. She completed 3 strikes instantly, but it was like tickling the boss. I immediately commanded the Gluttonous Toad and Throwing Goblin to launch ranged backup attacks. After the boss took these attacks, the Webbind duration expired. Yet the first person he wanted to kill was actually me. I was secretly amazed at how high the Dead Zone boss intelligence was, knowing to attack me, the summoner. Fortunately, the goblin leader fell back in time. But the skill Bone Crush, attached to the right-hand cleaver of the Death Butcher, instantly pierced through the body of the goblin chieftain, dealing over 300 damage. Then the Shadow Wolf forced out its Shadow Slash 5 consecutive strikes to protect its master. Unfortunately, it was hit head-on by the Bone Crush skill of the Death Butcher, taking a critical hit of over 600 damage. This caused the Shadow Wolf, which was already low on health, to die on the spot. My heart ached as if it was tearing apart. This was my longest accompanying summoned beast. After killing the ultimate boss of the Dead Zone, the boy actually dropped an S-grade quality bow, and the weapon's additional special effect turned out to be the rarest life steal. As a result, the boy was still not satisfied, and triggered the SSS-grade summoning spell to revive and summon the boss he had just killed. It turns out that just moments ago, the elite Shadow Wolf that had accompanied me for 3 days was killed by the Death Butcher's critical hit while protecting its master. Yet I had no time to grieve. If we do not deal with the boss Death Butcher soon, everyone present will be doomed. Moreover, the Death Butcher illusion cast by Xiaotian was also running out of endurance, so I put aside my sorrow and devoted myself to the battle. I began to reorganize my tactics. First, I had the Poison Spider fire webs to immobilize the Death Butcher for a few seconds. This would give the Swallowing Frog enough time to cast Grand Fireball. This not only maximizes damage, but also forces the boss into a brief stun state, giving Lu Yueying the chance to unleash her Light Slash. Boosted by the massive damage output, the boss is left with only a sliver of health. The next moment, the boss passive skill triggers automatically. Everyone holds their breath to see what changes will happen. To everyone's surprise, the cowardly boss turns around and heads back. Nobody knows what it is planning to do. They only hear the sound of loud chewing. It turns out the boss passive is bloodthirsty, and to activate it, it actually has to eat rotten meat to recover health. Knowing its intention, I naturally have to interrupt it quickly. I use the same tactic, catching the boss off guard. All ranged attacks are unleashed at once, right at the moment the boss is bound. In the dark and cold death domain, brilliant and warm flames burst forth. However, the Death Butcher still hasn't gone down because it recovered health. So I do it again. I have the Venom Spider release its web. Lu Yueying's Light Slash finishes its cooldown and is instantly released. After the Goblin Chieftain regains consciousness, it fiercely targets the boss with Whirlwind Slash. Lu Yueying shouts out in anticipation of victory, because the follow-up fireball has already been launched again. Everyone except me deals massive damage. Finally, I pull my bowstring back to the limit and strike the center of the boss's brow, dealing low critical damage. As a result of that minor damage, the boss health bar was finally depleted. The Death Butcher collapsed in front of me with a look of extreme reluctance. At the same time, Xiaotian's illusion also vanished due to the death of the Death Butcher. A server-wide notification popped up instantly before the eyes of every adventurer. Congratulations to player Rakshasa for slaying the Death Realm boss, the Death Butcher. After the corpse of the Death Butcher dissolved, it dropped extremely generous loot as a reward. My eyes suddenly lit up. My hand slowly reached toward the bow and arrow among the loot. The weapon dropped by the boss turned out to be an S-grade, bloodthirsty longbow. The most crucial part was the special effect of the bow. It could convert 10% of the user's damage into their own health. You have to know that some people spend over a decade in the Demon Realm without managing to get an S-grade equipment piece. Yet I had entered the Demon Realm for 3 days and experienced the Death Realm for the very first time, immediately obtaining my first S-grade equipment. I could feel an intense craving for blood coming from the bow. Could this special effect be related to the Bloodlust passive of the Death Butcher? Aside from the bloodthirsty longbow, the boss also dropped 16 attribute-free, high-tier magic soul spheres. plus a random teleport scroll worth tens of thousands of dollars, along with 4 bottles of potent recovery potion. I kept the teleport scroll and the blood fiend longbow, and 8 high-tier colorless magic soul spheres. I sent all the remaining loot to Lu Yueying. Lu Yueying waved her hand. Rakshasa, you contributed the most, and Xiaodian and I cannot take this much. I told Lu Yueying not to be so polite. After all, we took down this boss together. At that moment, an angry shout came from not far away. Those despicable Daxiao people actually used illusions to trick us. They made us waste a whole hour for nothing. Xiaodian trembled with fear and turned pale. 3 elite-level adventurers. These guys are even harder to fight than the Death Butcher. I glanced back at my summoned beasts in poor condition. I decided to teleport out of the dead domain immediately. Just then, Lu Yueying stepped forward. These guys killed my 6th uncle. No matter what, I must avenge him for this deep blood grudge. Xiaodian, terrified of death, turned his head and said goodbye. I do not want to die here with you. Running away is the best option. I looked at Lu Yueying with full of worry. Rakshasa, you should leave too. This is my personal grudge. Then I activated my summoning skill. Even though your personal grudge has nothing to do with me in it joining this fight, you actually have a chance of winning. Stop playing dead and get up right now. Pitch black death chi spread out into the surroundings once more. The Death Butcher was resurrected and summoned by me just like that. The 3 foreigners stared in utter shock. I have never heard of a boss in the death zone respawning after death. The crucial point is that the newly spawned Death Butcher is not attacking the Daxiao people. Instead, it is marching toward us. At that moment, a trace of tears flashed in Lu Yueying's eyes. Uncle Lu, I will avenge you. Just then, Lu Yueying suddenly received a text message from Uncle Lu. Yueying, I am not dead, and those 3 foreigners are not simple. So you must leave the death zone right now. Lu Yueying was overjoyed and immediately told Zhang Ze the news. At the same time, Lu Yueying also exited the death zone. She arranged to meet up with me on the 4th floor of the demon domain. A smirk crossed the corner of my mouth. I really do not know what to say about this woman. The next instant, the Death Butcher that had been blocking the 3 foreign adventurers suddenly vanished from the demon domain. It left behind only 3 clueless fools. At this time, I had also returned to the 4th floor of the demon domain to reunite with Uncle Lu alongside Lu Yueying. Little Tian had just explained the entire series of events to Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu's impression of me completely changed in an instant. He patted me on the shoulder. Brother Luosha is truly extraordinary. It seems I was blind. Then, Uncle Lu glared fiercely at little Tian standing behind him. You coward. Why cannot you be more like Rakshasa? Uncle Lu then pulled me aside. Rakshasa, our Lu family is a respectable clan. Yueying has been single for 18 years and never had a boyfriend. And the 2 of you are the same age. You should definitely keep in touch. Lu Yueying instantly blushed all the way to her neck. Uncle, why are you like this? Seeing his embarrassed niece, he burst out laughing. Fine, I will stop talking about it. At this moment, I turned to Uncle Lu for advice. Senior, I have something I want to ask you. How can I defeat a first-tier realm expert right now? After all, I had not forgotten that back in the real world, the first-tier realm expert Huang Hanfei was still waiting for me with a gun. Since getting stronger in the realm makes you stronger in reality, I decided to go all in with all 11 high-tier demon soul orbs. I poured all the points into agility, all because a first-tier realm fugitive was waiting for me in the real world. And right now, my agility had reached a whopping 26. I learned from the realm senior about the method to deal with first-tier realm experts. Normally, passing the first-tier realm evaluation only requires your 4 basic attributes to reach the specified values. However, due to class specialization, players usually pour a massive amount of resources into a single attribute. To defeat such an opponent, you at least need to figure out his most to see what his strongest 4-dimensional attributes were. However, right after I logged out of the demon realm, I found that my fugitive neighbor was not at home. When I realized something, a chill suddenly ran down my spine, and I immediately rushed back home. Sure enough, the fugitive was sitting right next to my sister. Zhang Feng was so terrified by the fugitive neighbor that she did not dare to move. Huang Hanfei stared at me with a ferocious look on his face. Kid, since both of you saw my face, you should know that the police are hunting me down, right? Then what exactly do you want? Huang Hanfei immediately held a knife against my sister's neck. If you call the police, I will drag your sister down with me. My purpose is very simple. Bring your money to H City. Just at this moment, urgent knocking suddenly came from the door. Huang Hanfei almost panicked in desperation and fiercely pressed the knife closer to my sister. Kid, what kind of tricks are you trying to pull? I thought to myself. I only sent a text message to the teacher just now. There is no way he could have arrived this fast. When I pushed the door open, what greeted me was a takeout delivery box. I did not order any takeout. Please leave right now. The delivery girl peeked into the room and said, but the address is clearly right here. How could it be delivered to the wrong place? I directly slapped the delivery worker. I said no takeout was ordered here. Why don't you get lost already? With that, I slammed the door shut and ignored all her knocking. The delivery girl turned around with a smile. Huang Hanfei is really here. My 1.5 million is guaranteed. Huang Hanfei grabbed Zhang Feng and threatened me to take him away. When the three of them reached the car prepared in advance, a flying blade came straight at Huang Hanfei, though it missed any vital spots. You said you didn't call the police. The delivery girl had changed her clothes and said to Huang Hanfei, if you want to kill the hostage, go ahead. It will make things much easier for me to clean up. Huang Hanfei instantly recognized her as a bounty hunter, but the next second, the girl disregarded Zhang Feng's safety. She immediately threw 3 flying blades at Huang Hanfei. I sensed danger. Are you out of your mind for money? After blocking the blade threatening my sister and taking advantage of Huang Hanfei dodging, I used my 26 points of agility to rescue my sister and retreated quickly. Huang Hanfei lost his mind now that he had no hostage. The bounty hunter only looked surprised without any remorse. Your speed is actually this fast. I flew into a rage, shouting that if she dared to hurt my sister, I would make her die on the spot. Yet the girl responded righteously. Who told your sister to block the criminal? At this moment, Huang Hanfei curves the corner of his mouth. I did not want a massive bloodbath. Since you are here to court death, do not blame me. In a split second, in Huang Hanfei's eyes, he releases extremely intimidating mental power. The intense mental shock makes the girl fall unconscious. This silly girl must have put all her attribute points into agility. Her mental power is probably ridiculously low. She was mentally controlled by me in no time. At this moment, I also figure out that Huang Hanfei, as a magic domain powerhouse, focuses on mental power. That makes it easy. I explode with a speed of 1,000 meters per second and rush toward Huang Hanfei. Just as Huang Hanfei chambers his gun, the next instant, I unleash a force of 1 ton, instantly shattering Huang Hanfei's waist. Just as Huang Hanfei prepares to fire, I am faster than the bullet and punch to break his cheekbone. Since you specialize in mental power, your speed and defense are only at an ordinary level. If you had drawn your gun from the start, I might have lost my chance of winning. After I take care of Huang Hanfei, the police arrive right on time. The teacher scolds me, saying, I told you not to make a move. The police and I are arriving immediately. This guy has 7 human lives on his hands. I start playing dumb. Teacher Lu Wei, I am sorry. I did not have time to check my phone earlier. The officer beside us stops him from scolding me further. There is no need to criticize him. He is a big hero in Tianfeng City right now. To avoid exposing my true strength, I talk about the bounty hunter nearby. Thanks to her help, I was able to successfully rescue my sister. The police recognize the girl at a glance. Her name is Shun Mengdai, a reckless person who loves money more than her life. She is also a first-tier realm expert. She has helped us catch quite a few fugitives. But she also gives us plenty of trouble. The officers put Shin Mengdai into an ambulance and instruct me. Little brother Zhang Ze, make sure you come and collect Huang Hanfei's bounty later. It is 1.5 million, and you and Shun Mengdai will split it 50-50. When I hear that I can get 750,000, I am overjoyed. Adding this to the money I earned in the realm earlier will be enough to pay for my sister's artificial kidney rental. When I enter the 4th level of the realm at 8 p.m. that night, I find that the dead zone here has completely vanished. Because of defeating the Death Butcher earlier, there is now a large slot available in my summoning team. The monsters on the 4th level include pig-headed monsters and birdmen. The final boss is called the Minotaur Commander. Just from the name, you can tell the boss deals heavy damage. I still choose not to party up. I walk into the barren forest alone. Suddenly, a pig-headed monster jumps out. I immediately activate my SSS grade summoning skill. I summon my 2 current strongest bosses, the Death Butcher and the Goblin Commander. I want to test out the combat capability of the Death Butcher. I find that even though the Tier 4 pig monster's attack is blocked by the Goblin Commander, it still deals massive damage. It seems Tier 4 bosses are even stronger. Of course, the damage of the Death Butcher is not bad either, instantly killing 2 pig monsters in a single hit. Just when I think I am invincible on the 4th floor, a winged birdman ambushes me from behind. Just as its sharp claws are about to hit, my speed turns out to be even faster than the birdman. I immediately summon my S-grade equipment, the Bloodslaughter Longbow. and it is time to test how terrifying its power is. Watch me pierce right through you. However, because the range is not enough, the attack misses the Birdman. I get extremely annoyed and summon the Sky Swallowing Frog. Blow it to pieces right now. 3 fireballs instantly dye the sky red, leaving it nowhere to run. Finally, the Birdman dies in the crazy bombardment of fireballs. After an hour of hunting, I sigh in relief that the defense of both the Birdman and pig monsters is not high. Then I activate my SSS grade summoning skill, resummoning those Birdmen and pig monsters that just died. Right now, I have finally filled all 10 slots of my summoning skill. Next is time to check out what the 4th floor boss is like. Along the way, however, I heard a girl crying for help. A rough-looking brute up ahead was aggressively chasing a bunny girl and trying to kill her. The moment the girl saw me as her savior, she immediately grabbed onto my leg. Brother, I did everything you asked me to do. You cannot just abandon me here. I was full of question marks, wondering what on earth I asked her to do. Right after the girl ran away, a system prompt popped up for me, stating that Moonlight Bunny stole 3 intermediate demon soul spheres from me. That was when I finally realized this girl's innate skill was actually pilfer. She only grabbed my leg for a second, yet my inventory was suddenly short 3 demon soul spheres. It turned out her talent ability was called pilfer, allowing her to randomly steal items from other players' inventories. I had a sudden flash of inspiration. What kind of effect would I get if I used pilfer on a boss? I had to deal with the immediate trouble first, though. Not only did the girl swipe my 3 intermediate demon soul spheres, she also pinned the blame of being the mastermind onto me. A player named Furious Dragon King challenged me to a PK battle without another word. In the next second, the boss from the 2nd floor of the demon realm was summoned out. The Dragon King thought the game had a bug, until a fireball of over 1,000 degrees instantly woke him up. He realized this was no dream, and my talent skill was actually summoning. With that, the Dragon King pulled out a bottle of Berserk Potion, and a heavy bloody aura burst from his body. Just as he prepared to attack me, the floor 3 boss, the Goblin General, suddenly appeared, shocking the Dragon King into a daze. Of course, my summoning was not over yet. The next moment, the ultimate boss of the Dead Realm, the Death Butcher, wielded a giant cleaver to block his retreat. Looking at the 2 kind-looking bosses before him, the Dragon King dropped his mountain-shaking staff and sat hard on the ground. I admit defeat, he said angrily while flipping a middle finger. Even though I concede, have some guts and fight me without summoning bosses. I smiled and said, this is my talent skill. If you do not let me use it, how am I supposed to fight you? The Dragon King felt so wronged, he was ready to cry. Anyway, you and that bunny girl teamed up to scam me. I opened my notification window and said, take a look for yourself. My items were stolen by her too. After figuring out the truth, a drop of cold sweat formed on the Dragon King's forehead, and he immediately apologized to me. Brother, I am sorry for being so reckless. Looking at the honest and simple-minded Dragon King, I think to myself, although this guy only has one track in his mind, he knows how to correct his mistakes, and his character is not bad. Instantly won me over. The 2 of us shook hands amicably and even added each other as friends. We became friends after a fight. Dragon King waved his hand. I have a few friends asking me to farm a boss, so I will get going first. I opened the map of the 4th layer of the demonic realm. It looks just like a maze here, but I am not far from the boss spawn point either. Suddenly, a familiar cry for help comes from the direction of the boss. It turns out to be Moonlight Rabbit, who has a habit of stealing things. However, her situation does not look optimistic at all. The boss, Minotaur Commander, is slashing wildly at her. The little girl is so scared that she is crying her eyes out. At this moment, a pig-headed monster behind the boss speaks human words. You rabbit have no manners at all. You deserve to be smashed to death by the boss. It turns out the pig-headed monster is just a player in disguise. Even though Moonlight Rabbit steals things, it does not warrant death. Therefore, I use the bloodthirsty longbow to shoot an arrow. Then I activate my summoning skill and release all 10 of my summoned creatures. Under the siege of the summoned creatures, the boss quickly falls into a disadvantage. Its previous unstoppable momentum is completely gone in front of my summons. The pig monster looks terrified. It actually has this kind of talent skill, and my disguise in front of this player named Rakshasa is basically complete garbage. Little girl, since there is a fool willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf, I will spare you this once. Then in the next second, over at the boss Minotaur Commander, a heat wave of over 1,000 degrees suddenly erupts. Looking at the boss again, its health bar is completely depleted. In the next second, the boss turns into energy and instantly dissolves. A pop-up prompts that you have successfully killed the demon realm. Floor 4 boss, Minotaur Commander. Although it drops a large number of magic soul balls, it also costs me 1 pig monster. At this time, Moonlight Rabbit walks towards me with an apologetic face. She previously picked from me. Thank you, big brother, I know I was wrong. I stare at her without blinking. As long as you know you are wrong, do not steal other people's things in the future. After the rabbit leaves, I shout towards the ground. Stop playing dead and stand up. The 4th floor Demon Realm boss, Minotaur Commander, is resurrected and summoned by me. Meanwhile, the entrance leading to the 5th floor of the Demon Realm is thus activated. After he finishes saving his progress for the 5th floor of the Demon Realm, he returns to reality to rest. The next day, I go to school. I heard my classmates discussing the Dawn organization. It seemed they were talking about a bounty post on the Demon Realm forum. Curious, I opened it up and was completely stunned. The target of the bounty was my ID, Luosha, and the client was Human Dawn. Wait, isn't this client me? The reward was a staggering 5 million. Seeing a bounty that high, even I wanted to report myself. My expression turned very grim. Before Kiss of Death died, she said she wouldn't let me off easily even in death. So that was what she meant by a bounty. It looks like I need to put together a team in the Demon Realm. People like Uncle Lu Yueying, and Dragon King all seem like good choices. However, after I got back home and logged into the 5th floor of the Demon Realm, it seemed the bounty had caused quite an impact. My Luosha ID was already being targeted. If I blindly walked out of the altar, they would probably ambush me right away. I glanced at my current list of summoned beasts. Maybe I should head down to the 4th floor first and build a boss army. This little move ended up sending the players on the 5th floor running in circles. After I teleported to the 4th floor, I intentionally avoided the crowds. Yet I still got spotted. History repeated itself, and I ran into Moonlight Rabbit again. She immediately grabbed onto my leg. She begged with a coquettish voice. Big brother, please help me out. I really need to reach the 30th tier of the Demon Realm. I had no other choice, and had to rely on my innate skill to make a living. I did not want to steal, but I really need the money. And I am a sucker for this kind of act. Feeling the softness against my leg, I comforted her. Stop crying, or you will attract other players here. I agree to help you, alright. Then the rabbit girl handed over all her equipment and materials to me with both hands. These are all the valuable things I have on me. Being a soft-hearted guy, I refuse to take a single coin. You can keep these things. As for how high I can take you, I will just do my best. A prompt popped up showing that Moonlight Rabbit joined my party, and an idea suddenly struck me. Rabbit, your innate skill allows you to steal items from players. What would happen if you used it on a boss? She beamed with joy and said, why did I not think of that? However, I asked doubtfully, by the way, what are you even going to the 30th tier for? She wants to find her father. He went to the 30th tier of the Demon Realm and vanished. I sighed inwardly. Her father was most likely killed by a boss. After all, players can only stay online for a maximum of 12 hours a day. As the two of us arrived at the boss spawn point, we just happened to see a raiding party getting slaughtered by the Minotaur Commander. I immediately activated my summoning skill to take over. All 9 of my summoned beasts made their entrance. I told Little Rabbit that I would hold him in check later. I asked her to use Pilfer on the Minotaur Commander when the time comes, and see what would happen. At that moment, the Death Butcher took the lead and dealt a massive critical hit. Meanwhile, the Heaven-Swallowing Frog continued to attack and wear down the boss from a distance. The Goblin Commander took charge of close combat and launched a Whirlwind Slash. Right when the boss dropped to low health, it used the Skill Bull Rush. I realized our chance had arrived, and ordered the Poison Spider to use Webbind. With a nearly maxed level Poison Spider, the crowd control duration lasted a full minute and a half. Little Rabbit, it is time for you to make your move. As soon as Little Rabbit used Pilfer on the boss, a material called Hard Bull Horn instantly appeared in her hands. She exclaimed that she could actually steal things right off the boss. It was still unclear what this material was even used for. The boss was driven mad with rage, but could do nothing to stop Little Rabbit. Because I was standing right beside her, no monsters dared to lay a hand on her. I told Little Rabbit not to hold back and steal to her heart's content. In the past, Little Rabbit always had to use her skills stealthily, never as openly and boldly as this. She was congratulated on obtaining a piece of bull hide. I searched through the Demon Realm guide for a long time, but it seemed to contain no mention of what these materials were used for, since all the materials on him had been stolen clean away. Then he had no more value left. Finally, the Death Butcher finished him off with a single blow. I obtained another boss-level summon. My next task was to go to the 3rd tier of the Demon Realm and use the boss Goblin Chieftain to fill up all the summoning slots in my list except for the bosses. This was a boss that countless players called a nightmare. Aside from paying a fortune to hire high-level players for a clear, almost no players could withstand the 3 casts of Death Sacrifice. Yet I managed to clear it unscathed with a 7-person team, simply because as a fragile player with a 3S tier summoning skill, I thought of a unique way to crack it. After confirming that Shao Tu's Pilfer skill could steal materials from the boss, I first returned to the 3rd tier of the Demon Realm to fill my summoning slots with the boss Goblin Chieftain. As for boss-type summons, even though I only had 4 kinds at the moment, they took up 6 slots. Once I arrived at the 5th tier of the Demon Realm, I immediately contacted Lu Yueying's 5-person team. That was when I learned that Dragon King was a member of her fixed group. Just as I mentioned that Dawn had placed a 5 million bounty on me. Little Princess Moneybags and the team immediately lit up with excitement. Brother Rakshasa, don't let outsiders reap the benefits. Why don't you let me take that bounty? Dragon King scolded her. Didn't you just collect a 1.5 million bounty recently? Don't even remind me. Some guy named Zhang Ze took a share of it. I finally realized that the little princess was actually Shun Mengdai, the bounty hunter who hunted Huang Hanfei. Dragon King immediately changed the subject. The Rakshasa brother's talent is absolutely insane. His summoning art can even summon a boss. His summoning skill can even summon a boss. The mage named Yi Chiu is completely shocked. A talent that can summon bosses must be at least double S grade or higher. And the entire Daxia has fewer than 500 people with S grade. I do not deny it, though my actual talent is triple S grade. It is better not to talk about my talent for now. Little Rabbit exclaims pleasantly. No wonder I wanted to latch onto Rakshasa the moment I saw him. Right at this moment, Rakshasa makes a request. If we form a party, we have to bring Moon Rabbit along. She does not want any loot. As long as we can clear the level. The money-obsessed little princess instantly objects. At least pay me some labor fees. To ease the atmosphere, Zhu Shuai decides to cover all of Little Rabbit's labor fees himself. Lu Yueying tells me not to mind her. Though the little princess is greedy for money, she is the only healer in the team, and her skills are great. So Zhu Shuai takes the lead and says, since everyone is here, why not go fight the floor 5 boss, Blackfin Sorcerer? With Brother Rakshasa joining us, we will definitely succeed. The monsters on the 5th floor of the Demon Realm are several times stronger than the previous 4 floors. Even a strong team like Lu Yueying's has been trapped on this floor for several months. Naturally, there are tons of mobs on the way to the boss spawn point. This gives me a chance to learn about my partner's talents. The tank Zhu Shuai is an S-grade talent user. His skill defense aura can within a 3-meter radius, boosting the defense of team members by 60%. This allowed the main attacker in the group to push forward with fewer worries and greater speed. The first type of minion on the 5th floor is the Tide Caller. It deals no damage, but its healing output is absurd. The second type of minion is the Surfer. Although its defense is not high, its damage is terrifying. When buying us off failed. Then in the next second, the group of minions suddenly freezes over. This is the work of Ye Jiqiu and his crowd control skill, Ice Wind Ring. Any creature within its range will be frozen solid. Finally, they are finished off by the team members Dragon King and Lu Yueying. I silently think that joining such a team will bring me endless benefits moving forward. After clearing out the wild monsters along the way, everyone arrives at the refresh point of the 5th floor boss. As long as you touch this Sea God Stone, players can gain 1 hour of underwater breathing. Otherwise, the drowning status will occur, causing the character to lose 10% HP every minute. This also means the 7-person squad has only 1 hour to defeat the boss, Blackfin Wizard, to kill them one by one. However, after the 7-person squad arrives at the ocean floor, they discover that the healer in the team has hydrophobia. Perhaps this is the reason why they got stuck on the 5th floor. At this moment, a group of retreating players comes back from ahead in the deep sea. Blackly Kuei waves his hand toward Jisen. Brother Jisen, we have been defeated again. The skills of the Blackfin Wizard are simply abnormal. Not only does it summon 3 waves of minions to protect itself, it can also teleport and launch skills like Dark Strike. What's worse is that the attacks have a knockback effect. Then there's the 3rd phase skill, Death Sacrifice. It's a total nightmare. Every time it's cast, every team member loses 20% of their health, until the whole team is wiped out. After thinking it over, I realized there was basically no solution. Do I really have to rely on raw power to clear this? But since I've already made it to the boss, I might as well learn its combat patterns to see if there are any loopholes I can exploit. As the boss spawned, the battle began. Our 7-man team's tactic was to start with the tank, Giant God, leading the charge with his defense aura. Once the mob spawned, Yi Chiu used Ice Wind Rain for crowd control. Then, the two main attackers, Lu Yueying and Dragon King, entered the fray. Of course, I couldn't just stand around. I summoned the Heaven-Swallowing Frog and the Goblin Commander to protect our healer, the Little Princess. This way, the whole team could maintain continuous damage and get timely heals. However, I underestimated the attack power of the mobs on the 5th floor of the Demon Realm. The Goblin Commander couldn't withstand the biting attacks of the surfers and was killed. Then, the Blackfin Wizard summoned a second wave of minions. Using the same old formula, the team almost made it through without taking damage, but just then, the Blackfin Wizard teleported behind Dragon King and launched a dark strike right into his back. It instantly drains the Dragon King of 759 HP and severely injures him. I panic as I realize the boss can actually teleport. The next second, the little princess casts her talent skill, Green Blessing. It instantly fills up the nearly dead Dragon King health bar. As a result, the Dragon King fights back and lands a powerful strike with his staff. After the Blackfin Wizard misses, it teleports behind Lu Yueying instead. The Dark Strike deals massive critical damage and instantly sends Lu Yueying flying. Luckily, she falls right into my arms. Otherwise, it would have triggered secondary damage. Qiuji seizes the moment to cast Ice Storm, freezing the Blackfin Wizard right in place. The Dragon King lands a critical strike that reduces the boss to 50% health. When the boss teleports again, it does not attack, but instead creates distance from the team. Jason does not dare to lower his guard and instantly activates Defense Aura. Sure enough, the Blackfin Wizard has entered its 3rd phase. According to the strategy we discussed earlier, Rakshasa brothers, it is time for us to take our positions too. I open my summoning skill list and cast my summons without hesitation. The Tauren Commander, the Death Butcher, and the Sky-Swallowing Toad are all summoned out, purely to block the 3rd wave of minions summoned by the boss. These minions purposefully charge directly toward me. They seem to sense a huge threat coming from me. The next moment, the Death Butcher swung his cleaver and instantly killed all the surfers. My strategy was to use my summoning skills to sustain the fight. The surfers that had just died were resurrected and summoned by me. This way, even if some of my monsters died, they could be quickly replenished, until the Blackfin Sorcerer used its skill, Death Sacrifice, for the first time. I saw it grab one of the summoned minions in its hand, sucking out all of its life force. A terrifying dark magic erupted from the center of the ocean floor. This was a group attack. 815 points of health were deducted from me. As for the other members of the team, relying on the previous combination of Ice Storm, Light Slash, and the Dragon King's Shaking Mountain Staff, they quickly wiped out all the 3rd wave of monsters. I knew very well that dragging it out like this meant we would not finish the battle before underwater breathing ended. Meanwhile, the boss, Blackfin Sorcerer, launched its 2nd Death Sacrifice. Because the spell damage stacked by 40%, the damage dealt by the boss instantly reduced all team members to near death. Yet the team members were completely helpless against the boss. If it cast Death Sacrifice one more time, everyone in the 7-person squad would perish. Dying in the demon realm meant dying in reality, too. But right at this moment, behind them, 5 or 6 healing staves of the surfers appeared. In an instant, the health of all 7 team members returned to their peak. This energy didn't come from the little princess's green blessing. It was from the surfers I revived using my summoning arts. That's right, I found my own secret to clearing the game. With these surfers, who specialized in healing, my teammates could go all out to clear the remnants of the 3rd wave of monsters. I took out my S-Rank blood-slaying spear and summoned the Heaven-Swallowing Frog. Just as the boss released its 3rd Death Sacrifice, the attacks from me and the Heaven-Swallowing Frog dealt nearly 2,000 damage. It turns out the Blackfin Wizard's powerful magic damage was traded for by sacrificing a huge amount of health. The second after the Blackfin Wizard died, a teleportation array to the 6th floor of the Demon Realm opened behind him. I successfully landed the final blow on the Blackfin Wizard as I had hoped. That way, I'll be able to summon him in the future. The Blackfin Wizard's death also dropped countless high-level demon soul orbs. And most importantly, an invitation to the Death Realm. Taming a single Death Butcher back then allowed me to walk freely through the first 5 floors of the Demon Realm. I wonder if I could encounter another powerful boss if I could visit the Death Realm again. As for the other high-level demon soul orbs, I gave most of them to my teammates. Listening to the excited description from Zhu Shun, I learned that the 6th floor of the Demon Realm is a doghead worker mine. They say you can even use materials there to upgrade your weapons. A player mined a piece of raw or worth 6 figures, only to be chased and hacked by over 100 doghead miners. It turns out this is an ore used to strengthen weapons, and a special product of the 6th floor mine in the demon realm. Even though the piece he stole was of the lowest quality, selling it still fetches around 10,000, and the highest quality ore in the mine is called black gold ore. Although black gold ore can only be used to strengthen S-grade equipment, just a small piece is worth over 500,000, because its drop rate is extremely low. However, players wanting to upgrade weapons must reach the 10th floor of the demon realm and find the dwarf blacksmith to use them. The higher the quality of the equipment you want to strengthen, the higher the grade of or required. Of course, killing monsters on the 6th floor of the demon realm also has a chance to drop raw ore. At this moment, Little Money Princess starts calculating frantically. If we go mine a few dozen pieces right now, would we not get rich instantly? But because we just finished killing the Blackfin sorcerer, almost all team members have very little stamina left. So the 7-person squad decides to log back on together tomorrow for mining and exploration. Little Money Princess is so restless her face flushes red. Let us at least mine a piece of black gold or before logging off. I resolutely choose to log out of the demon realm. After all, I still have to go collect my award early tomorrow morning. Soon, all 7 members of the team logged off. Early the next morning, I arrived at the police station. The police handed over the entire 1.5 million bounty for capturing Huang Hanfei to me. Meanwhile, Xin Mingdai, the money princess in reality, also showed up right on time to split the reward. She pointed at my chest and argued righteously. Even though I was hypnotized back then, if it were not for my appearance, your sister would have been killed by Huang Hanfei at home. You would never have had the chance to rescue your sister from the outlaws. So I am taking this 750,000 with a clear conscience. After all, in this world, apart from money, everything else is fake. I suddenly started to feel pity for Xin Mingdai. What kind of blow could have made this woman so obsessed with money? The next second, a group of reporters rushed over to interview me. Fortunately, I kept my mouth shut and did not expose that my in-game ID in Demon Realm was Rakshasa. Until 8 p.m. that evening, I logged back on as promised. I opened my summon list and reviewed my roster. Even though the Goblin Commander and Minotaur Commander were gone, the Surfer and Tide Caller were just as capable in stats. Then Xin Mingdai logged on. Her favorability towards Rakshasa had increased a lot. Yet Rakshasa did not dare to expose his identity, fearing what would happen if she found out he was Zhang Ze. I probably won't see such a beautiful sight again for a long time. Following right after was Lu Yueying. As soon as she joined, she gave me her real-life phone number. If the other teammates are busy, I can duo with you. After all, you're currently the top player on the bounty list. But being a dense guy, I just threw the message into the trash. Yueying, your contact code is your personal privacy. We're strangers in real life, so I'll just pretend I didn't see it. Lu Yueying huffed and turned away. She literally fell into your arms yesterday. And you still say you're strangers. What a jerk. Meanwhile, the other 5 teammates arrived. Dragon King had a nap and was full of energy. I'm going to turn this mine upside down today. Once the 7-man squad entered the mine, they immediately encountered the first group of kobold miners. They were larger than any monsters from the first 5 floors. The moment the kobold miners charged, Giant God gave the order to use standard tactics. I'll tank the frontal attack. With that, Giant God activated his talent skill, Defense Aura. Jiqiu, handle crowd control with Ice Wind Ring. Dragon King, flank from the right with Mountain Shaking Staff. Lu Yueying, flank from the left with Light Slash. I was positioned in the center of the team and activated my summoning spell. I buff everyone to boost their attack power. The little princess uses Green Blessing to maximize healing. However, the freeze effect that should have lasted a full minute is broken by the dog-headed miner in under 40 seconds. Could it be that the magic resistance of these monsters has increased? This leaves the undefended Dragon King slashed by an attack. My pupils constrict in shock. Blizzard is an A-grade talent skill after all. It is weakened this much just on the 5th layer of the Demon Realm. If I do not improve the quality of my weapons, I will stand no chance against the powerful monsters in the deeper layers. I immediately summon 3 Tide Callers and work with the little princess to desperately heal the Dragon King and Lu Yueying on the front lines. Finally, one of the dog-headed miners falls under Lu Yueying's sword. The aggro of the remaining miner is continuously held by Jushian. Yet even this tank has been beaten down to critical health. This shows just how terrifying the attack power of the dog-headed miners is. I dare not summon the black-finned wizards, fearing they are too fragile and will be instantly killed by group attacks. Instead, I summon the Blood Fiend leader and use it alongside the Devouring Toad's Great Fireball to deal massive damage. We successfully take down the other dog-headed miner. Along the rest of the journey, I have the Death Butcher clear the path alongside the Dragon King and Lu Yueying. I gradually realize that the dog-headed miners not only have high attack, but also plenty of health. They are even stronger than the bosses on the 6th and 7th layers. Of course, the dropped equipment and ores are not bad either. Before you know it, 2 more spawn in the mine. Jiqiu immediately cast Ice Wind Rain to control them. But the battles along the way had left the team exhausted. The freezing effect weakened once again. The Dragon King, who was full of energy, was knocked down by a single blow from a pickaxe. Finally, the werewolf before them died under the Death Butcher's cleaver. The Dragon King was driven crazy by the sheer number of monsters. The giant god comforted everyone, telling them not to lose heart. I've heard that some people get stuck on the mobs of the 6th floor for a month, so it's not surprising. Money Princess exploded when she heard this. A whole month? I'd go crazy from being broke. Lu Yueying asked, blushing. What are you staring at so intently? I explained that I might have a way to deal with the kobold miners more easily. Haven't you noticed that the miners are all carrying the same thing? Lu Yueying suddenly realized. That's right, they all have candles on their heads. Could those be for lighting? So, I took out my Blood Fiend longbow. I aimed for the candle on the kobold miner's head and shot it right off with a whoosh. I'll test this theory for everyone. The next second, the kobold miners seemed to go blind. It couldn't find a target to attack. Lu Yueying exclaimed. If we sell this information, we could make at least 7 figures. I accidentally extinguished the candle on the monster's head and discovered this would blind them. While regular kobold miners only have 1 candle. The boss, the kobold miner king, has a full 10 of them on his head. It turns out the 6th level of the demon realm is a mine. Kobolds have lived in these mines for thousands of years, so their corneas have seriously degenerated. The clue I accidentally found, if sold to other players, could easily fetch 500,000. Instead, I used this Easter egg to lead our 7-person team all the way, straight to the boss spawn point. However, this place has already been claimed by another team. Unexpectedly, the female leader watching from the side, upon seeing that the newcomer is Princess Moneybag, breaks into a sneer of absolute confidence. Well, if it is not the eldest Miss Shen, I wonder if the massive debts the Shen family owes have still not been paid off yet. Shen Mingdai, fallen from grace, is furious. Even if my family is declining, it is still not your place as an upstart to point fingers. The female leader sneers again. I just happen to have some filthy cash. Back when you were worth hundreds of millions, you looked down on everyone. Who would have thought you would still have friends now? Hilarious. I swore back then that I would take back the dignity I lost. With that, the female leader immediately made an offer to us. As long as you leave Shen Mingdai, join my team, and you will get 10 million a year, fully equipped with S-tier gear. Shen Mingdai was trembling with anger, but she could not find any words to talk back. The straightforward Long Wang instantly wore a fierce look. Put away your stinking money. Do not make my heart itch, the wealthy giant chuckled. Who in our team would care about a mere 10 million? The female leader directly announced that this floor boss is monopolized by me, Guoluoyan. Long Wang almost blew his top. The next second, a cowboy with the ID Western running dog raised his blunderbuss and aimed it at Long Wang. Just as Long Wang was about to make a move, I stopped him. Do not act rashly just yet. Did you not see that guy wearing full S-tier gear? Rest assured, I have a way to deal with them. Right as the boss was reduced to low health by Lu Yin's team, I quietly shot an arrow at a nearby powder keg, successfully igniting it. The resulting chain explosion lit up the entire mine tunnel. All members of Lu Yin's team were blasted to near death and fled the battlefield in panic. Shen Mingdai covered her mouth and laughed. Rakshasa, you really know how to pull this off. Unexpectedly, the next second, the mine tunnel collapsed, trapping Lu Yin's team and the boss, the doghead mine master. They all fell together into the deep pit. She was so high and mighty before, but now she was in a complete mess. However, because of the explosion just now, all the doghead miners in the entire cave rushed over toward this place. They instantly surrounded the last 2 remaining members of the Falling Goose team. The Western running dog sensed something was wrong and immediately used a random teleport scroll to slip away. Guoluoyan felt for the first time that the bond brought by money could be so insignificant. The very next second after the doghead miners pounced on Guoluoyan, they were all frozen into ice sculptures by someone. That was the only reason she escaped disaster. The person who made a move was none other than Jiqiu from my team. Guoluoyan begged them to save her. Shen Mingdai was naturally more than happy to oblige. How about a discount, 5 million per person? If you think that is too much, just think about what it means to have money but no life to spend it. Facing certain death, Guoluoyan had no reason to refuse. Shen Mingdai grinned. Since Miss Gua is so generous, our service cannot be too bad either. This rope only costs $10 to make, so trading it for your 35 million is definitely not a loss for you. 10 minutes later, Shin Mengdai received a notification that the full payment had arrived. Looking at the Nashing Gua Luo Yen, Shin Mengdai felt refreshed. And the biggest credit for this still goes to brother Luya. At this moment, I reminded my teammates to go take over the boss quickly. But the boss can summon. The surrounding mobs provide very tricky cover. So, Long Wong comes up with a plan. I will provide ranged support from the cliff above. The rest of us will go down together to pull the mobs. With Giant God's defense aura, we can hold out for a while. As long as I can. Extinguish the 10 candles on the boss's head. I take advantage of the opening, firing 2 arrows at once. As a result, only 1 candle is put out, and my turn triggers the boss's progression horn. I wear a look of surprise. The dog-headed miner actually knows how to protect its own candles. At the bottom of the deep pit, Jiqiu is in charge of crowd control using ice, wind, and rain. Lu Yueying is still responsible for using Light's Wrath to instantly kill the imprisoned dog-headed miners. The next second, the dog-headed miner throws a bundle of dynamite. If it hits, not only will it deal massive single-target damage, it will also cause a stun effect. Fortunately, an arrow hits the dynamite as it is thrown, detonating it in midair. Lu Yueying's body is soaked, and Rakshasa saved me once again. The next instant, I summon the heaven-swallowing frog, using its flames to conceal my arrows. Unfortunately, the boss's resistance is too high, dealing only 650 damage. If we can keep wearing it down like this, the boss might eventually be ground to death. However, the next second, the dog-headed miner throws 2 bundles of explosives back to back. One of them is thrown at me, while the other explodes on Dragon King and Lu Yueying. Titan is responsible for protecting Shin Mengdai, the only healer in the group. Who would have thought the kobold miner would take out 2 more bundles of explosives? Does the boss have no cooldown on skills? I immediately shoot an arrow and light a candle. At this moment, Shin Mengdai casts a green blessing on Lu Yueying to restore her health. A critical hit accurately strikes the vital point with Light Slash, dealing twice the damage as before. Dragon King's critical hit briefly stuns the boss. At this moment, the Devouring Toad's fireball is fully charged. I mix several arrows into the flames. My most powerful attack lands perfectly on the boss. The moment I clear the kobold miner's health bar, its entire body suddenly turns red. Titan is the first to react. Oh no, the boss is going to self-destruct. Self-destructing in such a narrow space means the mage and healer in the team will definitely die. Titan recklessly uses his great shield and body to pin the boss tightly against the wall. Little Princess is stunned and does not even have time to cast a heal. An extremely terrifying heat wave erupts from inside the kobold miner. At 0 distance, even a tank with astonishing defense like Titan might end up destroyed along with his shield. I jump down desperately, but the surrounding smoke obscures everyone's vision. Long Wong weeps in front of Jushin's shield. Boss, you were too foolish. Just then, someone pushes the wall open. Don't cry yet, I am not dead yet. The team members rush forward. Although I am not dead, all my gear is shattered. Quickly see what the boss drops. After the dog-head miner dissipates, it not only drops hundreds of high-level demon soul orbs, but also a piece of black gold ore, rarer than winning the lottery. Shin Mengdai, who is usually money-obsessed, hands the black gold ore to Ju Shun. If you had not risked your life to save us, Jiqiu and I would have been blown to pieces. I nod in agreement. Boss Ju Shun, just accept everyone's good intentions. Using the black gold or to trade for some gear is good too. Fine, I cannot win against you all. I will gather my gear and then go explore floor 7 of the demon realm. After saving their progress on the 7th floor, everyone prepares to rest. Unexpectedly, in the pitch-black mine cave, Shin Mengdai quietly pulls me aside. Luosha, let us meet at the grand altar in half an hour. Bring Long Wong, and the 3 of us will make some extra money. I agree and log off. See you in half an hour. Returning to reality, I thought having 10 million would be enough to buy an S-grade gear. Opening the Demon Realm auction site reveals 3 million. Even a pair of S-grade boots costs 3 million. Not to mention the 25 million armor. This pair of S-grade boots not only gives speed bonuses, but also comes with 20% evasion. Since I took 5 million from Xiao Tu, spending 3 million to keep her safe is totally worth it. An S-grade necklace that permanently boosts mental stats and increases talent effect by 10%. Instantly catches my eye. This necklace might be useless to others, but for my SSS grade summoning skill, boosting my talent by 10% means I can summon 1 more beast. A pop-up message shows I have selected 2 items. and I can wear them after logging back into the realm. Time is just right. It is time to teleport to the realm and meet up with them. Shin Mingdai has too many tricks up her sleeve. I want to see how she plans to make extra money. In the level 6 mine cave of the realm. This is a vein of ore used for upgrading equipment. And monster miners have already excavated a full 10 tons. The ores are divided into 5 grades. The highest quality black gold ore is worth 500,000 for a tiny piece, while the lowest quality hematite is worth 10,000. If I can take away all 10 tons of these raw ores, buying a full set of S-grade equipment will be within reach. The carrying capacity of the realm inventory is determined by the strength attribute of the user. My strength stat is 16, allowing me to carry up to 1 ton of ore at a time, which is 60 chunks of ore. Shin Mingdai is a healer, so she can only take 18 chunks. Even though Luo Wang is a warrior, his strength is actually lower than mine as an archer. Moving like this makes us extremely slow, and the mine is crawling with monsters. To escape safely, we have to use our bows to lure the kobold miners over and team up with Luo Wang. An hour later, the 3 of us finally clear out all the monsters in the cave. Shin Mingdai suggests, let us sell our loot first and come back another time when we are free. Suddenly, Lunar Rabbit teases me with a mysterious smile. Big brother Zhang Ze, I will give you a surprise later. After the 3 of us slowly make our way back to the altar on floor 6, we happen to hear someone buying or hear, but they only want black gold ore and refuse all other types. Just then a knight comes down from the upper floors. How many black gold ores have you collected? Young Master Chen Feng has been stuck on floor 7 for days. If you delay his progress, our heads will roll. The name Chen Feng sounds very familiar to me. Isn't this the rich kid I met at the Cloud Top Club back then? As Shin Mingdai waved her hand and prepared to log off. Since they do not want it, we can go back and list the ore on the auction site. We will split the profit evenly later. Just as I was about to log off, I was called out by Little Rabbit. The next second, a piece of black gold ore was placed in front of me. Little girl, where did you get this black gold ore? It turned out that while we were fighting monsters earlier, Little Rabbit tried to use the skill pickpocket on a kobold miner. She thought she would just steal some fur, but ended up getting a piece of black gold ore instead. So to help brother Luosha take me to the 30th floor of the demon realm as soon as possible, she gave this ore to me to boost my strength. After I took the black gold ore, Little Rabbit logged off. I really owe this girl a favor. Early the next morning, I headed to the hospital to look for Dr. Yang. Dr. Yang, can I use 7 million first to buy the permanent usage rights for an artificial kidney? And pay you the remaining 3 million next month when I raise enough money. Dr. Yang suggested instead that next month they will have a batch of better artificial kidneys coming in, though the price will be a bit higher. All right, then I will wait another month to get the best one for my sister. Just then, a rough-looking man pushed open the office door. Kid, I need to talk to Dr. Yang about something urgent in private. Dr. Yang patted my shoulder. Little brother, you go back first, and I will notify you when there is news. Right as I passed by the bald, muscular man, I sensed a hint of hostility. After I left, the bald man reported. Boss, headquarters has sent down orders for us to pull off a big stunt in the demon realm tonight. After leaving the hospital, I was thinking about how to make more money in the demon realm. So I teleported to the 7th floor of the demon realm. As soon as I arrived, I saw Uncle Mu and Lu Yuang squatting by the altar, as if something big had happened. Uncle Mu, are you also part of the Demon Realm Administration Bureau, and what happened on this floor? The Dragon King explained first, saying that a madman out of nowhere had just been killing everyone in sight with immense strength, and ordinary adventurers were no match for him. I heard that more than a dozen players died because of this. Just as I was getting ready to log off, cries for help came from the altar entrance. He was so blatant, immediately grabbing and killing any weaker players who stepped out of the altar. The criminal lived up to his name, called the Devil's Smile. With a slash, the player in his hands had their throat slit. Dying in the demon realm means real death in reality. Afterwards, Devil's Smile activated a random teleport scroll to escape the scene. Uncle Lu was furious, shouting that Dawn is openly provoking our Demon Realm Bureau. They really have some nerve. With that, he drew his greatsword and rushed out of the altar, seeing Lu Yuang follow him. I was also curious to see how impressive Dawn really was. As a result, the 3 of them reached a fork in the road. Fearing someone might fall behind, they decided to stick together. At this moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind them. The figure looked like a giant lizard, but it was not a monster that would spawn on the 7th floor of the demon realm. Turns out this was Devil's Smile. Talent skill, transformation. Level 4 transformation increases all attributes by 20% and turns the user into a monster, while level 5 transformation increases all attributes by 30%. Yet right at this moment, the three of them paused simultaneously. Uncle Lu immediately protected me and Lu Yueying. Because a 7th floor demon realm monster, the savage giant, had spawned right before them. It possessed immense strength and super high damage. Then 2 more monsters spawned behind them, and one of them was a magic giant. He was the most terrifying wild monster on this floor, because his skill was magical silence, which could seal a player's talent skills. Before you know it, a savage giant rushed over. Uncle Lu takes the front to maneuver, while I stay behind to handle range damage. Uncle Lu activates his repel skill, stunning the boss for 30 seconds, and dealing massive damage. At the same time, Lu Yueying stacks up a slash of light. I summon 4 tide callers to heal Uncle Lu simultaneously. When Uncle Lu triggers his second tremor skill, the first savage giant finally falls under the giant's sword. To get past the front, we must kill both giants. Right now, I act as the healer, letting the 2 swordsmen rush into battle without worries. Unexpectedly, this is a magic giant, and it activates spell silence. Its target is the weakest one, Lu Yueying. This means Lu Yueying will be unable to use Slash of Light for 180 seconds. Fortunately, Uncle Lu saves the day in time, activating Repel with all his might to stall the attack of the savage giant. As time passes, Lu Yueying still has 40 seconds left on her silence debuff, while Uncle Lu is locked in stalemate. The magic giant casts spell silence once again. This is bad. Uncle Lu cannot possibly dodge it. I rush forward with the utmost speed and block the spell silence with my own body. Uncle Lu, you are the main attacker and your skills must not be sealed. We have to focus fire and take down the magic giant immediately. Under the relentless assault of Uncle Six and Lu Yueying, the squishy magic giant was torn to shreds. After letting out an unwilling roar, it dissipated into a beam of energy. We can pass once we kill this savage giant, but I realized something was off. Since monsters spawn here, how did Devil's Smile get through? Uncle Six also sensed danger. Just as I expected, a lizard-like magic beast emerged from the stone wall. The experienced Uncle Six immediately saw through its disguise. But a second later, a sharp claw slashed across Uncle Six's chest, dealing over 1,000 points of critical damage. This thing wasn't just a lizard. It was a chameleon that could blend perfectly into its surroundings. Frustrated, I immediately used my summoning spell, calling out every single magic beast from my summoning space. Devil's Smile had planned to one-shot us, but after seeing my summons, he realized I could actually summon bosses. The sky-swallowing frog began a frantic rampage through the tunnel. Finally, a fireball slammed into Devil's Smile, and I fired an arrow at the same time. The Death Butcher also swung his scythe. The man was forced to deactivate his transformation spell. Then, he gave a wicked smile. Rakshasa, you are quite interesting. Consider yourselves lucky today. The next second, Devil's Smile pulls out a random teleportation scroll. Before leaving, he warns us. Our hunt for you and Dawn will never stop. Just wait and watch the show. With that, he vanishes on the spot. No one has time to stop him. Uncle Six tells me to be extremely careful. Let us go back to the altar and log off first. We can talk after this blows over. At this moment, Devil's Smile opens the chat window. He shares my talent for summoning. Across the team channel, Gravedigger asks if they should wipe out the Lu family. The leader, First Dawn, tells him to calm down and not cause trouble. Gravedigger replies that he understands. They must not alert the enemy and disrupt Dawn's deployment and espionage in the Great Xian Nation. However, when I return to reality, I find that Tianfeng City is facing an unprecedented disaster. Monsters from the demon caves have suddenly descended into reality. This is bad. I cannot use my summoning skills in reality. Relying purely on physical fitness, I am no match for them. This is a delivery monster carrying a roast pig. Yet it is the only key to open the boss door. Players can only enter to raid the boss, while it is delivering food to the boss. Only one is randomly refreshed in the dungeon every day. Yet the one that spawned today was killed by my arrow. As for wanting to raid the 7th layer of the demon realm, there is only one condition for clearing the boss. The team size cannot exceed 3 players during the raid. Many players have been stuck on this floor for years. Yet I boastfully declared, I have a way to help our brothers finish the raid in half a day. When our team arrives at the 7th floor boss spawn point in the demon realm, we see it is packed with players. A man named Crazy Youngster of the Chun family has brought an elite-tier old man to block the entrance. The old man radiates a powerful aura and shouts that today's raid opportunity has been monopolized by young Master Chun. Anyone wanting to die can step forward. At this moment, Dragon King jumps out. I am not afraid of death. Let me try. With a clang, the old man uses a single hand to easily knock Dragon King away. You youngsters know nothing of immensity. Dragon King wears a grave expression, realizing that this old man can injure him just by flicking him away. It seems the strength of this master goes beyond elite tier. Chun Feng sneers mockingly, saying the demon realm is governed by the law of the jungle. Why must you act disobediently? Just as Dragon King struggles to contain his temper. I repeat that I have a way to clear it within half a day, and before you know it, the delivery giant spawns. The other players have already compromised with Chun Feng. But the next second, an arrow knocks the delivery giant down. Chun Feng angrily yells at us. If I cannot clear the 7th floor boss, none of you will ever get a turn. I am full of confidence. It does not matter if I clear it or not. I am taking down this giant myself. Just as Chun Feng is about to make everyone pay with their lives. Feng Yun Jusher steps in to persuade him. Dawn caused chaos in the demon realm yesterday, and it has not settled yet. Both the Demon Realm Bureau and the police are investigating. If more people die, it will hurt the Chun family's reputation. Then Chun Feng decides to just waste time. Our large group will just stay here and stall you guys. Let us see if you do not get drowned by everyone's spittle. Yet I boast boldly. Even after I kill this delivery giant, I can still let everyone here fight the boss. Chun Feng loses his composure and laughs. I want to see how you make the boss open the door for you. In the blink of an eye, I pull my bowstring to the limit, and the arrow shoots out straight into the delivery giant's heart. The next second, the delivery giant dies right in front of everyone. Along with it, everyone's patience is gone too. Chun Feng points at me and curses viciously. I have engraved your ID Rakshasa into my genes. I hope you do not end up begging me on your knees in the future. Let's see if you're still this stubborn then. I told the other players not to leave just yet. Once we're done with the boss, I'll make sure you guys get a turn right away. The players looked at me with disdain. What the hell are you talking about? You already killed the delivery giant. It'll probably take another day for it to respawn. Watching us 7 idiots head toward the boss's gate. The bystanders just watched, waiting for the show. Even my team members were confused. They wondered how I actually planned to open the boss's gate. I smirked. Did you forget that I have summoning skills? And I can summon by killing monsters. I happened to buy an S-Rank necklace the day before yesterday, and its skill gave me an extra summoning slot with a +5 effect. Rise, my delivery giant. My teammates were absolutely stunned. How did I forget that Brother Luosha had this trick up his sleeve? If Brother Luosha can just summon this delivery giant, he might be able to make over 1 million a day. Of course, we still had to verify one thing. Whether the summoned delivery giant could actually open the boss's gate. As it turned out, when the summoned delivery giant walked up to the bronze gate, the gate actually began to slowly open. The players who stayed to watch were left speechless. It opened. It actually opened. Is this guy cheating? And when did this delivery giant even spawn? At this point, the 7-member team decided to let Rakshasa Zhang Ze and Dragon King take the lead in the first wave, while the rest of the team would enter in batches with matching classes. Because nobody knew how powerful the boss on the 7th floor truly was. This floor boss is named the Twin-Headed Giant, which means 2 independently thinking heads sharing a single body. Dragon King, who has an A-grade talent, landed a normal attack on one of the heads, and actually triggered a critical hit of over 500 damage. Of course, because he targeted the head. He had no time to dodge the giant's sky-splitting axe. Even though the axe was blocked by his quake-shaking staff, it still wiped out over 1,000 points of Dragon King's health. This level of attack power is something I have rarely seen in my life. So I wasted no time summoning the Tide Caller to heal Dragon King. Meanwhile, Lu Yueying's S-grade Light Slash felt like she was just tickling the boss. As a result, her feet caught the attention of the boss. The next second, Lu Yueying was lifted up and slammed ruthlessly into the ground by the boss, producing a deafening explosion. Dragon King panicked, but rushing in to help was basically suicide. Both of them were sent flying and left with barely a sliver of health. If it were not for my Tide Caller, they would have been dead and gone long ago. I immediately summoned the Heaven-Swallowing Frog to provide ranged attack support and diversion. Then I let the monsters from the 5th and 6th layers of the Demon Realm attack together. The boss speaks in human language out of anger. Did you really think my other head was just for show? It turns out the 2-headed boss has 1 head, handling physical power and the other handling magic. His skill is Shadow Clone. He can create a clone with 50% of the original's power. We already struggled to fight just one of them. Now there is another one. So I summoned the 3 tankiest and strongest summoned beasts to stall the boss clone. The 3 of us go forward to hold down the main body of the boss. However, as soon as the fight starts, the tier 6 dog miner is killed by the clone with a single axe strike. So I decide we should work together to deal with the boss's main body first. Having the Death Butcher join might make it easier to fight. Just as our 3 attacks hit the main body of the two-headed giant simultaneously, it unexpectedly triggers a special combo effect. It actually doubles the original damage. This instantly fills the 3 of us with hope. If we can pull off a few more combos, we might actually be able to kill the boss. The two-headed giant senses the threat and decides to speed up the battle rhythm. I have my teammates try again to see if they can trigger another combo. Sure enough, this attack fails to trigger the combo effect. Perhaps it was because the Butcher's attack was slightly delayed. As a result, an opening appeared behind the Dragon King. The boss used its clone to launch a slash. There was no time to block this time. It still drained 1,200 points of the Dragon King's health. Yet I seem to understand the trick behind the combo attack. Moon Shadow Dragon King, let us try again. Since the Death Butcher has a slightly slower attack wind-up, we need to strike first. Liu Yueying and the Dragon King must also release their talent skills. That way, with all 3 attacks hitting simultaneously, it will generate massive combo damage. Just as I expected, executing a combo requires timing the attacks right, and ensuring that all attacks are talent skills. At this moment, the main body of the double-headed giant has already charged over. Although everyone dodged the attack, they discovered a new problem. Because the boss has 2 heads, its health bar is also split in 2. Perhaps if we kill the magic head first, the clone will disappear. However, the boss's head itself is its weak point. Under the scorching flames of the devouring frog, the 3 of them only need to land 1 combo on the head, and the head controlling the clone's magic will have its health bar wiped out. The head responsible for physical power starts crying out, "Brother, why are you not saying anything anymore?" In the distance, I am now empowered by the bloodthirsty aura. Bursting with full power, I pull the bowstring to its maximum limit. The dark iron arrow shot out like a falling star, combined with the combo attack of the Dragon King, Liu Yueying, and the Death Scythe, instantly piercing through the strength head that was immersed in sorrow, so I could summon it in the future. Everyone's face was instantly filled with a victorious smile. At this moment, they felt a great sense of relief, and the battle with the double-headed giant gave them new insights into their own skills. As the boss was defeated, the portal leading to the 8th level of the demon realm opened up, with a prompt congratulating us on clearing the 7th floor. However, they did not know how crazy the dropped loot would make people once the boss completely vanished. The next moment the boss room shone with golden light, and the loot in front of us was as dazzling as a small treasure trove. Although the double-headed giant was extremely hard to kill, the loot it dropped made this fierce battle completely worth it. Aside from the expensive magic soul balls, this single sword alone was worth tens of millions. The core of this sword was carved from top-tier gems. I handed it to the swordsman Liu Yueying, hoping this sword could shine as brightly as it should in your hands. I gave the A-grade chest armor to the warrior Dragon King. Apart from distributing most of the demon's soul, orbs, and gold coins, my greatest gain was using my summoning skill to resurrect and summon the boss, the two-headed giant. When we arrived at the save point on the 8th floor of the demon realm, we were captivated by the stunning natural scenery here. However, across the endless grassland, hundreds of centaur knights were galloping fiercely. It turned out these players were being chased and killed by the centaurs. Are these the regular monsters on the 8th floor? Our 7-person group definitely cannot beat them. At that moment, an old man named Immortal asked the 3 of us, "Do you want to join our 300-person group? We only need a few dozen more people to fill it. And the hundreds of centaurs you just saw are just one of their cavalry squads." I suspiciously asked about the entry requirements. The old man spread his hands and said matter-of-factly, "First, you must hand over 10 demon soul orbs to join. After that, all dropped loot will be distributed by me." I instantly saw through the old man's scheme. This forced recruitment tactic is much more clever than Death Kiss back then. The next second, I took Dragon King and Liu Yueying and left the 8th floor of the demon realm, returning to the 7th floor. At the respawn point of the two-headed giant, I came back this time to help the remaining 4 members of our team clear the level. At this moment, Chen Feng also rushed over. "My subordinate said you entered the boss room. How could you possibly summon the takeaway giant?" I completely ignored him. Then, right in front of everyone, I activated my one-to-one summoning skill. The summoned takeaway giant actually opened the boss door directly. This round was up to Giant God, Xiao. After I finished warning them about the boss weaknesses, Giant God hurried off to start. The old man brought by Chen Feng earlier now called out to me, "Little brother, what level is your skill?" Dragon King spoke up first. My brother's talent skill is S-class. Well, old man, are you convinced yet? Unexpectedly, Feng Yunjusher shamelessly invited me instead. I have some connections in the National Security Bureau, and I can recommend you there, Rakshasa. Dragon King was so envious his brain short-circuited. But because I had a bad impression of the old man, I politely declined, saying thank you for the kind offer. I am just a student, and not even a Tier 1 demon domain powerhouse yet. I have no plans to join the National Security Bureau for now. Chen Feng was grinding his teeth with jealousy. Elder Gao, are you trying to recruit him? Naturally, this kid is just too overpowered. This kid's skills are so broken. If we can't make him work for us, he'll definitely become a threat in the future. The Dragon King felt it wasn't worth it for me. Brother Rakshasa, I think you're just being too arrogant. You don't even care for the National Security Agency. Lu Yueing told me not to. The Dragon King's father's greatest wish was for him to join the National Security Agency. Naturally, I didn't take it seriously. 3 hours later, all 7 members of the team cleared the stage and entered the 8th floor of the Demon Realm. As for Little Rabbit, I had to grind the boss multiple times before I could bring her along. Although the Demon Realm was filled with sunlight right now, it was already 3 a.m. in the real world. We quickly logged off to get some rest. We agreed to meet again tomorrow night. Lu Yueing said goodbye to me privately before logging off. The next morning, I said goodbye to my sister and prepared for school. But just then, a luxury car suddenly pulled up to the door. Sister Jiang, the proprietress of the Yunding Club, suddenly showed up. Little brother, I'm taking you to a small charity auction in Tianfeng City today. When I heard the organizer was Gauss Pharmaceuticals, the company providing the artificial kidney for my sister, I got in the car without hesitation. Today's charity event would gather all the social elites of Tianfeng City. So, I was forced to put on a suit and attend with Sister Jiang. Little brother, go ahead and look around. I have to deal with those big shots. But just as I turned around, I ran into my classmate, Wang Yang. How the hell did you sneak in here? Meanwhile, Chen Feng was nearby, but his gaze was fixed on a woman. Sister Yueing, I've been looking everywhere for you. Lu Yueing frowned. Chen Feng, what are you talking about? Chen Feng leaned in and started playing with her long hair. We have an engagement, after all. Why don't we start building some affection now? Lu Yueing had to play dumb. Are you crazy? What the hell are you talking about? Just as Chen Feng was about to force himself on her, I greeted Lu Yueing. She was stunned at first, but I gave her a sense of familiarity that made her feel safe. I asked her out without any awkwardness at all. This caused Chen Feng to lose face. Zhang Ze, you little brat, you're going to oppose me everywhere, aren't you? I haven't settled the score with you for what happened at the Cloud Peak Club, I replied with a smug look. So you're that RZ? Chen Feng was furious and wanted to punch me to death. But this just gave him a chance to show off in front of his goddess. Just then, a scruffy man stopped Chen Feng. It turned out to be Uncle Lu coming to the rescue. Although my old man and old man Chen arranged an engagement for you too, who knows what the future holds? Seeing Uncle Lu Santong, Chen Feng backed down. Anyway, I have had enough fun today. After the National Martial Arts exam, I will personally come to propose marriage. Uncle Lu comforted her, saying, Yueing, do not worry. I will find a chance to talk to your grandfather about the engagement. With that, Lu Santong turned to thank me. Little brother, have we met before? Naturally, I could not let them figure out my identity. Mister, you look familiar to me too. My friends are waiting, so I will take my leave. After I left, Lu Santong asked Lu Yueing, do you feel like this young man is a bit familiar? He stood up for you, so he must have a good impression of you. Lu Yueing also felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. With a slightly blushed face, she scolded her uncle for teasing her. Just then, an important figure arrived outside the gates. Director Dongfeng, you are finally here. You are still as spirited as ever. A crowd swarmed around the director, buttering him up. Seeing my fixed gaze, Wang Yang asked in surprise, you even know the director of the State Security Bureau? In reality, the person I recognized was the young girl by the director's side. Today's main event, the charity auction, began with the arrival of the director. Yet the first item up for auction was a piece of calligraphy titled Ode to Wang Zijuan. The entire venue immediately became lively, but I was filled with astonishment. How could this piece of calligraphy possibly appear here? I turned my head to look around. Sure enough, that murderer and robber, Bosley, has also come to this reception. Fatty Wong, I need your help with something important. The archer class is despised by everyone, so I recruit 100 archers to band together for safety. Everyone ridicules me and calls me a fool. Only I, a time traveler, know just how terrifying 100 archers can be. I decide to use this opportunity to form an archer guild in the demon realm. Any archer who joins today will not be charged a single cent. And I also promised to lead everyone to clear the 8th floor of the demon realm. However, this is only for today. Joining in the future will cost much more. Because the situation for archers is truly pathetic. Once the first person joins, half of the archers on the 8th floor follow suit. The giant god team also feels they should support us brothers. How can you raid the boss without including US brothers? I smile and say, then I will accept all of you. The 6 of you joining will enjoy senior member benefits in the future. Yet everyone is very confused about how I plan to lead them to defeat the Centaur General on the 8th floor. Just as everyone is full of enthusiasm, I tell the 100 archers of the guild to go to the shop and buy shovels. Because a good show is about to start. The other onlookers are also eager to see. As a result, the entire 8th floor of the demon realm becomes lively. I wave my hand to signal the team to stop. 9 centaur warriors spawn right in front of us. From now on, all archers must follow my instructions. Big Brother Giant, you do not need to bother stepping in this time. Then I take out the S-grade Bloodfiend longbow and fire the first shot to kick off the raid. The arrow hits the centaur squarely in the rear. Here they come, everyone take aim. I see 100 archers line up in 2 rows and aim at the charging centaurs. The next moment, a rain of arrows pours down from the sky. The Centaur Knight only takes 50 hits before its health bar is completely depleted. You have to know that the damage of 100 arrows combined reaches 10,000 points. Then another 100 arrows are fired, aiming at the 6 Centaur Knights charging from the back. Under 10,000 points of outrageous damage, all the centaurs are wiped out. This instantly boosts the team confidence. So this is how archers are supposed to be played in the demon realm. I think to myself that this is the true explosive power of an archer. Brothers who are free, come over and clear the battlefield, because there are still many mobs ahead that need to be dealt with. Seeing the dumbfounded look on the faces of the casual players, the archers all reveal satisfied expressions. Then I lured 2 more centaur cavalrymen and ordered the archers who had set up positions in advance to loose their arrows. 200 arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, delivering a most agonizing death to the 3 cavalrymen. I am truly a genius. I, having transmigrated from Earth, could not help but sigh. The reason the ancient state of Qin was able to conquer the 6 states was precisely because of its powerful crossbow units. Seeing the current state of archers in the demon realm, I was reminded of that. Soon, the 100 archers broke through to the entrance of the Centaur General's fortress. If we want to clear this stage with 100 archers, the shovels we bought earlier will finally come in handy. Next, we need to dig a trench right outside the fortress gate. Based on 2.5 times the height of a centaur, the trench needs to be over 10 meters deep. Of course, there is still one problem. There are hundreds of cavalry inside the fortress. How are we supposed to lure them into the trench? Naturally, this kind of monster luring task is something I have to handle personally. Don't look at me like I am just an archer. My agility has already exceeded 50 points. Plus, I brought a bottle of potent agility potion, which increases my speed by 200% for a few minutes. 10 minutes later, the trench construction was complete. By then, after I lure the monsters back, I can cross over using this rope. Lu Yuang looked deeply worried. Luoli, you must come back safely. I took out the Bloodfiend card bow and entered the fortress range. Just wait and see the show. After entering the fortress, I first sneaked into the camp area. There was a commander's tent at the center of the camp. I wanted to confirm one thing. Sure enough, the Centaur General was the same as yesterday. He was still an elite boss. It seems no one has cleared this in the last 24 hours. Just wait, I'll definitely add you to my summon list. With that, I drew my bowstring to the limit. But the boss reacted so quickly that I actually missed. It spoke in a human tongue, raging. You death-seeking intruder. Then, the Centaur General took out a yellow military flag and commanded, soldiers, hear my order. Follow me into battle. I judged that the yellow command flag meant the ones marching out were Centaur cavalry. The next second, over 300 Centaur cavalry instantly emerged from the tents. And they charged straight toward me. I deliberately waited a few more seconds, just to lure out more cavalry spawns. Then, I drank a strong agility potion. My speed bonus jumped from 50 to 100 points, making it impossible for even the 4-legged centaurs to keep up. Watching the monsters riot in the fortress. The guild leader is back. Everyone get ready. Dragon King, Giant God, and Lu Yuang were sweating for me. Centaur cavalry are the fastest unit, after all. I quickly jumped onto the rope bridge. Everything rides on this single moment. It all depends on whether they take the bait. The next second, the Centaur cavalry behind me were moving too fast to stop in time. Pushed forward by the ones behind them, they all plunged into the 10-meter deep trench. I waved my hand to signal everyone to release their arrows. The targets were locked onto every centaur in the pit. 100 archers firing 10 consecutive times was equivalent to a rain of 10,000 arrows. As a result, the shooting only lasted for 2 rounds, before all 300 centaur cavalrymen were completely wiped out in the trench. The onlookers watching the show felt a chill run down their spines. The archer class is going to make a massive name for itself in the demon realm today. In the past, archers fighting solo could only rely on kiting and cheap tactics to kill monsters. They had never felt this exhilarated before. Yet the shock did not end there. At the bottom of the trench were the loot drops from all 300 centaur cavalrymen. I decided to put these items into the guild warehouse first. We can distribute them evenly after taking down the boss. Just how many thousands of magic soul balls must have dropped here? According to the intel Giant God received, the boss will summon 3 waves of centaur cavalry in total. The upcoming wave is going to be the most dangerous one. Before leaving, I told them, "You guys clear the battlefield while I go lure more monsters." The tactic will remain the same as before. As a result, when I entered the boss fortress for the second time, what I drew out was no longer cavalry, but 300 centaur warriors. These heavy cavalry units had high health and defense, and they completely countered archers. I used a rope to cross the trench just like before. All the archers fired at the centaurs trapped in the pit. As a result, 10,000 arrows rained down, and 99% of them were blocked by their armor. The damage dealt could not even shave off 1% of their health. If we kept shooting like this, even the boss would respawn, and these cavalrymen still would not die. Cold sweat instantly broke out on my forehead. I never expected this kind of sudden situation. If we retreated now, the guild would inevitably face a crisis of trust, and a large number of members might even leave. So I waved my hand and told all the archers to stop. "Brothers, do not panic. I have a new tactic. We will leave these heavy cavalry alone. Later I will go back inside and lure out the boss and the final wave of centaur cavalry together. I am confident I can take them all down." Everyone immediately wore a look of astonishment. "Isn't the risk factor way too high? Brother Rakshasa, you will surely die." "Brother Rakshasa, do not be impulsive. Even if you drag them out, we lack the strength to kill them." Lu Yueing grabbed my wrist and said, "You are not allowed to go. Do not forget that the boss spawning this time is elite grade. Listen to me and retreat with the others." I said seriously, "If you want to persuade me, you have to let me kiss you." Lu Yueing shrank her pupils. Her face turned many times redder than before. She stammered out, Well then. Why, you can kiss me." Other players risk their lives to kill monsters. Yet this player actually set up a shield for the boss. Isn't that strange? To block the 3 waves of minions summoned by the Centaur General. I recruited 100 archers to dig pits together. Once I gathered the first wave of 300 monsters, all into the trenches, I ordered the 100 archers to fire 10 arrows each. That equaled 1,000 arrows raining down at once. The 300 centaurs were trapped in the trench, unable to fight back, and were completely wiped out by the arrow rain. Players of other classes turned cold all over after seeing this. After today, archers will make a name for themselves across the demon realm. After the 300 centaur demons fell, they dropped thousands of soul spheres. I made a fortune. So I went to gather monsters a second time. Unexpectedly, the second wave I lured out consisted of 300 heavy cavalry. They were clad in iron armor and fully armed, even with a volley of arrows. It was impossible to pierce their protection. Continuing like this would affect the trust of the Archer Guild. So I decided to deal with the boss, the Centaur General, all at once, and draw all the Centaur troops of the third wave together, planning to wipe them all out with my trump card. Lu Yueing suddenly stopped me, offering her own kiss as a bargaining chip. She begged me not to throw my life away. Well then. You can kiss me then. I instantly dashed toward the boss fortress. I was just joking, do not take it seriously. Though it seems I hold a pretty high place in your heart. I immediately activated my SSS-Rank summoning skill, calling forth the floor 6 boss, the Doghead Miner. The guild members were utterly shocked. They never expected the guild master to have such a terrifying skill. Reaching the front of the fortress tent, the boss was fully armed and ready. Doghead, serve them some explosives. Under my summoning spell, the Doghead Miner was more loyal than a hound. Seeing a fellow monster controlled by a human, the Centaur General flew into a rage. He instantly summoned all 300 cavalry of the third wave. My strategy relied entirely on the explosive skills of the Doghead Miner. First, he covered me while I drank a potent agility potion, boosting my speed by 200%. Then, endless explosives were used to scatter the enemy cavalry charge. Otherwise, with so many riders blocking the path to the boss, I would never get a chance to grab the Centaur General's aggro. The very next second after my arrow flew out, the Centaur General actually took the initiative to charge forward. While his aggro was successfully maxed out, the Doghead Miner was also beaten down to critical health by the Centaur Cavalry. Right now, the battle is split into two extremes. I am being chased by the elite boss. The Goblin Miner is surrounded and slaughtered by the cavalry. This is all part of my plan. Because when the Goblin Miner dies, its body will turn into a giant explosive. As long as I can detonate it successfully, over half of the 300 cavalry will be wiped out. At this moment, only a few stragglers are left around the boss. I sprint desperately toward the outside of the fortress. I really want to see how strong an elite boss actually is. Archers are already densely packed outside the camp. The moment I cross the trench, the Centaur General is exposed on open ground without cover. This is the boss our guild leader risked his life to lure out. We absolutely cannot mess this up. 10,000 arrows rain down toward the Centaur and the cavalry following behind him. Only some of the fragile Centaurs are killed by the volley. Insignificant tricks, how dare you show off before me? The next instant, the Centaur General unleashes his war banner, hurling it fiercely at the archers in an attempt to make an example of them. And this basic attack alone can wipe out half of an archer's health. Crisis strikes again. The archer's attacks are completely useless against this elite boss. Giant God immediately activated Defense Aura, but I was filled with greed. As expected of an elite boss, I'm definitely adding you to my summoning team. With that, I activated my summoning skill. Come forth, my trump card. The 5th floor boss, Blackfin Wizard. Dragon King suddenly saw a glimmer of hope for victory. And the Blackfin Wizard's magic skills were definitely the key to breaking the deadlock. In the next instant, the Blackfin Wizard summoned his Tidecaller minions. By consuming the minions' lives, a breath of death erupted from the Blackfin Wizard's body. Any magical beast hit by death sacrifice not only loses 20% of their health instantly, but the magic damage they take is also increased by 20%. Giant God was completely impressed by me. This move was truly crucial. But just then, General Centaur raised his general's flag. You damn Blackfin fish, sit down. Just as the flag was about to hit, Giant God stepped in. He placed his shield in front of the Blackfin Wizard. And without hesitation, he activated Defense Aura. Dragon King and Lu Yuang chose to. I summoned my old friend, the Devouring Sky Frog. It fired a fireball to stun the boss. This gave the Blackfin Wizard an opportunity to trigger the second stage of Death Sacrifice. This not only dealt 37,000 damage to the boss, but also stacked the magical damage up to 40%. I pulled out my bow and thought, let us see how you block this now. However, the Centaur General at half health used its skill Thunderstomp, stunning all players within a 5-meter radius for 1.5 seconds. Lu Yuang and the Dragon King were in danger. Jasen and I immediately rushed over to reinforce them. I summoned the boss from the 7th demon layer, the double-headed giant, to shield Lu Yuang beneath it. Yet right at that moment, the boss pulled out its spear and imbued the tip with thunder power. It used that opening to shoot towards the Blackfin Wizard. Fortunately, on the verge of death, it triggered another death sacrifice, deducting the remaining 40% of the Centaur General health. The attached curse also boosted magical damage by 60%. Only then did it fall in battle. I lost 2 major commanders for this elite Centaur General. At this point, the only way to break even was to kill this boss. The archers unleashed a barrage of arrows, while the Devouring Sky Frog released fireballs to provide cover. However, the critical hit from the fireball dealt an insane 90,000 points of damage. The boss's HP bottomed out and was crippled in one hit. Everyone was left staring in shock. Then, Lu Yuang's Sword of Light also carried some magic damage, dredging off nearly 10,000 HP from the boss. Just as the boss prepared to use Thunderstomp a second time, I ordered the Sky-Swallowing Toad to release its long-accumulated massive fireball. The moment the flames spewed forth, the Centaur lost another 80,000 HP, and finally breathed its last as its health bar emptied. We actually won. We really killed the Centaur. And it was even elite grade. A prompt popped up for me, congratulating me on defeating the Floor 8 Demon Domain boss, the Centaur. This meant I could use a summoning scroll to summon it in the future. The 100 archers in the guild started cheering. Meanwhile, the trench where the 400 cavalrymen had died was now emitting a brilliant golden light. They had never seen such a generous reward in their lives. I announced that everyone should clear the battlefield, and all the obtained equipment and rewards would be distributed uniformly by the guild. After the Centaur General vanished into thin air, it dropped an S-grade weapon, The golden blade increased attack speed by 20%, and the minimum base damage was over 1600. Its stats were quite high among S-grade equipment. Yet I remained entirely selfless, deciding to put this gear in the guild warehouse later. Anyone who needs it can sign up. But our entire guild consists of archers. Guildmaster, you should just keep it. After all, clearing the level was mostly your contribution. Besides, you brought dignity and confidence back to the archer class. And you led 100 of us to clear floor 8. Giant God patted my shoulder and told me to accept it because I saved the day with my strategy. Then I announced that every player who participated in the battle would receive a fair share of the loot. This move instantly won everyone over. The players who watched from the sidelines earlier were full of regret. Feeling unbalanced, they started comforting themselves by assuming we hired a high-level pro to carry us. Then I officially opened the portal to the 9th floor of the demon realm. I wondered what new monsters we would encounter on the 9th floor, but when we arrived, we found the atmosphere was no different from the underworld. The monsters were bloodthirsty and evil cultists. So we decided to log out first and return to conquer floor 9 after catching our breath. The next day, as soon as I arrived at school, my deskmate Fatty told me that the goddess Lu Yuing had looked for me 3 times all morning. I panicked, wondering if she had guessed my real identity in the real world. The goddess came to the classroom to look for me 3 times this morning. The other students all thought she was pregnant. When she finally came a 4th time, I was extremely anxious. Could Lu Yuing have figured out my real identity in the outside world? After all, the 3 of us were life and death companions in the demon realm. We shared both hardships and joys together. The demon realm was basically a second world. It was not like a holographic game, but felt 100 times more real than online dating. The demon soul orbs dropped from killing monsters could be exchanged for money in reality. Everyone here would awaken talents and skills of varying levels. As for my SSS grade summoning skill, it was not only unique, but only required killing monsters to summon. That was how I saved Lu Yuing from mortal danger a few times. To avoid exposing my identity and bringing trouble upon myself, I never acknowledged her in the real world. Then at a charity auction, we met for the first time without knowing each other's identities. That was when I discovered that Lu Yuing was the pampered princess of the Tianfeng Lu family. Lu Yuing sensed something familiar about me. To thank me for helping her out at the charity auction, Lu Yuing tracked me down in the real world and handed me a notebook for the martial arts exams. This is my insight into martial arts before I got into Qingda. As far as I know, there are 2 spots for the Qingda Martial Arts Academy, and your school has already reserved one. I hope you will work hard for it. I will wait for you at Qingda Martial Arts School. Lu Yuing's unusual behavior leaves me full of wild imagination. Does this girl actually know that I am Rakshasa in the demon realm? Back when we were clearing the 8th floor and faced the Centaur General, I made a casual joke and asked for a kiss as a reward. She agreed without even thinking about it. It seems her favorability toward Rakshasa is quite high. Whatever, I will leave romantic matters for after I get into Qingda. Right when school lets out, I see a girl at the school gate looking to pick a fight. Lily says with a disdainful look, "Are all of you at number 5 high such trash? With skills like that, you still want to enter Qingda Martial Arts School? Stop joking," she says, pointing a provoking finger at me as I walk by. "Little brother, do you dare to come spar with your big sister?" I originally wanted to pretend I did not hear her, but the girl rushes forward in a single step. "Are you deaf, kid?" Just as her whip kick is about to land, I grab her ankle. The humiliated girl breaks free in shame and refuses to give up as she says, "Your agility stat must be very high, kid." In the blink of an eye, she leaps high into the air again, putting fierce strength into her right leg to catch me off guard. However, I press close against her lower leg and dodge it. Since this senior excels at leg techniques, let us see what Lu Yuing's notes said. There were a few moves that could counter leg techniques. One of them seemed to be called Dark Clouds Hiding the Moon. I did not expect to actually pull it off by copying her style. The senior student steadied herself with a shocked expression. How could this brat possibly know the master and eldest miss moves? On the other hand, I waved goodbye and said, "Senior, I am just the martial arts hall cleaner. Sorry for beating you up like this." Listening to the praise coming from behind, I did not feel any sense of achievement. I just hope the martial arts exam goes smoothly. Because I overslept, I logged into floor 9 of the demon realm half an hour late. I found out the rest of the fixed team had already gone out to scout. Looking at the message sent by Lu Yuing, I decided to wait for them to regroup before exploring. Result: shouts from a guild member came from behind. "会长大人，我终于找到你了." A player named yours exclusively. cried out for help to me. Hubjang ni kar cheer moyu ate some. Save our guild brothers. I looked confused and asked if they were not going to floor 9 with boss Giant God for exploration. As a result, yours exclusively burst into tears. Our strength is too weak, so we wanted to stay on floor 8 to train. Who would have thought we would be chased halfway by 5 centaur heavy cavalrymen, forcing us into a valley? And it turned out to be a dead end. Fine, stop crying. I will send a message and go check it out with you. Fei and I Maju secretly glanced at me. A cunning look crossed his face. Back on the 8th floor of the demon realm. There really is a dead end here. We never explored this area before. Why are there so many flags and defenses? Fei and I Maju quickly pointed ahead. There is a wooden tower standing over there. I looked over with a vigilant gaze. There are actually 7 centaur heavy cavalry down there. With that, I used my summoning skill. I immediately summoned the elite boss centaur general. Fei and I Maju looked panicked and scared. I explained, do not worry. This is my summoned beast. He is the most suitable one to deal with the centaur cavalry. Soon, the centaur general was surrounded by 7 centaur cavalrymen. I commanded, what are you standing there for? I will draw the monsters away. Go and save your people now. While I was focused on the battle, Fei and I Maju rushed toward the wooden tower. I instinctively felt that something was not right here. I ordered my summoned beast to end this quickly. The centaur general activated its skill Thunder Stomp. Although it wiped out the surrounding 7 lesser monsters, one of its feet could not touch the ground. I sensed a wave of danger. The centaur general stomped fiercely onto the ground. It turns out his foot was hiding a player preparing to launch a stealth attack. The centaur general immediately threw a hook spear, instantly killing the hidden thief. Suddenly, a sneak attack arrow was fired from the wooden tower. My speed was extremely fast, allowing me to dodge it just in time. Fei and I Maju burst out laughing like a pig. Do not blame me, Guildmaster. Who told you to offend Dawn? With a sky-high bounty of 15 million, I really cannot help myself. The next second, I shot an arrow that hit Fei and I Maju on the shoulder. It caused him to burst into curses. To tell you the truth, this is the training camp of the Centaur army. They are coming back right now. You killed 7 centaurs stationed here. Let me see how you run away later. At this moment, countless heavy thuds came from behind me. When I saw the number of centaurs clearly, my pupils shrank. The centaur cavalry charging from behind actually numbered over 600. Fei and I Maju on the wooden tower had already turned on the screen recording button. When the time comes, we will give the evidence to Dawn and easily take the 15 million. Yet facing 600 centaurs, I was not scared at all, and told them that they had got it wrong because they were the ones in danger. Just as Fei and I Maju thought I was scared out of my mind and talking nonsense, the centaur cavalry that was supposed to charge at me bypassed me obediently in the next instant. I told you, you picked the wrong side. Now you are the ones who are going to die. Fei and I Moshu panicked. How could you possibly control this group of centaurs? Could it be because of your summoned beast? I commanded the centaur general. Old horse, flatten that wooden tower for me right now. The next instant, the centaur general took out a red military flag and gave the order. Troops, charge forward with me. The scene instantly descended into chaos. As the wooden tower collapsed, all 3 players died. Although the wyvern delayed things this time, I gained a new understanding of summoning. Because with the centaur general around, I am invincible on the 8th floor of the demon realm. At this moment, the cloaked figure behind me, Quiet Death, sent the recorded video back to the guild channel of Dawn. A Ray of Dawn exclaimed, I am getting more and more interested in Luo Sha now. Crazy Blade asked, Boss, what should we do about this Luo Sha next? I logged off before my teammates came back. Because early tomorrow morning, all seniors in high school will prepare for the National Martial Arts exam. This is also the day I will submit my application for Qingdao Martial Arts University. Just then, I received a call that my sister was missing. At the same time, I got a text message. The photo showed my sister tied up tightly. The kidnappers did not want money, but demanded that I give up my college application. Otherwise, they would kill her on the spot. Yet I was not panicked at all, because I had the phone number of the Ministry of State Security Secretary. After calling Xiang Xiaoqin, I immediately asked her to help locate my sister. At that moment, in a ruin on the west side of the city, 3 thugs were drinking around a campfire. My sister was unconscious nearby. In the next second, the thug's pupils constricted. That is right. I rushed over to save her the moment I got the address. I delivered a fierce kick, and the terrified gang leader knelt on the ground, confessing everything. I crushed a wooden stick in my hand and threatened them. If there is even a shred of a lie, I will tear you to pieces. The gang leader was sweating profusely. It was your classmate Zhang Hao who made us do this. He said you were an obstacle to him entering the Qingbei Martial Arts Academy. I clenched my fists so hard my back teeth almost shattered. Originally, in order to support myself through work-study programs, I used to work as a cleaner at a martial arts gym. As a result, a strength test data record was accidentally seen by Zhang Hao. A month ago, that senior student from Qingbei Martial Arts School came to cause trouble, and I taught her a lesson. Word of this eventually reached Zhang Hao's ears. That must be why he harbored evil intentions. My sister is my absolute bottom line, and anyone who touches her dies. I rushed over to the martial arts hall immediately. My explosive speed instantly stunned the students present. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao also received news that his actions had been exposed. Right then, I kicked the doors of the martial arts hall wide open. I shouted into the building. Zhang Hao, get your ass out here right now. You actually dared to touch my sister just to force me to drop out of the exam. Then Zhang Hao pulled out a bottle of purple potion. With this thing, no matter how strong you are. As soon as he drank it all down, a silent and eerie aura burst forth from the center of his body. The veins on his face bulged violently. At the cost of his lifespan, he seemed to have traded for a moment of immense power. Because his original punch force of 1 ton doubled completely after he took the potion. What on earth did this guy drink? All I could rely on right now was my speed. I just needed to stall until the effects of his drug wore off. Zhang Ze, I know what you were waiting for. The effects of my drug last at least 3 hours. I am afraid you can only wait to die. Instead, I unleashed a punch of nearly 2 tons and slammed it right into Zhang Hao's abdomen. He wanted to scream, but his voice came out strained. Zhang Ze, you despicable villain. Then Zhang Hao endured the intense pain. He quickly counterattacked and grabbed my neck. The drug had stripped away his human consciousness. Only one thought remained in his mind, and that was to choke me to death on the spot. Then, the next second, a force of nearly 5 tons kicked Zhang Hao away. It was like being hit by a giant truck traveling at 200 kilometers per hour. The person who delivered the kick was none other than Xiang Xiaoqin, secretary to the National Security Bureau director. I let out a sigh of relief. If you had been any later, I would have gone to see the king of hell. With that, Xiaoqin pointed at Zhang Hao on the ground and told the security agents to take him back for testing first. Looking at Zhang Hao, only the whites of his eyes were visible, and his eye area was dark and purplish-black. I described how he had just drunk some kind of potion that suddenly made his strength terrifyingly powerful. Xiang Xiaoqin explained, I came here precisely for this matter. What he just drank is the forbidden drug from the demon realm that I have been tracking lately. My mind went blank. Could things from the demon realm actually be brought into reality? It turned out that criminals had created some special containers in the demon realm and used them to smuggle things back to reality. Just then, my younger sister Zhang Feng woke up. Brother, I was so scared, I thought I would never see you again. After saying goodbye to Xiang Xiaoqin, I comforted my sister and told her not to worry. Brother has already finished applying to the Qingdao Martial Arts Academy today. I'll get you treated as soon as I'm done with my exams. At 8 p.m., I logged into the 9th floor of the demon realm right on time. Just then, the 4 members of the fixed party walked toward me. Brother Zhang Ze, this 9th floor is absolutely insane. The first type of monster on this floor is the red-robed cultist. After they die, their corpses mutate. They turn into hideous monsters and keep fighting the adventurers. Their attack and defense are also significantly boosted. And the second type, the green-robed cultists, are even more troublesome. Although their attack and defense aren't high, once they're killed, they'll give the player a curse buff. And these curses aren't limited to reducing defense, attack speed, or causing bleeding. There are actually as many as 10 different buffs that can be triggered. But the most terrifying of all is the boss, the Archbishop. His room is crawling with venomous snakes. Once a player is poisoned, their health will continuously drop. You have to detoxify immediately. If you're hit by the Archbishop's black magic skill, all your stats are reduced to 0. And it can only be undone once the Archbishop is dead. The worst part is that after the Archbishop dies, he unlocks a second phase. Evil God Possession, which boosts all his stats by 200%. To challenge the Archbishop, you must find a support player who can remove negative status effects. Although the money princess in our party is a healer, she can't dispel buffs. Even if we posted a recruitment ad on the forum, I doubt anyone would be willing to take the job. But then, Dragon King said that he knows a very powerful support. The reason the Dragon King is only mentioning this now isn't because he was hiding it, but because this support is incredibly greedy. According to his usual habits, he insists on taking all the loot before he'll agree to help. Everyone was shocked. What kind of skills does he have to demand all the loot for himself? And such a huge appetite is unheard of, the Dragon King explained. He heard this old support was one of the best in the National Security Agency. He later left the agency for unknown reasons. but his skills are definitely top tier. I decided to get in touch with him online tomorrow. We need a powerful support right now, and I want to see just how good he really is. Meanwhile, police cars were escorting Zhang Hao to the NSA headquarters. Xiang Shaoqin was fully armed, fearing any danger on the road. But suddenly, a rock fell from the sky, causing the startled police cars to screech to a halt. Shaoqin was the first to jump out of the car. A masked man suddenly appeared among the suburban ruins. Dragon Spear, the peony Shaoqin. She really is as beautiful as a flower. In an instant, Shaoqin leaped onto the roof of a ruined building. Who are you? How do you know my name? The moment the dragon spear thrust forward, the masked man vanished. With that speed, what level of player are you? The masked man smiled. Who I am does not matter. You just need to know that the dawn of victory will eventually cover the earth. The next second, the masked man threw out a dozen bats to restrain Xiang Shaoqin. Before she could react, the police car carrying the criminal suddenly exploded behind her. Early the next morning, after school, I thought to myself, the martial arts exam is coming soon. There are only a few days left to push hard. Suddenly, a girl's cry made me stop in my tracks. Xiang Shaoqin found me and told me some bad news. Just last night, Zhang Hao was snatched away on the spot. My pupils suddenly dilated. To dare snatch someone from the National Security Bureau, could it be Dawn? Shaoqin told me not to overthink it. She said she had serious business, and then she grabbed my shoulder, bringing her body closer. Are you willing to join the National Security Bureau or not? With that, the girl handed over a slip of paper. I took a look. Isn't this an address? Could she be thinking? But Shaoqin's next words shattered my fantasy. This address is the home of an old senior. She will give you special training, and I guarantee you can enter Qingbei Martial Arts University if you go. This is an orb that can increase the user's talent by 100%. Yet it is the key for 200 people to clear level 9 of the Demon Realm. Because the monsters on level 9 of the Demon Realm are too terrifying, I asked Dragon King to invite a powerful support named Cold Wind Blowing. However, to get this uncle to help, all monster drops today would belong solely to him. Right before entering the boss room, the uncle suddenly demanded 500,000 per person. Unexpectedly, a single sentence from Moon Rabbit not only saved the 200-person team 100 million, but also made the uncle willingly help for free. What on earth did Little Rabbit say? It turns out the monsters in the 9th tier cast annoying curse buffs. The supporting uncle's talent skill just happened to be removing negative buffs. Then the uncle boasted that with a few hundred archers, he would guarantee everyone reaches the final boss. Hearing doubts from behind, the uncle immediately threw an orb into the sky to prove himself. A turquoise barrier released from the center of the orb, instantly completing the support for hundreds of players. A pop-up prompt showed that due to equipment bonuses, the green barrier could reduce negative effects by 100%. I secretly admired that this uncle was not bragging, and the key was that the skill duration had no limit at all. It seemed he could handle even the final boss with ease. Moreover, because of the S-grade blessing orb bonus, the uncle's original A-grade talent received a double boost and evolved into an S-grade talent. And also gained the special effect Infinite Time. I started to wonder if I had equipment that could enhance talents, just how powerful would my SSS-Rank summoning skill become? Then, several monsters appeared in the corridor ahead. The middle-aged man warned us, try to stay within 100 meters of me. If you die outside the magic circle, don't blame me. It turned out that 2 types of monsters had spawned in front of us. Green-robed and red-robed cultists. Since the middle-aged man was a support, he naturally didn't join the fight. My 200-man squad was responsible for killing the monsters, and the second squad to target the green-robed ones. As thousands of arrows rained down, the monsters were wiped out instantly. But the most troublesome thing about the monsters on the 9th floor is their ability to resurrect after death. When green-robed cultists die, they inflict an evil aura on players, which randomly applies a debuff to them. As for the red-robed cultists, after they resurrect, they transform into hideous monsters to keep fighting the adventurers. However, the green barrier can purge all negative status effects, allowing everyone to fight at full strength and cast skills more smoothly. Before reaching the boss room, the 200 of us still had to fight for another hour. Then, the support uncle gave Moonlight Bunny a disdainful look. Why are you not fighting while your companions are risking their lives? How can you have the nerve to sit back and reap the rewards? Little Rabbit makes a face at him. I am a combat zero and cannot hit hard anyway. Besides, old man, what business is it of yours? Are you not also sitting back in the rear? As the final 1,000 arrows fall, the last wave of monsters is completely wiped out. The support uncle walks up to the boss room door and says, Remember to send all looted items straight to my inventory. Also, behind this door is the boss, Archbishop. Since there are so many of you participating, you will need to pay extra if you want me to help you fight the boss. My eyes widen in disbelief. You are really raising your prices on the spot right here. A hint of cunning flashes across the old man's brow. With 200 fragile players here, I cannot protect that many archers alone. And once you are bitten by the poisonous snakes, inside the boss room, you will continuously bleed health. Without my green barrier to help, all of you fragile players will die. I do not want much, just 500,000 per person. I will give you a discount. Let us call it 100 million for over 200 people. Dragon King rebukes. Uncle Kai, you are asking for an exorbitant price. Are you not being too greedy? Little Rabbit points at his chest and curses. A selfish person like you will never have friends in this lifetime. When you die, you will walk the underworld path all alone. Even stray ghosts and lonely spirits will look down on you. Yet this scolding terrifies the uncle so much that his face turns pale with fright. Little girl, who taught you those words? I immediately stepped in front of Little Rabbit. Sorry, my friend got too carried away. Unexpectedly, the uncle did not blame her at all. Little girl, where did you hear what you just said? Little Rabbit asked in confusion. I heard this from my father. The uncle said excitedly, Is your father's name Chowie? Now it was Little Rabbit's turn to be dumbfounded. Could it be that you know my father? Your father is my benefactor. He is also my guiding mentor. Little Rabbit looked worried. Then do you know why my father went to the 30th floor of the demon realm and never came back? The uncle recalled what happened back then and began to tremble. My name is Kai Jijia, and my life was saved by your father. Back then, our group had 10 people. 4 of them alone had S-tier talents. And your father was the team leader. He was also among the first batch of players to explore the 30th floor of the demon realm. Yet we were deceived by the fragile appearance of the Snow Maiden. The Snow Maiden used only one skill, Great Cold without snow. 6 people on the spot instantly turned into ice sculptures. And your father was hit by the skill precisely to cover me. Little Rabbit listened in tears. I will definitely go to the 30th floor to find my father. Kai Jijia said with a serious face. I am telling you this precisely because I hope you will not go. You are too weak. Going there will only cost you your life. Little Rabbit looked over at Zhang Ze. I have a big brother who said he would definitely help me get to the 30th floor demonic realm. Where did you get so much money to hire an expert? He is Rakshasa big brother, and he is not charging me a single penny. That is right. Senior, Little Rabbit is my friend. The support uncle thought for a long time. Good kid, for those words of yours. I will make an exception and help you clear the boss, the Archbishop, for free. As soon as he said this, the crowd cheered. That way we just saved 100 million. All right, it is getting late. Let us get to work. After the group pushed open the boss room door, they saw poisonous snakes everywhere, densely packed. A thick smell of blood drifted through the air. The boss, the Archbishop, wore a terrifying smile. Wretches who desecrate the temple, prepare to face divine punishment. Instantly, he commanded the swarm of snakes to attack the players. Little did they know that Zhang Ze already had a countermeasure. All archers lined up to shoot arrows and form a barrier with a rain of arrows. Do not let a single venomous snake through. If any slip through the net, they will be controlled by Iejichio is frozen rain. This way, the archers behind do not need to worry about being engaged in melee by the snakes. Uncle Kai praised, Kid, you have got a sharp mind. You actually managed to salvage a trash class that everyone despises in this way. As 10,000 arrows rained down, every single venomous snake in the boss room was wiped out, leaving only demon soul orbs scattered across the floor. Uncle Kai generously said, out of respect for Little Rabbit's father, you guys can keep these demon soul orbs for yourselves. The crowd erupted in cheers. Next up was taking down the boss, the Archbishop. Uncle Kai warned us that the first phase skill, Dark Corrosion, doesn't actually deal much damage, and that we only need to worry about the third phase skill, Black Magic. He also mentioned its Python form after it's revived in the third phase, where it will release a poison blast. Of course, with me here, that's an easy fix. The real problem is that it gains a new skill called Life Steal, which forcibly drains 50% of a player's health. It forcibly drains 50% of the player's HP to restore itself. At this moment, Uncle Kai adds some information. Actually, the effect of black magic is not the same as recorded in the Demon Realm guide, because the author of the guide had low attribute points. When black magic reduced player stats by 50 points overall, the author's stats dropped all the way to 0. Hearing this, everyone feels a sense of relief. Now everyone is fully geared up and ready to face the enemy. I loose an arrow, firing the opening shot of the battle. The very next second after the boss casts Dark Corrosion, Giant God activates Defense Aura to protect the team. However, Lu Yueying and Dragon King are main attackers restricted to melee range. Uncle Kai praises my command capabilities endlessly. Little Rabbit, you found yourself a great boss. Yet a single remark from Little Rabbit leaves Uncle Kai shivering with fright. Big Brother Rakshas's talent skill can summon bosses, you know. Uncle Kai's eyes widen in terror. If this kid kills the floor 30 Snow Woman, can he summon her too? Good heavens. Having a talent like this is just terrifying. Right now, the battle against the first phase of the boss has reached a white-hot intensity. Under my direction, everyone's damage output goes all out, hitting the boss dead on, instantly triggering its second phase. Countless streams of evil chi burst from the boss's body. It is about to unleash dark magic. Even Giant's defense aura feels like paper right now and completely fails to block it, but I have already thought of a way to easily kill the boss as it enters the second phase. As long as you are hit by the boss dark magic, all of a player's stats will decrease by 50 points. However, I discovered a bug that not only grants immunity to the dark magic, but if successful, it can even instantly kill the boss. This is the boss room on the 9th floor of the Demon Realm. Because they brought top-tier support players along, the 200-person team fought their way through all obstacles and relied on the top support's S-grade equipment, Blessing Orb, to shred the boss's HP bar and force it into the second phase of the raid. However, the boss casts a dark magic skill in its second phase, which does not just inflict a negative status on players, but forcibly reduces all their stats by 50 points. Players with low stats have it really rough, with all their stats dropping directly to 0 and leaving them completely paralyzed. Yet, just as everyone falls into despair, I summon out the 8th floor boss of the Demon Realm, the Centaur General. In a flash of inspiration, I think of a bug to quickly kill the boss. That is when the summon is hit by dark magic. I can activate my SSS grade summoning skill to recall it, and then quickly summon it back out. This clears the negative buff from the dark magic. In this way, the boss dark magic becomes ineffective against my summons. Taking advantage of the cooldown on the dark magic skill, I summon the Centaur General once again. This ensures the thrown spear suffers no reduction in damage. The second phase boss is essentially a squishy target, and a single strike from the Centaur is enough to take it down. However, the trickiest part is the third phase of the boss. With the skill Death Glory, an evil aura erupts from its corpse. Pay attention everyone. Archbishop Boss has entered the final stage. Death Glory, as the name implies, allows the boss to be reborn through adversity, transforming into a python where both strength and tenacity are greatly enhanced. I have 20 archers line up and focus their fire on the boss, but 1,000 arrows falling down fails to even scratch 4 digits of health. The Python State boss can also release a venom explosion that instantly covers dozens of players, inflicting them with a poison buff. Uncle Kai's green barrier is the exact counter to this venom explosion. Keep it up, brothers. The boss health is dropping past the halfway mark. The flames of the heaven-swallowing frog are more ferocious than before, though the damage dealt is not high, blocking the boss vision and creating a chance for the Centaur General to deal massive damage. However, the boss aggro is also pulled away by the Centaur General. I break out in cold sweat. The next moment, the python starts draining the Centaur General health to replenish itself. We must interrupt this immediately, or all previous consumption will be in vain. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the Centaur breaks free, only letting the boss recover to 60% health. The Centaur General is in critical condition and must be returned to the summoning space to recover before fighting again. Yet this way, our subsequent damage to the boss will be practically negligible. Uncle Kai reminds me that my command is excellent, but my team is still not good enough. Did you not notice the huge flaws in our team class composition? I fall into deep thought, quietly listening to Uncle Kai's suggestions. In your team, Giant God is the tank, Lu Yueying and Dragon King are melee fighters, Knight Zikyu is the crowd control mage, and Little Princess is the healer. It sounds reasonable, but the biggest hidden danger is your lack of damage output. How far a team can go depends on how high their output can be. Having a crowd control mage is great, but mages are mostly meant for killing mobs. As the floors of the Demon Realm keep rising, the defense of monsters will surely get stronger and stronger. And your team is still missing a buff support. Kid, if you need anyone, I can help recommend them. Though whether they will join is another story. Besides, a ranked talent users demand at least $1 million in annual salary. I feel that human hearts are hard to fully understand. So recruiting talented people should be put on hold for now. Uncle Kai suggests that there is no rush based on your current team. You can easily clear up to the 12th or 13th layer of the magic domain. Money can be considered later, as the immediate battle situation is urgent. The little princess is running low on mana from casting so many healing spells. At this moment, I have a flash of inspiration and order all the archers. Later, as soon as the boss opens its mouth, we will aim and shoot straight into its mouth. Its soft underbelly cannot possibly match the hardness of its scales. However, in the next second as the boss builds up its toxic explosion, all the archers pull their bowstrings back fully and get ready to strike. Right when the boss opens its mouth to spit venom, tens of thousands of arrows rain down from the sky like a fine drizzle, landing precisely inside the mouth of the boss, straightforwardly wiping out 30% of the boss health. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 melee fighters in the team catch it off guard and unleash their skills at the head of the boss. Realizing it is down to low health and about to perish, the boss suddenly curls itself into a spherical shape. The experienced Uncle Kai hurriedly reminds everyone, the boss is trying to escape, do not let your guard down. In the next second, a white snake breaks free from the spherical shell and desperately looks for a hole to burrow into. At this critical juncture, I rely on my sharp vision combined with predictive aiming skills, making my arrow slice through the air and strike the target with absolute precision. The boss perishes amidst its own dying roar. No one expected that the true form of the boss would be a little white snake. A prompt appears congratulating Rakshasa for slaying the Archbishop boss. Meanwhile, the sphere formed by the python bursts open with rewards. At the same time, the portal to floor 10 of the demon realm opens up. The entire room is instantly covered in dropped items. Just as I am about to pick up the loot, Uncle Kai calls me over. Rakshasa, I want to talk to you. After hearing what Uncle Kai has to say, I ask in surprise. You mean Xiaodu's father might still be alive? That is right. I do not have the ability to step into floor 30 of the demon realm anymore. I hope you can save my old leader. I am willing to pay any price. I pick up the equipment and wave my hand. Senior, you can forget about any price. Xiaodu is my friend. If I have the ability to save her father, it is my duty to do so. Jasen reports that the loot collection is complete. Let us go to floor 10 to save our progress first. As we part ways, Uncle Kai warns me. The difficulty of the demon realm increases by a notch every 10 floors. You must be extremely careful. After this battle, the guild members admire me even more. However, on floor 10 of the demon realm, the battlefield was located in a desert, and it was completely desolate. There was a chill in the air. Luckily, we successfully saved our progress. By the time we finished the Archbishop, it was already 3 a.m. in reality. Everyone decided to get some rest and log back in tomorrow to continue exploring. The guild members logged off one by one. Lui Weiing seemed to have something to say, but she seemed to hesitate. Did this girl recognize my identity? Or is she waiting until the National Martial Arts exam is over? Soon, Lui Weiing composed herself and said goodbye to me. Get some rest, Rakshasa. See you tomorrow. I glanced at the demon's soul orb in my bag. I'll absorb it before logging off. With my current stats, getting into Qing University should be a breeze. After logging off, I need to check the address Yang Xiaoqin gave me. She said going there would guarantee me admission to Qing University. I want to see what's really going on there. Besides, this girl is the famous dragon spear overbearing flower, Xiaoqin, of the demon realm. Early the next morning, I went to visit her. But when I knocked and opened the door, there was a 90-year-old woman inside. It was actually Professor Pang Taiwa from Qing University. Without saying a word, Pang Taiwa suddenly launched a palm strike at me. She was clearly testing me. I then used my agility to quickly dodge the swinging cane. Then came a loud thud. But I didn't manage to dodge the 90-year-old professor's fierce kick. That girl was right. You kid actually have some talent. Hurry up and come inside with me. For the next 3 hours. Earth-shattering screams echoed from inside the room. That night back at home, I started meditating, muttering under my breath. Gather qi in the dantian and condense it into the dipper. Circulate the dragon veins and balance yin and yang. Suddenly, I jumped up with joy. I get it, I finally understand. Xiaofeng today is senior passed down to me. A set of dragon breath mantras. They are simply unfathomable. I must go back there tomorrow. But tonight, I am meeting my teammates to raid the 10th floor of the demon realm. I am so excited to see how powerful the monsters on this floor really are. Other people rely on luck to upgrade S-grade equipment and depend on a single strike, but I upgrade my S-grade gear using personal connections and money. Turns out the 10th floor of the demon realm not only harbors giant monsters, but also hides a mysterious blacksmith shop. No wonder every 10 floors of the demon realm is a huge leap in difficulty, because the gigantic rhinoceros beasts alone stand 10 meters tall. with thick skin and nearly 100,000 health points. The kicker is that these rhinos carry 3 different classes of orcs on their backs. One orc is responsible for driving the giant rhino. An orc archer handles ranged attacks. An orc warrior handles melee combat. And this squad formed by these 4 elements. Players on the 10th floor call them the Behemoth Chariot. How will I, leading over 200 fragile archers, pull off a surprising victory? Even Gigant, our strongest defender, is not confident he can take the giant rhino's charge head-on. So I come up with a new idea. I notice the orcs control the giant rhino using reins. If we focus our fire and take out the orc controller, what kind of chaos will that cause? No sooner said than done, as Gigant draws the aggro of the Behemoth Chariot. The moment the beast charges, Gigant triggers his skill to max out his defense. Yet he gets instantly tossed into the air by the giant rhino. His entire body nearly falls apart. If that charge hit our 200 archers instead, would it not be as easy as bowling pins? Just as Gigant blocks the giant rhino's second charge, I order the 200 archers to fire simultaneously. 200 arrows rain down like a downpour, striking the orc riding the giant rhino with pinpoint accuracy. This panics the 2 orcs on the chariot. However, the beast tamer lands with low health, only to be crushed to death by the giant rhino's foot. There seems to be a hint of personal grudge in that. The riderless giant rhino's eyes turn red in a frenzy, as if celebrating its newfound freedom or venting its pent-up frustration. I immediately tell Gigant to fall back. Meanwhile, the 2 orcs on the giant rhino are thrown off by the rampage. They fell right into my team's range and could not escape. With Lu Yueying holding them down in close combat, I ordered 200 archers to fire at once. The 2 orcs died miserably in the rain of arrows. The surviving rhinoceros was just about to embrace freedom when a human warrior suddenly stepped out in front of it. His face was filled with utter disdain as he drew his blade impatiently and shoved it back into the scabbard. The next moment, 2 massive sword auras landed on the rhinoceros, wiping out its remaining 90,000 HP in a single strike. A player named A Ray of Dawn greeted me and said, "Rakshasa, I finally found you." My expression turned solemn, as this guy was definitely not a player from the 10th floor, and I could not even see him draw his sword. "Hey Rakshasa, they said you were on the 10th floor, and it took me quite a while to track you down." The man suddenly teleported right in front of me, saying he is from Dawn and sincerely inviting me to join them. I have no interest in joining a criminal organization. Rakshasa, I am telling you, this world will eventually be overrun by monsters, and only by joining us can you have a glimmer of hope. What if I refuse to join? The next second, A Ray of Dawn drew his long sword and held it against my neck. "Young man, are you really not afraid to die?" I replied in a cold voice. "I bet you don't dare kill me. We might be weaker than you right now, but I'll never bow down to you, even if it costs me my life." On the surface, I sounded righteous and stern, but inside, I was panicking like crazy. What if he actually kills me? But Isi Shuguang just snorted and sheathed his sword. What a bunch of reckless fools. "Rakshasa, we'll meet again." With that, Isi Shuguang disappeared into the twilight. To ease the tension, the Dragon King suggested we all head to the blacksmith to upgrade our gear. Meanwhile, after leaving, Isi Shuguang opened his team chat. Just as you expected, he refused me. The reason I didn't kill him is because his ability to summon bosses is absolutely unprecedented. Plus, he'll be very useful for our plan. I have everything under control. Besides, recruitment for the Qingdao Martial Arts School is about to begin. These students are the future pillars of the Great Xia Nation. Guangdao, don't be careless during this operation. The teachers at Qingdao Martial Arts School are no pushovers. Meanwhile, I and the others finally found the blacksmith shop hidden on the 10th floor of the Demon Realm. However, some people had already beaten us there. And don't these 2 players look familiar? That's right, it's Chen Feng and Feng Yanjusher. Then, a random player nearby is laughing out loud because his weapon was successfully upgraded to S grade. However, the success rate of weapon upgrades is related to high-quality forging materials, and it is not 100% successful. There is also a chance that the weapon will shatter. The more obvious the increase in weapon power, Chen Feng provided a bag of A-grade materials, which was definitely a heavy investment, but whether it can be forged into depends on the final hammer strike. The next second, the sound of frantic hammering echoed through the valley. Dragon King and the little princess kept cursing for the forging to fail. Then the blacksmith looked at the crossbow with full appreciation. A pop-up notification congratulated them on the successful weapon enhancement. The original S-grade bow and crossbow was upgraded to SS grade. Not only did the base attack exceed 2,700, but it also extended the weapon's original 10-second freeze and slow effect to 20 seconds. You must know that SS-grade equipment is extremely rare in the demon realm. I silently handed over my S-grade Blood Fiend longbow. A flash of sharp light instantly crossed the old blacksmith's eyes. "That is a fine piece of equipment, kid." Feng Yinjusher glanced at it and recognized that this was a high-quality S-grade weapon. Then I pulled out a sack of high-grade materials, making the blacksmith's heart skip a beat. There was actually a piece of black gold, or this large, along with snake demon scales and snake demon tendons as high-grade materials. Chen Feng turned green with envy watching this. Why did we also clear the archbishop and not drop such equipment materials? Before you know it, the blacksmith swung his giant hammer at the gear and smashed it earnestly. Others were nervous, but I was not worried at all. After all, my inventory still had dozens of high-tier magic soul spheres to bribe the blacksmith with. Chen Feng thought upgrading gear was all about luck. Only I knew that human connections matter in any world. Sure enough, the S-grade equipment bludgeon longbow was successfully enhanced. Compared to before, the blood aura attached to the bow became much stronger. Not only did it upgrade to SS grade, its minimum damage actually reached over 3,400. It retained the 20% lifesteal effect, and the weapon also enchanted a new effect called piercing. Targets hit lose 1% of their health every second, with bleeding lasting for 50 seconds. That is a 50% health deduction. It is truly a miraculous skill. After the cheers, everyone decided to log off first. After all, the National Martial Arts exam started in 2 days. So everyone agreed that after the exam, they would. Early the next morning, I arrived as promised to visit Tsinghua University Professor Pang Taiwa. However, today's guest also included Xiang Shaojin. Professor Pang flicked me on the forehead. It was just enough to sting without causing actual damage. He scolded me for getting distracted the moment I saw a pretty girl. He told me to hurry up and try the dragon breath technique. I channeled my breath into my Danjian and condensed my fighting spirit. Then I threw a punch straight at the strength tester. After practicing the dragon breath technique for only 2 days, it reaching a terrifying 3 tons of force. Even I could hardly believe my improvement was this fast. Professor Pang evaluated. "Not bad, kid. Your dragon breath technique is finally done. You sure talk a lot, though. If you know how to practice, practice more." Right while I was training the mental technique, the stern Professor Pang suddenly broke into a big smile. "Shaoqin, where did you find this kid? He really is a great piece of raw talent." Xiang Shaoqin pointed at her own eyes. "I have an eye for talent, obviously. Of course I had to find you a good successor. You are almost 30 and still act so unserious." With that, Xiang Shaoqin called me over. "I need to leave Tianfeng for a few days, so I cannot go to the scene to cheer you on. But you need to pay attention to the person in this photo. He is the one who kidnapped Zheng Hao. There is an issue at the bureau, so I have to get going. If you see the person in the photo, make sure to contact me right away." Until 8 o'clock in the evening, did I finally log into the demon realm and enter the 10th floor. I heard that the boss of the 10th floor, Sword Master, not only possesses speed like the wind, but also has incredible sword skills. His skill, Wind Slash, is truly terrifying in power. To conquer the 10th floor boss, Sword Master, I killed a giant beast with 100,000 health points, and resurrected and summoned it. One was not enough, so I killed a full 7 of them. It was not that I wanted to show off in front of other players, but the 10th floor boss, Sword Master, was simply too hard to kill, possessing wind-like speed and incredible sword skills. As a result, all weapons in my team were upgraded. My S-grade Bloodlust longbow was upgraded to SS grade. Giant God's Freljord shield also had its quality raised to S grade. The A-grade single-handed sword I previously gave to Lu Yuang was successfully forged and promoted to S grade as well. However, wanting to complete the raid on the boss Sword Master required at least 20 tanks in the team. Because the Sword Master's mount was also the most terrifying existence on the 10th floor, players had to help hold it off. Yet there was no time to recruit tanks now, but I had a better method. That meant recruiting the behemoth chariot right in front of me. However, after enhancing the Blood Fiend longbow, my arrows were no longer just tickling the enemies. I first one-shot the beast tamer controlling the giant rhino, because that is the only way the unleashed rhino would go berserk and vent its frustration after finally crawling out of the mud. This killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The other 2 orcs on the chariot would be thrown off, and then Lu Yueying, the Dragon King, and the Giant God would take over. And since the berserk rhino had no hate target, it naturally became the perfect target for the archers to kite. With the S-Rank Freljord shield blocking the front of the team, Liu Yueying's light slash was smoother than ever. The S-Rank one-handed sword dealt nearly 20,000 damage. After dealing with the two orcs from the behemoth chariot, the rhino's health was whittled down to 10,000 by the archers. At the critical moment, I drew my bowstring to the limit. This shot has to be a critical hit. Sure enough, the SS-Rank Blood Fiend longbow's critical damage was exactly 10,000. Because the giant rhino was killed by me, my SSS-Rank summoning skill could resurrect and summon it. And the summoned monster had the exact same stats as when it was alive. The summons of the Rakshasa brothers were truly terrifying. And this one giant rhino was worth 5 tanks. As long as we follow the same pattern and kill a few more, all the archers could hunt monsters while riding them. Setting aside the safety, the main thing is that it looks incredibly cool. So, following the previous tactic, I killed 6 giant rhinos in a row. This not only made our team a fortune, but I also resurrected and summoned all 7 giant beast chariots. I had them carry all the archers toward the boss swordsman spawn point. The commotion created by the beast chariots instantly left all the players on floor 10 of the demon realm in awe. Soon, all 200+ people arrived at the boss spawn point. Listening to the stone doors of the cave slowly open, the light gradually illuminated the boss cave. A massive crimson beast was prowling inside and carrying a throne upon its back. The orc swordsman sitting squarely on the throne exuded an overwhelming presence. Ignorant humans, how dare you violate my orc territory? Prepare to die. Giant God immediately raised his holy shield and activated defense light. The next instant, the swordsman suddenly vanished from his spot. And when he reappeared, he was right in front of our team. Silver lights flashed as terrifying sword chi surged everywhere. I sneered as I noticed his first skill had a cooldown of only 3 seconds. Under the cover of Giant God, I quietly fired a sneak attack arrow. I thought it would hit the target with absolute precision, but I saw the long sword strike like a venomous snake, splitting my arrow into 2 halves. The moment the swordsman's skill went on cooldown, Dragon King hurried forward with his staff. Just as Liu Yueying is about to launch her light slash, she suddenly loses her target. It turns out this is the swordsman's skill, Shift. This guy is insane and can actually teleport. The boss swordsman uses its ultimate skill, Wind Slash. Sword auras rage like an endless sea of waves, using its own body as the center. It releases tangible sword intent in all directions. At the same time, a red giant beast attacks the flank of our team. The raid difficulty increases drastically. Luckily, I prepared 7 giant rhinos beforehand. But the dense attacks from the swordsman leave the front line completely unable to catch their breath. If we cannot break this situation, all 200 people will be wiped out. I quickly tell Arrow through Heart to organize the giant rhinos, gathering 200 archers to make sure the red giant beast is killed. I activate my summon skill, summoning the floor 8 boss, the Archbishop. I will let you witness the power of dark magic. Yet right before the dark magic hits, the boss swordsman does not dodge. The sword in his hand glows brightly and actually cuts the magic directly in half. This guy's dual blades are so sharp. Generally, only Grandmaster level players could possibly break through magic attacks. This swordsman completely exceeds everyone's expectations. But right at this moment, the swordsman uses Shift to charge straight at me. Jasen reacts extremely fast and meets the attack head-on. He barely manages to block the dual blades of the boss. Brother Luosha, why don't we retreat? My equipment won't hold out much longer. Just as I decide to retreat, veins bulge on the swordsman's face. He unleashes his ultimate skill, Wind Dust Slash, attempting to pin down all the players in the area. Jasen resolves to buy enough retreat time for the brothers, even if his shield shatters. Right at this moment, the Archbishop I summoned is killed in a single strike by the dual-wielding swordsman. However, the boss only triggers its passive skill, Glory of Death. After the Archbishop dies, once resurrected, it transforms into a thick python with extremely high offense and defense. I activate my summoning skill once again. According to records in the Demon Realm Guide, the only way to deal with the swordsman is to fight him head-on. Therefore, I summon an elite centaur. Since that is the case, let us give it another try. The appearance of the lower-level Demon Realm boss completely infuriates the swordsman boss. You ants who desecrate the orc territory, all of you shall die. The boss launches its ultimate skill again, Wind Dust Slash, attempting to wipe out my 2 summoned beasts in one blow. Liu Yueying and Long Wang decide to step in for close-quarters combat, combining the strength of 3 people and 2 beasts. The swordsmen will surely be outnumbered. Yet right when they attack, Lu Yueying suddenly freezes in a daze. Lu Yueying shouts that she has found the swordsman's weakness. When this guy attacks, even if he takes massive damage, he will not dodge. He abandons defense and trades blows, which is his biggest weakness. Although the Python and Elite Centaur General could not break through, he traded health for damage, and his HP is no longer looking good. Right at this moment, the swordsman uses his first skill to deal a massive critical hit to the centaur, causing its health to deplete completely and sending it to its demise. I am furious and heartbroken. You killed my elite centaur, so I will definitely make you pay. I instantly rush toward the swordsman, relying on my speed, wanting to shoot him point blank while he swings his blade. Swordsman, you have nowhere to run now. However, the swordsman reacts extremely quickly and prepares to swing his dual blades. But he is tricked by my fake move, because my real goal is a sneak attack. I refuse to believe you can still block this arrow of mine. To prevent the swordsman from using his teleportation ability, Dragon King and Lu Yueying immediately trigger their talent skills, dealing massive damage to the already weakened swordsman. My arm muscles tense up as I steadily stare at the target. Right against the boss's side, an arrow shoots out with incredible power. The swordsman has finally been defeated. His prized dual sword slipped from his hands, and his health bar drops to 0 at this moment. Yet his will has not been defeated. Perhaps this death is actually a form of rebirth for the swordsman. Come on, swordsman, pick up your pride and stand back up. Identical to how he was in life, the swordsman is now added to my command. I will accompany you by your side. Come on, swordsman, let me see your power. Kill your former mount and let it keep you company. I shall obey your command. Come on, old friend, let me send you off. The red beast still had 30,000 health points left, but it could not withstand a single strike from the swordsman's dual blades. Player Arrow through Heart was completely stunned. Guild leader, does your swordsman deal tens of thousands of damage with a single hit? Won't you be invincible in the future? Meanwhile, the portal to the 11th layer of the demon realm opened up with the death of the red beast. Let us collect the loot and head straight to the 11th layer. We still have a long way to go. After confirming that the 11th layer is an island in the ocean, with only an altar in the center, everyone saved their progress at the altar and decided to log off first, and offline for several days at that. Since Dragon King is a senior at Qingdao Martial Arts School, he needs to help arrange the freshman entrance test tomorrow. As for me, preparing for the national martial arts exams, what I am taking part in tomorrow just happens to be Qingdao Martial Arts School entrance exam. I might even get to see God Titan and Dragon King offline. A blind girl comes to apply for the first martial arts school. Passers-by all think she is a fool. Only I, Zhang Ze, know that the girl has terrifying hearing and can distinguish 10,000 sounds at once. Her ears are basically like radar. She can even hear where someone is injured. Turns out today is the enrollment day for Qingdao Martial Arts School. As soon as I walk through the door, I see my old acquaintance from the demon realm, Dragon King. No wonder his ID in the demon realm is Irritable Dragon King. He is also super easy to get angry in real life. Kid, there are no flowers on my face. Why are you staring at me? I quickly hand over my student ID. I am here to apply for Qingdao. Dragon King looks me over for a moment. Titan, you arranged for this kid to go to N13 dormitory. Diyoung says speechlessly, Old Guan, can you stop calling me by my demon realm name? Learning that God Titan is right in front of me, I greet him with a big smile. This is the N13 dormitory temporarily housing the examinees. Young man, the specific details of the test will be explained in the auditorium later. On the stage in the center of the auditorium, the principal attends in full formal attire. After an hour of unnecessary pleasantries, the assessment content is officially announced. This year's entrance test is still an elimination system. The test location is a fallen zone. All students are forbidden from bringing any supplies. 27 markers have been dropped inside the fallen zone. Only the 27 people who secure these markers will be admitted to Qingdao Martial Arts School. The test will last for 72 hours. Supplies will be airdropped during this period to help you get through. Anything goes to pass the test. You can use force, schemes, or steal markers from others. But killing each other is strictly forbidden. A cowardly show-off among the candidates suddenly asks if there are any fierce beasts in the fallen zone. Minister Lei continues to explain. If anyone wants to quit the test halfway through, they just need to call for help to the sky to arrange an evacuation. The buses outside the auditorium can take you into the fallen zone outside the city for the test. Just as we were evacuating, a blind girl almost got knocked over. How could I miss this opportunity? I immediately put my arm around her waist to steady her figure. And this scene happened to be seen by the principal. I heard that old hag Pang Taiwa took on a disciple, who also seems to be named Zhang Ze. Xiaoran, help me check on this. By the time the bus arrived at the fallen zone outside the city, the sun had already set, but the girl suddenly predicted to me that it is going to rain very soon. Seeing my confusion, the blind girl explains that her ears can hear thunder from a dozen kilometers away, and based on the sounds she can sense everything around her. Two boys in the fifth row ahead are discussing forming an alliance. There's a female student behind us making strange noises. I realized she was basically a human radar. I quickly invited her to team up. By the time the bus reached the fallen zone, it was already 8 p.m. From here on, all students were free to move as they pleased. Wishing you all the best of luck in passing. Each of you will receive a map. The green markers on the map represent the locations of the markers. As soon as Minister Lei gave the order, everyone sprinted toward the markers. Everyone wanted to get there first to claim the prize. But I had no intention of looking for those markers. Since I'd have to survive in the fallen zone for 3 days, scavenging for supplies was the priority. 8 hours later, we had almost reached the center of the fallen zone. Scavenging here makes it easy to get anywhere. Then, Sun Luotong warned me. Zhang Ze, there's a basement 15 meters ahead. When I walked over and lifted the concrete slab, sure enough, there was one. Sun Luotong had heard rats squeaking in the basement, and judged that there was a large space here. Plus, starting a fire inside wouldn't attract attention. It really was a great place to hide. Student Sun, you stay here and warm yourself by the fire. I'll go grab some supplies so we can get something to eat. So, I headed to the nearest airdrop point. Seeing no one around, I was about to take the supplies. But I was interrupted by a crossbow bolt. Damn, there are actually weapons in these supply packs? I quickly decided not to waste my energy, and unleashed my speed of nearly 80 points to snatch the bag. Even the crossbow bolts couldn't keep up with me. This kid's speed is terrifying. Did he put all his attribute points into speed? Forget it. Let's hurry to the next supply point. When I returned to the basement, it was not only raining outside, but a beautiful girl had suddenly appeared inside. Tang Xiaowei asked with her arms crossed. Are you the one called Zhang Ze? I was stunned. Where did this romantic trouble come from? Then, the girl suddenly took a fighting stance. Kid, why don't you have a match with me? A second later, Tang Xiaowei's stomach suddenly growled. 8 hours of wandering had left her starving. I then pulled out a box of compressed biscuits and started eating them with Sun Luotong. Tang Xiaowei pulled out a lighter. How about I trade this for some food? That way, you can start your own fire. I only tossed her a single biscuit and told her to leave as soon as she finished eating. One piece wasn't nearly enough, but a grumpy Tang Xiaowei quickly swallowed it anyway. If I'd known the entrance test was this disgusting, I would have just gone through the recommended admission. But before she could even finish the biscuit, I started chasing her out. Why are you still hanging around here? Do you have any idea what you are carrying on you? Sun Luoxing pointed toward the entrance. Zhang Ze, someone is here, and shortly after, 3 students walked down the stairs. Hand over your markers. Unexpectedly, Tang Xiaowei suddenly pointed at me. The marker is over on his side. The newcomers not only carried weapons, but also looked like their attribute stats were quite high. However, I coldly said, if you take another step closer, I will cripple all of you. As a result, the fatty refused to listen and rushed up with openings all over his body. I executed a spinning sweep and wrecked the fatty below. Facing the girl, my punches were not soft at all. Right then, the leader of the opposing team accidentally dropped a marker. Leave before I lose my temper. 10 of you would not be enough for me to fight. Everyone fled in panic, and I inexplicably obtained a marker. So this is what the marker looks like. With that, I glanced back at Tang Xiaowei. The girl clutched her chest. Are you a grown man trying to rob a little girl's stuff? Are you going to hand it over yourself? Or should I dig it out myself? A drop of cold sweat dripped from Tang Xiaowei's forehead. Do not test me, or I will fight you to the death. It turned out during the earlier entrance test, my punch output was over 1,900 kilograms. That was slightly superior to Tang Xiaowei's 1,500 kilograms. Just as I was about to make a move, Sun Luotong could tell that Tang Xiaowei had deep foundational strength. Guessing she must be from the Lu family or the Tang family. I hesitated and asked if she knew Lu Yueying. She is my cousin, so what if you know her? I sighed in response. Since you are her cousin, I will pretend I never saw you today. Tang Xiaowei instantly looked smug. So after all this fuss, you are a friend of my cousin. Could it be that you and my cousin are a couple? Seeing my impatient look, Tang Xiaowei covered her mouth and chuckled. You are getting defensive. I bet you definitely have a thing with Lu Yueying. With that, Tang Xiaowei sprinted out of the basement. I sighed and said our basement has been exposed as well. Looks like we have no choice but to find a safe place again. Right at this moment, Sun Luotong suddenly heard someone getting injured 100 meters to the northeast. Sure enough, a candidate had suffered fatal injuries. And senior student Lu Yueying suddenly appeared right here at this moment. When Lu Yueying sensed the movement and turned her head to look, she was filled with shock. Zhang Ze, why are you here? I was just about to ask you the same thing. Why on earth are you appearing in the freshman assessment?